Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Before California existed, this land had a name, a real name, given by real people, and they erased it completely.
They took the land,
and they took the name.
When you erase a name,
you erase a people. This is what they never taught you in school. California was never the original name.
They lied to you.
The Olón people named this land long before Spain arrived.
They lied to you.
A Spanish fantasy novel gave this state its name.
They lied to you.
The real name was buried under 300 years of colonial rule. Before any European set foot on this land, the territory now called California was home to over 100 distinct indigenous nations. The Olón, the Miwok, the Yokuts, the Chumash, the Tongva, and the Mojave people all lived across this land for over 10,000 years. Each nation had its own name for its own territory. The Olón called their coastal homeland Huchun. The Tongva people called their southern territory Tavanga, meaning the basin of the world. The Chumash referred to their region along the central coast as MESHIACHA, Snow, and Southern. Names tied directly to the land, the water, and the life that existed there. These were not casual labels. These names were spiritual identities. They described the geography, the resources, and the sacred relationship between the people and the earth. There was no single name for the entire region because it was never one place. It was hundreds of nations, each sovereign, each name, each populated by millions of people across thousands of years of documented civilization.
They took the land,
then they took the name.
When you erase a name,
you erase a people. This is what they never taught you in school.
They lied to you. California was never the original name. They lied to you. The Olón people named this land long before Spain arrived. They lied to you. A Spanish fantasy novel gave this state its name. They lied to you. The real name was buried under 300 years of colonial rule.
In 1510, a Spanish writer named Garcia Rodriguez de Montalvo published a fantasy novel called Las Surgas de Esplandian. In that fictional story, he described an imaginary island called California, ruled by a black queen named Calafia, rich in gold and populated by black women warriors. This island did not exist, it was complete fiction. When Spanish explorer Hernán Cortés sailed up the Baja Peninsula in 1535, he or members of his expedition applied that fictional name to the land. They named the real indigenous territory after a made-up island from a novel. In 1697, Spain formally claimed the region under this fictional name. In 1848, The United States seized California from Mexico through the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Following the Mexican-American War in 1850, California became the 31st state under a name rooted in Spanish colonial fiction. By 1870, the indigenous population had collapsed from an estimated 300,000 people to fewer than 30,000 due to Spanish mission slavery, American-era genocide, forced labor, and mass killing campaigns funded by the California state government. MESHIACHA.
These were the real names.
California came
from a novel, a fiction.
From a novel, a colonial fantasy. The people were real. The name they were given was not.
In 1851, the United States government
signed 18 treaties
with California indigenous nations,
promising them land reservations.
The Senate secretly buried all 18 treaties
and never ratified a single one.
Those treaties were hidden and classified.
Senate files for 53 years.
The indigenous nations
who signed them received nothing.
Their land was taken.
Their names were replaced.
And the documents that proved their rights
were locked away from the public
until 1905.
This was not an accident. This was a policy of deliberate erasure. The land you call California has a history that is over 10,000 years old. The name California is 500 years old and came from a fiction novel. Do not let them
define the land with their imagination.
Look up to Vanguard.
Look up the Ohlone Nation.
Look up the Ohlone Nation.
Look up the 18
unratified treaties
of 1851.
The
truth is documented.
They just never told you where to find it. The first lyrics told you how the name was stolen. Now hear what happened to the people after the stealing was complete. Erasing the name was only the beginning. What came after the renaming was far worse. This is the part of the story they never finished telling you.
They lied to you.
The missions were not built to help the indigenous people.
They lied to you.
The California Gold Rush was built on indigenous forced labor and mass murder. They lied to you. The first governor of California publicly called for the extermination of indigenous people. Between 1769 and 1833, Spain built 21 Catholic missions across California history books. Present these missions as peaceful religious settlements. That is false. Indigenous people were forcibly relocated into these missions, stripped of their languages, their ceremonies, and their tribal identities. They were made to work without pay under physical punishment. Death rates inside the missions were catastrophic. Over 60,000 indigenous people died inside California missions from disease, violence, malnutrition, and abuse. When Mexico secularized the missions in 1833, the land was not returned to indigenous nations. It was distributed among wealthy Mexican ranchers instead.
In 1850,
Peter Hardman Burnett, the first American governor of California, stood before the state legislature and declared that a war of extermination would continue to be fought against indigenous people until the indigenous race became extinct. These were not private words. This was an official government address. The state of California then funded and reimbursed militias to carry out organized massacres of indigenous communities across the state. Between 1848 and 1870, the indigenous population of California dropped from approximately 100,000 to 30,000 scholars today, formally classified. this period as the California genocide. They renamed the land. Then they destroyed the people who gave it its real name. The missions. The gold rush. The state-funded militias. All of it is documented history. Look up the California genocide. Look up Governor Burnett's 1850 address. Look up the mission. Des Records. 400 years of erasure does not change what this land was called or who called it first.
Viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Yeah, I think it works. I think we're good. Holy shit. Sounds to me like we are in effect. Hope y'all doing well. Saludos, Solom, Shalawak. For all you guys that prefer to say it a certain way. I don't want to leave nobody out. It's been a hell of a week, tell you that. Seen a lot of shit going on. Man, a lot of stuff going on. Anyhow, for all of you that are here, you 100 people viewing the channel, 100 people. It's just one brother. What up, Warakuya? Good to have you here, bro. Good to have you here. Impala, 1958 Impala, good to have you here, bro. The feathers and the corn. Not cornbread. It's funny, man. Like when I start the video, there's like 3 to 5 people watching. And then once I get going, everybody goes. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand you guys. Quite frankly, I don't. I will start with this, though. So the class topic, whatever session or show, like Chicloso likes to call it,
I put cuidado. These pseudos are fucking lying. Okay? Or liars, I'm sorry. These pseudos are fucking liars. So I put the PH because, you know, I think if I put the F, they may block it. I don't know, man. That's what I think, at least. But anyhow, enough of this. Enough of this. Let's, I guess let's begin real quick. I'm going to give you guys two definitions of certain things because I did mention it, so I might as well cover it now. All right, what is the meaning of pseudo? Say it.
Pseudo. Pseudo.
Pseudo, it says pseudo. Right? What does pseudo mean? Being apparently rather than actually. All right, you guys hear that? Pseudo, once again.
Pseudo. Pseudo. Pseudo.
In case you forget your ears. Being apparently rather than actually. That is the simplest way you can actually say it. I fucking love that statement. Being apparently rather than actually. Being apparently rather than actually. Say that shit 3 times fast. That is important because you need to understand what pseudo means. We're going to get a lot of that shit. And I'm going to go through a lot with you guys. You know, I'll go long-winded today. Because I am going to use Professor Dave to point to you why I never agreed. I tried at one point. But then I realized, nah, I don't agree with the Atlantis bullshit because I think you people do not understand that you're basically destroying our heritage. In case you don't know this, okay, that's like making fun of the mass murder. You guys are laughing at that shit when you say shit like Atlantis is here or this is the old world. In case you guys don't even fucking think of this. Do you know what that means? That means that our history is fake. Ours. Like there was no 1492 slave ships. There was no Spaniards showed up. There was none of that. No. On the contrary. You need to understand what that means because what you're basically doing is you're erasing our heritage, the little that we have with your pseudo fucking bullshit. And, you know, quite frankly, there is different types of liars, which is, again, what I said. Cuidado, cuidado, cuidado. These pseudos are fucking liars. 12 different types of liars, how to deal with them. There is the compulsive one, right? A compulsive liar may see a type of merit in lying. Merit means some type of benefit, so to speak. According to Dr. Brown, compulsive liars are enormous with half-truth and believe others won't accept them if they are honest. But contrary to popular belief, compulsive lying is often a learned behavior and can be unlearned. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. A pathological liar. Even though, like, okay, let me explain it. Let me explain it. A pathological liar tends to be persistently dishonest for no reason. These liars may tell lies compulsively and habitually. Whew. It comes naturally to them. Narcissistic liars. A narcissistic liar often seeks attention but denies responsibility, like FBA, right? Or BHI, right? When describing malignant narcissists, licensed clinical psychologist Chloe Carmichael, PhD, says there's almost a sadistic quality where either they lie to puff themselves up because they like to feel above others by saying things they know might make others feel insecure, like, you know, y'all are the 10, you guys are people, but you see, y'all are silly doves. You stupid. You need us, black folks, to lead you. Is that any different than the white man saying the same shit? It's no different. Impressive liars, avoidant liars, intentional liars, white liars, so harmless, whatever, and sociopathic liars. It's just one more. A sociopathic liar lies on a routine basis without remorse. Their lying doesn't start or end on occasion. It's constant. Constant. Remember that fucking dumbass shit, Atlanta is Atlantis? Atlanta is Atlantis. Remember that? Or did you guys forget? Like, I think this is the video. I was looking for it earlier. Maybe not.
Y'all mother time is up.
Y'all want to play pretend you're black.
They call it Atlanta. It was Atlantis.
We know the truth now.
Your community got a problem.
Identify your starseed type.
We are gods. It's been a magical war the whole time.
Something strange is happening.
Correct. Correct. Their lying doesn't start or end on occasion. It's constant. Licensed psychologist Liana Georgoulis, PhD, explains that sociopaths feel a numbness that requires them to seek out unethical sources of pleasure. They have a pattern of disregard for and violation of others. She says they can lead to habitual, gratuitous lying. Let me see if I'm saying it right. Let's look it up. Look at that word. What does that mean?
Gratuitous.
Gratuitous violence, unjustified, unwarranted, unprovoked, undue. Do you see this? Who tends to be more reflecting that? We're dealing with a bunch of people, family. You understand that, right? You that so-called believe in the Bible, and I say so-called because there's very few of you that actually do. If you're following Jesus in any way, shape, or form, you don't believe in the Bible. That New Testament gave you all crazy religions. Have you guys noticed that? Tell me how many crazy religions have came out of the Old Testament. I'm waiting. How many crazy religions have came out of the New Testament? You know what I mean? I mean, it's hard enough already to physically and historically prove the Old Testament, let alone the new one. Like, for real, yo. Habitual, narcissistic, sociopathic, a pattern of disregard for a violation of others. What do I mean by that? Didn't I just say earlier? What did I say earlier? When you guys are bringing this up, dude, it totally disregards the mass murder, rape, slaughtering of our people. You're laughing at our gente, our heritage, or history when you mention some bullshit story like Atlantis here. What's up, brother? Good to have you here, brother. Spartacus V. Rome. 50K, demon cantation. So now that we know what pseudo means, right? Being apparently rather than actually. Being apparently rather than actually. Man, that's the best way to say it. You apparently are those people, but you ain't actually those people. Hey, by the way, tomorrow I will do this class. I've been waiting for weeks. I am fully done. I'm fully done with the class. Hold on a second. Let me show you real quick. You 100 viewers that are watching right now currently. Psych. Nah, ain't nobody watching, bro. Only like 4 people. It's all good, man. They don't bother me, dude. I started this channel with 1 person, bro. I mean, technically with 0. But I do believe that the information I provide for y'all is valuable. If you choose to think otherwise, well, you know, it is what it is, man. Go start your channel and be a better teacher than I am. That way you can help our gente. Instead of coming here criticizing. You know, that's what I don't like. Y'all come and criticizing me, and yet you don't do the work and say, okay, here's where you're wrong, blah, 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 let me correct you, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know denomination, but you call it demonic nation. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. What up, Joe Ray? Jacques. Hey, man, I don't want to bring this up right now, so just like, you know, the information that I asked you for, you never sent it to me unless you did. I have not gotten the message, bro. You know, if you really want me to help you with that little particular thing, you got to send me that info, bro. You know what I mean? Pretty simple, dude. I just need that so that I can send that info over to you, all right? Anyways, man, good to have you here. So what did we leave off? All right, so once again, being apparently rather than actually. I love that. I love that. So now we know that we have a different type of lying situations. Manipulative liars as well. Why they lie? Sociopathic liars lie to gratify their own needs. You see that right there? How many people have came to us with this kind of bullshit here? And again, I'm not touching on just on certain people. I'm going to touch on everybody. You know, by these people gratifying themselves, like filling up their gut of this self-absorbed ideology that they claim to have, right? They want to bring up pseudo to prove facts. When you bring up science, they don't want to believe it, but they run to it when they fucking need it. So this is from a book called The Jew, a Negro. And, you know, they reference Diodorus Siculus, which a lot of people do, bro, but you guys don't actually read his information, and I do. You know, I'm going to debunk a lot of this dumb shit, and I'm going to actually show you how Professor Dave's debunking today. Because he debunks Hancock, all these stupid-ass racist bastards, bro, because this is white supremacy when you mention Atlantis, and this is also black supremacy when you mention Atlantis. When you're mentioning Atlantis, you're disregarding all the shit that happened to our gente, like as if never happened, and that you guys always been here. So that means that the 1492 shit never would happen, like to us at all. That's what the white and the black say. So let's begin. Did the Negroes know of America? Diodorus Siculus tells us that the Phoenicians, which is interesting, y'all saying you're not Hamitic, but then here it says Phoenicians, in early times, sailed beyond Hercules pillars along the African coast, and there, meeting with storms and tempests, were carried to the most remote parts of the ocean. And after many days, to a vast island at a great distance from Libya, and lying very far west. The Phoenicians, again, these are Hamitic, informed the Carthaginians, again, they're Hamitic, of this place. The Carthaginians, once again, same, prohibited other nations from settling in, and they reserving it for themselves as a place of retirement if they should ever be driven from their native soil. So this is the pseudoscience. Pseudoscience. What was it? Let me see what Richard Simmons says. Wait a minute. Didn't you injure ancestors literally idolize pagan gods and sacrifice children? So what does that have to do with this? If I entertain your question, what does that have to do with this? We're talking about pseudoscience, stupid ass people believing that this was Atlantis. So what does that have to do with the topic? Regardless of whether we were following pagans or not, that's not even the topic. Fuck, bro, stick to the topic. Atlantis was a Greek fable never meant to be taken seriously. Exactly. Diodorus Siculus basically, you know, even proves it right here, bro. Like, you guys see, this is Diodorus Siculus right here. All of you guys supposedly that know who he is, you don't even know that you can actually access his information and thoroughly debunk all the bullshit that you guys even bring out about him. Okay? In this link, and it's a lot of info, right? But I've shared this with you guys since I started the channel. I've been showing you guys this Diodorus Siculus library. Well, then why don't you do this, Richard Simmers? Why don't you shut up and listen for a moment, and then you'll know what I'm talking about. Because this class is not my whole entire doctrine or ideology. I'm bringing up a point. Take notes. So right here, as you can see, we'll go to, find, right? And then you'll see here Atlanta. I'm going to stop there because it takes different terms. See, Atlanteans, Hyperboreans. You see what I'm saying? Like these words that are being mentioned in Diodorus Siculus' time or even pre, it's not talking about anybody in the Americas. And you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when I bring up certain materials, like, the shadow of Atlantis, the Mexican mythicals, all of these things, bro, like seriously. All of these names, the Hyperboreans and Atlantis, and they have, dude, come on, bro. Ethiopians, you guys don't see Ethiopians in there? Shit, Arabia, Egypt, Africa. You guys don't realize that, Greece and Rome were here before? Like, you Atlanteans, Greece and Rome were a made-up story. But Diodorus Siculus proves that there was an Atlantis over here. What the fuck are you talking about? Diodorus Siculus was a Greek, dumbass. Plato was a Greek, fuckface. What are you guys saying? Please, somebody educate me wisely. Don't bring me no pseudo bullshit. Once you kind of get to my age, bro, you start realizing, like, you don't have time for bullshit, bro. You just don't. And this is why I say pseudo bullshit. A being apparently rather than actually. See, the fact is that our people don't understand how valuable their heritage is, which is why a lot of people try to steal that shit. White or black, specifically. Amalek, Edom, and Canaan, specifically. But when you start seeing this, like, what the hell? What are you talking about? And in this particular link here, I'll show you one more time. Because again, I'm freestyling right now, family. I didn't really necessarily take notes. I'm just freestyling right now. So if I jump back and forth, forgive me. I just want to get at least, come back to debunk the bullshit, man. Check this out. But now, this is on 5.19. I apologize. Hold on, let me go back. So 5.19 actually is where we'll start seeing, is it 5.9? Yeah. So check this out, okay, fam? Theodore Secularis mentions this in 5.19.3, okay? All right? He mentions it in 5.19.1, okay? Pillars of Hercules, right? Oh, shit, my bad. I don't want to do that. All right? So here he's actually talking about the land, okay? Let's see. Here he is actually, is this it? Luxury extravagance. Let's see, magnificent, no. Venetians exploring. Let's see, move house household. Okay, so here is 5.20.3. All right, the same thing that we read here, right, is the same thing we're gonna read right here, basically. But we're gonna go back up so you can actually see what these people leave out once more. Like for example, like look at this idiot right here. Look at this idiot right here. Look at this idiot right here. Hey, look what he said. With all my ancestors, you savages will still be living in the Stone Ages. Bro, you stupid ass Cracker Barrel, man. You guys been fed a bunch of bullshit stories, dude. You motherfuckers didn't civilize nobody. Here, look up their own history. It's called 1609 starving times. White people like you were eating each other because you guys were too fucking lazy, too much of a bum. Motherfuckers couldn't even farm right to feed yourselves. It's called 1609 starving time of the white man. Y'all were fucking eating each other. Cannibals. Don't give me this bullshit. Y'all still don't even know how to wipe your ass. What are you talking about, bro? You stole all the information that we had. That's what exactly happened. But once again, family, you see how these idiots, like, I'm just trying to understand your ideology. Fuck you, fuckface. You're just a racist ass Cracker Barrel, bro. That's what he's here for. You didn't even have the will. If you only fucking knew, dude. You know that whole Renaissance concept, right? It happened after you guys showed up over here. If you were so fucking great, how come you didn't do that prior to 1492? You forgot, huh? You forgot about starving times of 1609. Y'all were eating each other. You didn't introduce shit. You know what you brought? You brought French pox, you brought syphilis. Now, your black brother, he did bring smallpox. I'll give you that. And it wasn't just you stupid ass white people that came here. It was black folks that helped you motherfuckers enslave our people. We have the history here. There's nothing you can show up here and think that we're just gonna, the white guy's here. Fuck you. You've been taught wrong. The Roman Empire was millennials more advanced than you losers. Oh, sounds good. So you're saying you're admitting that you're a Roman, correct? I'm glad that you're a Roman. You see, because based on history that we show here, we know that you motherfuckers are Edomites. You Valhalla worshiping dirty bastards. You worshipers of Odin, Woden, you know what I mean? Right? That guy, Kaz, he is Edom. Kaz is the deity of the Edomites. Kaz was worshipped in Rome in German times, prior to Christianity. Kaz was worshipped even through 400 Common Era, even all throughout maybe 900 Common Era, man. You guys worship Valhalla, don't you? Don't you say Valhalla? Aren't you white people proud of Valhalla? That's the house of Odin or Woden. Valhalla, who houses Odin or Woden, in case you didn't know, is Edom. That's Edom of the Bible, the Edomites. That's what you guys are, Richard. And here we know that. But see, in this channel, we don't go around pushing your stupid ass history, your pseudo history. We know that the black man came with you as well. Since 1492, we know that they enslaved people just like y'all enslaved people. We know that too. So whatever channel you're used to, you came to the wrong one. We don't believe your bullshit. Let me continue with the important class, because right here, we will destroy your fucking narrative, bro. Look up, do me a favor, Mr. White Man. Look up 1609 starving times. When the white man first showed up over there in supposedly the the Mayflower times. Nah, they don't talk about that. They only talk about the Mayflower. They don't talk about the 1609 when they were here and their homie left because he had needed surgery, left you fuckers behind, and you bastards were starving. You were starving so much that you ate yourselves. You were eating your own people, bro. Fucking European cannibals talking about civilizing somebody. Get your smelly ass out of here, bro. Learn how to wipe your ass, bro, because we know that you people don't like to wipe your ass. So please don't come in here and try to tell us you civilized us. 5.19 and 1 says, but now that we have discussed what relates to the islands which lie within the pillars of Hercules, we shall give account to those which are in the ocean. Watch this. For these lie out of the deep of Libya, an island of considerable size, and situated as in the oceans, it is a distance from Libya, a voyage of a number of days to the west. Its land is fruitful, much of being mountainous, and not a little being a level plain of surpassing beauty. Through it flows navigable rivers, which are used for irrigation. You wonder how they got there, right? And the islands contain many parks, planted with trees of variety and gardens in great multitudes, which are traversed by streams of sweet water. Sounds like Tenochtitlan. On it also are private villas and costly constructions, and throughout the gardens, banqueting houses have been constructed on settling flowers. You guys know exactly who does this type of work. And in them, the inhabitants, the inhabitants pass their time during the summer. So the land supplies its abundance, in abundance everything which contributes to enjoyment and luxury. What a coincidence, right? But you see that Diodorus Siculus, the only time they reference him is they reference this here, which is exactly this here, right there. Right there. Now, Richard, the black man had white people enslaved too. The black man had white people enslaved, white people like you. This is why you guys hate them so much. You see, you guys, before the antebellum period, black folks, just like white folks, were slavers. Both of y'all were buck breaking each other. That's why when white people go to jail, who's buck breaking you? It ain't white people buck breaking negros. It's negros buck breaking white people. You see, this is your spirit. So yeah, African Americans are our offspring because we strong. So yeah, sure. You're only strong because you got a gun, bro. You motherfuckers are afraid to get hands down without a gun. It's really how you guys are. It says here, so now we understand that 5.20.3 is talking about this right here, as I mentioned before, but they forget to mention that there was actually people there, right? Remember, keep in mind. So the concept of this class, before we get distracted with, imaginary bullshit like him, is the concept of Atlantis. Because it's technically black and white supremacy. Look, this is a book here we got, hold on, let me see. It's called The Occult Roots of Nazism. The Secret Iranian Cults and Their Influence on Nazi Ideology, right? So these dirty bastards here, again, it's all about how supposedly superior they are. That's why they want to bring the concept of Atlantis and Hyperborea. You see what? We just fucking read that, dude. We just literally read that. This is why when you guys give heed to that stupid doctrine, that's what you're doing. You get stupid ass fucking Cracker Barrels here with their tasteless fucking, culinary food, claiming that they're some fucking sophisticated individuals and shit. Have you guys seen each other, bro? This is just kind of funny and shit, dude. Hey, look. The only thing you conquered were each other and the beer bottles. What do you mean, bro? All I know about Europeans is you guys are just in fucking bars drinking left and right. What is the number one drug sold in America? North America, that is. Alcohol, stupid ass. Alcohol is the number one drug sold in America. Beyond cocaine, methamphetamines, because, you guys are very drug addicted type of people. Nobody tells you to use drugs, bro. Just say no. You know what I mean? Just say no. The nerve of you to be like, bro, come on, man. Come on, stop it, dude. Come on, stop it. Stop it, bro. Who has, every time, if you even go to, those so-called AA meetings, the majority are white people, bro. What the fuck are you talking about, Richard? Richard Humpty Vision, bro. I kind of have a feeling that you're not actually, I have a feeling, Guaracuya, I think I know who this dude is, bro. He's just trying to hide from his fucking, his name. I have a feeling, dude. Let him continue to speak. Now, Atlantis was also a particular, doctrine of the Freemasons. They want this to be Atlantis. Manly P. Hall is a Freemason, or was a Freemason, and Atlantis is a big fucking deal for them. This is why you have, what's his face? Francis Bacon. He was the first one to actually write and print a book, which was in the 1600s or 1700s, early 1700s, around 16 something. I think I have the book. I'll show you. Where he actually prints and talks about this bullshit. The secrets of Plato's Atlantis, once again. Atlantis, the antediluvian world. And then once more. And this book is pretty heavy duty. Thank you, brother, for bringing it up to my attention. The Saturn Myth by David Talbot, or Bolt, whatever the fuck his name is. And once again, the meaning of Atlantis is an important topic for them. Right? So here we see, in 1882 and 1883, two books by Ignatius Donnelly appeared. Atlantis, the Antediluvian World, and Ragnarok, the Age of Fire and Gravel, relying on global myths. And Donnelly claimed that a massive continent called Atlantis once harbored a primordial civilization. But the entire land sank beneath the sea when a comet rained destruction on Earth. Both of Donnelly's books became bestseller and are still available today. Yet conventional theories of Earth and solar systems remain unaffected by these works. It's just like fucking shit, bro. For real, dude. For real. In case you guys don't know, that book that I'm showing you is quite an interesting, topic. I think it was Spartacus, brother, the Spartacus brother that referred me to this book. So let's read this real quick. Let's see. This is Mount Giants, Saturn's ancient image without encountering the paradise of Eden, the lost Atlantis, the fountain of youth, the one-wheeled chariot of gods, the all-seeing eye of heaven. You see? So when you give heed to the Atlantis concept, you're giving heed to supremacy, white or black, whatever that one may be. Whatever tickles your booty hole, basically. I mean, those are facts, bro. Here, look. This is a kind of side point. We're gonna get into videos right now, all right? It's kind of side point, and let's listen to what he says.
Ilmar says Israeli culture is basically American culture because both cherish life over death. He says the one thing he's completely certain about is Israel and that America should back Israel with zero hesitation. Mar compares Israel's situation to The Godfather, saying they're surrounded by enemies who should be dealt with. Well, it is comparable to The Godfather, but I think he got his symbolism wrong.
Always kept it.
How different are these Zionist Khazars to these Zionist evangelicals like Richard Little P.P. Simmons and shit, or Richard Pedo Simmers, because that shit runs in their family. When they turn 40, they either go fucking stereo, pedo, or straight trans, bro. I'm serious. Let's continue.
Real about Islam, which is another reason why the left hates me.
See?
Because they're on the page of America cringe, Hamas awesome.
It's wild.
And I am not there. That's the one thing that I am 100% full on is the Middle East thing.
Yeah.
Just first of all, just backing Israel. Let's not pretend that all cultures.
Okay. So you're a full-throated, frothing at the mouth Islamophobe. Is basically.
Too much. Give me a second. Anyways, I wanted to give you that point. Take that point across, bro. And again, I'm jumping back and forth like I told you. I didn't really take notes. I'm just kind of going on the fly. And again, we saw the hatred towards certain people, right? You have Amalek, Edom, and Canaan that are all acting the same way, right? Like the Edomite that showed up here and said he made white people. And yet we have black Hebrew Israelites that come to this channel and say they made white people. You see what I'm saying? yeah, African Americans are our offspring because we were strong, blah, blah, blah. Yet we hear them say, yeah, white people are their offspring because, you know, they're strong and sophisticated. Same concept, different color, different hair texture, same mindset, same stupidity. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? But now let's take this point of view.
There is evidence of Ramses III on the Mississippi River. There's a book called Ramses III, Father of America. Get that book and you'll see. Ramses, 1,500 years before the Christian era. Evidence. There is evidence of Africans in Davenport, Illinois. Evidence of Africans in California. Evidence of Africans in New York State. Thousands of years before the European even came to this area. See, we get the impression, because of what they have introduced, that everything started happening in 1492. There was lively and real trade amongst Africans and Native Americans thousands of years before the European even left the caves 2,000 years BC. There is evidence of Ramses.
See? What I tell you. Hey, what up, Eastside? Good to have you here, brother. What exactly is your culture, Richie? Your culture is everyone else's culture. What did your people bring besides death and destruction? Beautifully put, bro. Beautifully put. Europeans themselves know white Americans are Europeans that magically made their own shit up. Yeah, true that, without a doubt. But it's not just them, bro. It's not just them. This is why I'm showing y'all both sides of the coin. This is Amalek, right? We all know this now, right? Edom's little brother, right? We know this is Canaan, right? All right, let's continue.
TikToks or Joe Rogan raving that Atlantis has finally... Every few months you'll see headlines, TikToks or Joe Rogan raving that Atlantis has finally been found. The thing is, Atlantis was never real. So why is the idea of the lost continent so pervasive in pop culture today, and why does it matter? It's time for another installment of our super popular series within a series, The Why Files. I'm Dr. Ken, this is The Quick Dig, now let's dig in. The story of Atlantis was actually made up by the Greek philosopher Plato.
Yeah, it's convenient for white people like you to make that shit up. It's always you guys that, for some reason, are so interested in everybody else's culture, but you can't seem to fucking tell us your shit, even though we know about your shit. You see, the funny thing is, Richard Simmers, is that I called your ass out. I called you an Edomite, and I even proved it through your religious beliefs of your ancestors, the Anglos and the Saxons. Anglo-Saxon is not one nation. It's two types of European people. So you guys are fucking mutts if you subject to that name. We have Germans as well. Basically, all the people in those European, regions were worshiping this deity called Odin, Woden from Valhalla, which also translates to Gatar or Kaz, which is the deity of the Edomites. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said all that, but you didn't say none of it. You didn't say that's bullshit. No, because Valhalla rings your ears. That's who you are, kid. That's who you are. So whatever you say does not matter in this channel. Nothing that you say here will cause anybody to believe otherwise. You see what I'm saying? This is the thing. Nothing that you'll say.
Around 360 BC as a thought experiment, he used the idea of an island empire that angered the gods and sank beneath the sea as a cautionary tale about arrogance and corruption. Folks alive at that time knew that Atlantis was never meant to be a real place. However, over the centuries, people began to treat the story as a mystery waiting to be solved. Modern ideas about the lost continent come from the writing of a Minnesota congressman in the 1880s who thought Atlantis was the original home of an Aryan race. So you
That's it right there. A supposedly subhuman race or so-called Aryan race. How is that any different than when the negros are saying a so-called subhuman race, the Negro race? How is that any fucking different than Richard Simmers? Richard Simmers, he's a white guy. Apparently that's what he thinks he is. He's no different than the black people that showed up to my channel and done the same shit and said the same shit that he said. Guaracuya, is it not true, bro? Is he not saying the same things black folks come to the channel and tell us? Like the racist black supremacists like him? Is he not saying the same shit, family? You that have been watching, like seriously, man, let these people know how fucking similar they are. It's just crazy, dude.
Continent come from the writing of a Minnesota congressman in the 1880s who thought Atlantis was the original home of an Aryan race. So you can imagine what kind of agenda he may have been pushing. Here's the problem. This obsession with Atlantis often undermines real history. When people look at the Maya pyramids or the stone cities of Great Zimbabwe or the earthen mounds of the Mississippian cultures in North America, they sometimes say, this must have been Atlantis. But that's a load of Hancock and erases the truth.
This guy, that's a lot of cock, hands on. There's a reason why everyone thinks extraterrestrial. No, not everyone. Stop trying to sound like Trompeta is your fucking godfather. That's like a typical fucking Cracker Barrel shit that you guys say. Everyone. No, not everyone. Maybe your little stupid ass group thinks extraterrestrials beings built your civilization because all you people know how to do is hunt buffaloes and eat each other. Are we still doing that? Yo, you know what's so funny? You know what's so funny? This right here. Look at this. Look at this. This stupid fucking piece of shit damn Christmas Christian had the fucking nerve to then post John 3:16. Yo, what the fuck, bro? No, Guaracuya, hold on a second, dude. This is so fucking funny, brother. Because, like, look, he came in with, I don't know what your doctrine is. I don't know, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to understand. Then he goes, without my ancestors, you savages will still live in stone ages. You guys didn't have wheels. Yada, yada, yada. You are fucking losers. We made black people. Yada, yada, yada. And then he fucking gets the nerve to go to the Bible and say, like a typical Sunday Christmas stupid Christian, worshiping Nimrod, Mithra, Sol Invictus, all of that stupid ass Jesus Christ bullshit. For God so loved the world that he gave his only son. I don't even want to read it, bro. It's just, you know what? Your narrative is so stupid. You come in with hatred, right? And then you want to say God sent Jesus to love everybody? This is typical Christmas Christian bullshit. Your hatred is so obvious. But the stupidity, bro, it's beyond palpable, man. Like, are you this fucking dumb? Seriously? Richie is a Christmas Christian. Pork chop bacon eating bastard. Jesus don't save you here. Yep, Jesus don't save you over here, clown. That's for sure, bro. This guy, we don't worship your Mithraic ideology, brother. You might as well be Hindu, bro. You might as well practice Hinduism, or Zoroastrianism, or Druidism. You might as well be a Freemason. The New Testament is a fake book. Jesus has been around for ages. The Old Testament warned the Israelites to not worship a Queen of Heaven concept and her son, like the Savior. And if you actually read the Bible, because we do here in this channel, you would understand and actually see that Exodus, right, talks about us leaving Egypt, or Israelites leaving Egypt. And it says, do not go the ways of the Egyptians. Why? Because they were worshiping Isis and her son, you know, the immaculate child who was supposed to be the Savior as well. Typical Christmas pork chop eating Christian.
These were indigenous civilizations, building up over many generations through local genius, innovation, and centuries of cultural knowledge. We know these societies created advanced trade networks, astronomy, agriculture, and monumental architecture. They did not need help from a sunken continent, ancient aliens, or imaginary lost races. So the next time you hear about Atlantis, remember, it was always a myth. The real wonders of the past are right here on land, built by brilliant indigenous peoples. You know what I always say, ancient aliens, more like ancient sapiens.
Hey, look, hey, Guaracuya, he called you a Muslim and shit. Are you a porky Muslim hater? I mean, look, Richard, in case you don't know this, because you're very uncivilized people and shit. Eating a pig, bro, is like eating a human. And you're not my bro, by the way, but eating a pig is like eating a human. Your digestive system is no different than his. No matter how much you cook a pork, boil it, burn it, cook it, all of those, how can I say this, microbial bullshits that can affect your body, you know, are still in him. I mean, I don't know if you understand. They eat themselves. They eat their babies. They eat shit. They eat humans. Their digestive system is no different than yours. Like when you eat 2-3 hours later, you probably need to go to the bathroom. They're no different. They defecate just like human beings. And I don't mean bean as like beaners. I'm talking about all kinds of humans. But, you know, that's one thing that you don't understand because that's an Edomite trait. Edom does not listen. You guys are hard-headed. It's the truth. But it's okay, man. We're glad you're here. Keep posting. Help the channel grow. Check this out, fam. I just want to point out some stupid shit about this guy, right? We know this. America, aka Atlantis. We just saw this little short video about the bullshit. So people like him don't really help. I'm not gonna watch the video hardy. I'm just showing you some points, okay? So now you know that it comes from all angles. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Like, little miados. Let's continue.
At work, especially we're gonna get it like it's the first time. Again, thanks for being here. Appreciate everybody in the live chat. Thank you. Much love, much love. We're gonna go get this clip started. Hold on one second.
Hey man, I gotta speed it up. This fucking dude talks so slow it fucking annoys me.
We live. Appreciate you. All right. Hawa, pura vida. Hawa. Hey, much love and respect to everybody that's tuned in right now. Thanks for joining me again. Another presentation here. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. Just want to read from a particular book that we read only a little bit from before, so I want to read the whole book. It's not really long. Before I read that book, though, just to add correlation to previous presentations that we've done. Previous historic Mac of 1669 by Nicholas Sampson. They sell it on Amazon, as you can see here.
I find that kind of funny. Me personally, right? Why do I find that funny? Because like if it's about like, oh, maps, I got maps, I got maps, If it's about that shit, well, fuck, I have an older map. Let me show you real quick. I mean, if this is what it's about, right? Let me show you the map. Give me a second. I have it in my notes here. Oh, no, sorry, the wrong page. My bad. There it goes right here. He's been so... let's see where you're at. Oh, fear. Hold on. Oh, here it goes right here. So he said 1669, right? All right, so check it out. Watch this real quick. Here we see the old antique double hemisphere map, Benito Arias, Montana, 1571. 1571, right? Richard Simmers, you don't got nobody here figured out. Because those Hebrew Israelites that you talk about, they believe in the New Testament like your stupid ass does. So, nah, we ain't dealing with that type of bullshit. We see here, by the way, that it's pointing out to certain people based on the Bible, right? Japheth, and then you have Ham, and then you have Shem over here, right? You have Shem over here, right? So now Shem is in Numbers. Japheth is in Italian, or Roman numbers. I'm sorry, and then Ham is in alphabetical order, so to speak, right? So you see here the letters, numbers as well, letters too, all mixed up. But then you wonder, like, so what number is America? And what does that mean? So, for example, let's see here. We'll go to, I don't know, we'll go to V, right? V, we'll go to numbers. Hold on, let's go to numbers. So we see number 4, number 8, number 9. You see all this stuff, right? You see a lot of alphabetical letters, a lot of letters from the alphabet, I'm sorry, in this region, okay? But you also see numbers as well, and you see numbers scattered over here. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Once again, numbers are Shem, Roman numbers are Japhet, and the alphabet letters are Hamitic. So now look at what they look at, and they number. How do they number the Americas? Or how do they list the Americas? Do they list them as Japhet? No. Hamitic? No. They listed them as Semitic. Not Japhetic, not Hamitic, Semitic, which means numbers. Number 19, number 22, number 21. Now, look, check this out. What does that number mean? Number 19 means Ophir. Number 19 means Ophir. Again, this map is older than this other map. Is it doctrinal? Not saying it is, but, you know, again, we're dealing with maps, right? Maps. Stupidity, man, is just so often, you know, ignored. And then sometimes they show up here. You're getting us mistaken. No, you are Edom, bro. You are Edom. You're Edom. No. Trust and believe. You're Edom. Richard, I'm telling you right now that we know who you are. I did a class on you guys, specifically Edom. And it's right up your alley. I know that hurt your feelings. I know that hurt your feelings because you're like, oh, God doesn't love Esau. And it's funny because you make that little smiley face. You know what that is? It's insecurity, Richard. You are Edom. I know they probably tell you not. You are. If you believe in Valhalla, if you understand the history of that so-called kingdom and how Odin or Woden has relations to that, or Thor, you know, those Marvel movies that you fucking love, that's all part of that. Thor, or his father, the one eye. Odin is a one-eyed god. And Odin is also known as Gatar or Gatur. He is also known in other names of Kos, K-O-S, or Chaos, which if you look it up, K-O-S is the deity of the Edomites. We don't lie in this channel, man. If you ain't an Edomite, we would tell you straight up the bat, but you are.
Historic map, historic, it doesn't say pseudo or anything, historic map works, residential genealogy, Atlantis Insula, Nicholas Sampson, Antiquarian. All right, again, maps, etc. Atlantis Insula 1600, Atlantis Insula, right? And what does it keep showing you? The Americas, right?
You know, does he not think that the Atlantis Insula is right there? The Atlantic's right there. Atlantis Insula. What does insula mean? Hold on a second. Insula meaning. Insula meaning. A region of the brain deep in the cerebral cortex, I guess. Insula. The lobe of the center of the cerebral hemisphere that is situated deeply between the lips of the sylvian fissure, called the central lobe. Why would they call it insular? There has to be a root for it. Hold on a second here. Relating to an island or cells of tissue. I got to look into that. That's a good point there, buddy. Let's continue to look at it.
Americas. So real quick again, Atlantis Insula, Paulus and Swain Auction Gallery. This is a historic.
Richard, why don't you do yourself a favor and shut the fuck up and stop posting and take some notes? Nobody cares what you probably think. Learn how to shut up, man.
Map, all right? Samson's map of Atlantis in California. All right, Samson's map. It's a little closer we can get of the map so we can zoom in. Just want to show you guys that it literally says Atlantis right here in the bottom, Insula. So Atlantis Island, the whole of Americas. It even says that the Caribbean is the Hesperides, Hispaniola, Hesperides, Hispaniola, Hispa, Hesperides, Hispaniola, Hespa. The Hesperides are the paradise place to the Greeks and all that. We've been correlating that. We've read many books on that. And again, this is divided into, I guess, the Odyssey of Homer and the lands they were talking about. Like right here it says autochtons. The autochtons are right here. The Elapsipus, the Menesus, the Aries, Amph, All right.
Enough of the pseudo shit, right? Now you guys understand, get a full, like you could say, I don't know, complexion of the pseudo bullshit. Cuidado. Cuidado. These pseudos are fucking liars. No different. No different, bro. But, you know, we got to deal with it, brothers. Right? You got people like these dumbasses right here, the old world and shit, which they have lost subscribers. I'm glad they have. So they you know, these are fucking Gringolandians, like this dumbass here that showed up to the channel and shit. It's like, you know, it's so funny, bro. Like, you guys are so confused and hateful. What do you mean, bro? Like, what? To see what I mean, fam? Are you fucking dumb, Richard? Are you fucking out of your mind, bro? Are you not paying attention to the shit that you've been saying? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You said nobody even said really much to you. I'm trying to understand the ideology. Then you're like, without my ancestors, you savages would still be living in the Stone Age. Y'all didn't have wheels. We introduced the beauty of Christianity to you drunk bums. Ha ha ha. There you go, the Romans Empire, blah, blah, blah. And then you say, oh yeah, the Negroes came out of my sperm. The Negroes came out of my nutsack. And then the fucking nerve of you. The fucking nerve of you, bro. You guys are so confused and hateful. Wow.
A ver, que alguien me explique. Who are you?
Wow, bro. Wow. What do you do with that, fam? What the hell do you do with that? An Anglo calling someone hateful is hilarious. We just went through the series of comments that he said even before we even knew what the fuck he was here for. You threw the first rock, or at least you swung the first sword. Now you're butthurt and offended. So now you say we're hateful. Fucking typical Karens.
Atlantis has passed from generation to generation for hundreds of years, capturing our imagination with its claim of an advanced civilization that disappeared under the sea. The search for remnants of the lost empire has taken researchers around the globe.
So when that guy, the dumbass Colomiados, was referencing Atlantis Insula, you could see where they were talking about, supposedly. Even if they fucking believe that, which, by the way, it still means that it's not America, dumbass, or so-called the Americas. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Let's continue.
Empire has taken researchers around the globe. They claim to have evidence showing Atlantis submerged off the coast of Bermuda, in the Mediterranean Sea, near the Canary Islands, and as far away as Antarctica. Others think the fate of the island nation was linked to the devastating volcanic eruption in 1500 BC at Thera in the Greek islands, where the jagged peaks of Santorini rise above the Mediterranean Sea today. Now there is another theory, that the remnants of Atlantis are not submerged at all, but lie in plain sight on the American continent in what is now Florida. Let's take a closer look at Plato's description of the land to see why.
And once again, family, Diodorus Siculus was not necessarily a student of Plato, but he was from the branch of Plato, okay? And Plato, as you know, wasn't talking about an actual real land. It was a metaphoric, like philosophical story of how so grandiose as they are that, you know, they didn't even see their downfalls or shortcomings, that their so-called culture was decimated. It was allegory. It wasn't technically real. And then when Diodorus Siculus writes about a land with people, it's talking about our lands. And tomorrow I'm going to show you even more documentation regarding that information, because again, I'm going to go thoroughly on this right here. Hold on, where is it at? Where are you, bro? Oh, this is in the thumbnail. Anyways, okay, this is a different thumbnail, but I'm going to do this class tomorrow. Christopher Colon was a Jew. And in there, we're going to find out exactly all of these so-called ideologies and shit and where they come from. But again, so let me just show you a little bit more. This is white supremacy, family. Again, no different than black supremacy when they say that Atlanta was Atlantis. Remember that shit? Atlanta was Atlantis.
Why this piece of Florida real estate is worth exploring as the origin of Atlantis.
When you hear the word Atlantis, what does it mean to you? To some people, it's just a name. To others, It brings to mind Plato's story of a lost civilization. Looking toward the Gulf of Mexico, there was a plain which was said to be the fairest of all plains and very fertile. Near the center of the plain, at a distance of some 5.5 miles inland, there was a peninsula. Also, in the center of the peninsula, there was a hill.
Hey, look. Hey, look at this shit. I guess if you can't beat them, join them. Is that what you're trying to do? Perhaps you guys are descendants of Esau too. Repent or go to hell. Anyways, I'm glad you're out of here, Juan. I didn't know your name was Juan, bro. I thought your name was Richard. Peace out. That's your name, Juan? You fucking dumb. Hey, listen, bro, this is what happens, dude. You came here thinking that your Edomite mentality is going to demoralize our people, or at least maybe me. And you thought I would, like, I don't know, react differently. Hey, man, I've been in this since 2017, late 2017. I started this channel in 2022. I've had people like you show up with the same so-called mentality, same so-called fire, and y'all end up saying, I'm out of here. By the way, my name is Juan. So as you can see, like, you know, if I keep playing it, they're just going to be like, Atlanta was Atlantis. All right. So enough of that, bro. Enough of that shit right there. You know what I mean? You see all these videos and all of these fucking. So now I'm going to play this video right here, bro. I hope this brother don't mind, dude, because I like his science information and shit. I specifically like this class that he did, dude, because, bro, he fucking checked. All of you dumbass Atlantis, believing piece of shits. You guys are all pseudo. You disregard actual science. Unless it pertains to you having to do time or raising your fucking kids. Do you know what I'm saying? Or proving that you really are from here. Scientifically speaking, if you guys were originally from this land and we weren't, then your C4 isotopes would have a high number of, like it would show in your actual DNA. Well, not DNA, but in the actual C4 isotope sample, which is not. It's isolated in certain regions, but the majority of you so-called black folks that claim to be from the Americas before we did, no, y'all are C3s. Yet our people, the majority of us as a collective group, show a high level of C4 isotopes, meaning that we ate corn. We've been eating corn. And we've had that shit running through our bones and our blood, or our blood and our bones. And that's not something you can prove. So let's get into a little bit of science. Maybe that may just help them.
Hey everyone, as you know, I've devoted myself to completely obliterating the revolting pseudo-archaeology cult. With the most obvious targets out of the way, it's time to move on to some of the newer rising stars.
Some minutes on this, and then I'm going to move forward because he gets into one particular thing that pertains mainly to them, right? So right around maybe the 20th, 17th minute, I'll fast forward it because in the 44th is when I start noticing he gets really good to it in some other aspects.
And today we will focus on a guy named Michael Butt.
Right, Professor Dave, we don't make no money on this channel, brother. So, you know, like, I appreciate your information. I appreciate your teaching, sir. So if you don't have a problem with me showing it, please don't, you know, get YouTube to block my shit. Because I do like your information. Let's continue.
What kind of bullshit does this guy spew? Let's find out. In case you're new to my content debunking pseudo-archaeology, this is a ridiculous pseudoscientific fad where a collection of blatant grifters spew endless horseshit on YouTube and podcasts about how archaeologists are all so super dumb and wrong and closed-minded, and there were all these super awesome technologically advanced ancient civilizations, and
Hey family, do you want to know why he said this? Let me remind you. Perhaps you guys are descendants of Esau too. Ha. Do you know why he said that? Because he can't wrap his mind around the fact that a Mexican, un mexicano, güey, un mexicano de Guadalajara, Jalisco, cabrón, right? Who is a U.S. citizen, by the way. In case you want to call fucking, you know, whatever. That doesn't matter. Anyways, you guys are so soft like that. Can actually think and express himself and have confidence behind what he's saying. See, you think that it's only a white person or a black person that can do that. That's why you're assuming we're Esau or I'm Esau. You see what I mean? So at every moment, fam, they really think that they really believe their stupid superiority, even though they don't do that. They don't, bro. They do not wipe or wash their ass, dude. I've had so many of them tell me, well, not directly, but in conversations, that they don't do that. You'll find their own women saying that they see shit stains on the bed after they have sex with them because they don't wipe their ass because it says it triggers their butt cheeks. It says if they wipe their butthole, it triggers them to something. Like, fuck, dude. If that bothers you by you wiping your butthole, bro, then that means you got a little bit of fruity moments going up in there. It has nothing to do with the paper that needs to be clean or some moisture in there because you don't want to leave shit behind in your fucking underwear.
The pyramids were laser beam factories, and maybe aliens.
Let's focus, man, because this guy's going to break it down, all right?
Were involved. And there's literally zero evidence for any of this, but it's totally true because trust me, bro. Naturally, I've been running through the roster of this cult one fraud at a time, much to their chagrin. The godfather of modern pseudo-archaeology.
That piece of shit motherfucker right there. You see, you have people that are aggressive, kind of like me, right? And tell you straight up what they feel. And you have people like, well, I don't know, I'm just educating myself. I'm European. I don't know how to fucking sound like them, dude. They sound weird and shit, right? But he's like the whole propagandist behind all of this other bullshit that we deal with. I mean, think about it, family. Are we not dealing with supposedly what's that book? Hold on. This right here, and I actually have the book. Let me see. How much does it cost right now? Let's see. Unexpected Faces in Ancient America for sale. Let's see. It says that. All right. So this is the book. It says it's $995 on Amazon. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me see what's on eBay. On eBay, do they have it? Yep. eBay has it a little cheaper. But you get it. You get the gist of it. 500, 400, 900, right? You know what I'm saying? You get the concept. So because of him and him, we have not just white folks saying the same shit. Not just them. And they're like, oh yeah, we see some pyramids here or pictures of black people. They were here before you. Oh, we see some pictures of people or statues that look like white people. Well, we were here before you. That couldn't be you guys. Sure. Let's continue.
He is Graham Hancock, and we debunked his face-off in this video, as well as two of his pointless henchmen, Dan Richards and Jimmy Corsetti, who each got one or more follow-up videos. Then came Ben Van Kerkwyk and his grift regarding super-advanced ancient vases, a claim which was debunked by his own research team. There's more to discuss here, including a scam regarding Ben's colleague Adam Young and his Artifact Foundation, where pseudo-archaeological claims are used to artificially inflate the value of artifacts so that rich people can buy and then donate them at huge discrepancies for obscene tax write-offs, but that will have to wait for another day. Today we are going to expose a more recent rising figure in this cult, and that's Button. Mikey is an interesting character, as he is not so outwardly toxic like most of the rest of the cult leaders. He exudes a calm, friendly demeanor that suits his grift quite well. What this means is that we won't have to waste much time on despicable tweets or things of that nature. We can focus strictly on the lies he tells about archaeology and debunk them thoroughly using factual information.
Regarding the archaeology, so when you consider their bullshit, pseudo nonsense, you disregard all the archaeology that they found regarding our people, what we accomplished, or at least what was destroyed, or what little we have about our own heritage. Nah, there's no way that you so-called beaners, that was the last thing Richard should have said. He should have just called us a beaners and shit, you know what I mean? Like, there's no way you beaners, well, he called us savages actually, with a dollar sign. You notice how he put the dollar sign, he didn't put the S? You savages. You guys can't build shit. Even though in 1609 they were eating each other because they couldn't farm shit. You couldn't farm shit. And you're trying to say we couldn't build shit? Bro, farming I think is more complicated than building because it takes patience, understanding of the seasons, understanding of the seed, understanding of the dirt, understanding of what to give it, when to give it, what type of plant, what are you growing? Psh, please, brother. Well, I shouldn't disregard neither one of them, man, because it's you think it's the only stupid people that do that shit. Nah, bro. You should see these dudes framing, man. They're telling each other from a distance, okay, I need a cut from this, that. Mathematical shit. That's science, man. What the fuck, bro? Let's continue.
So this will be a much more educational experience than other recent content on these frauds. But don't forget, it's true that the toxicity of this cult is blatantly obvious when people like Dan or Jimmy do things like accusing Lee Clare of stealing artifacts or encouraging followers to actively try and get Lee or Flint Dibble fired from their jobs beyond the constant trolling on social media. But even when members of this cult present themselves in a cordial and agreeable manner, like Michael or Graham, the rhetoric they push still poisons society with the anti-science narrative that all the archaeologists in the world are either incompetent or lying, which the suggestible viewer inevitably extends towards other areas of science, especially medicine, which exacerbates vaccine hesitancy and other forms of science denial that kill people. So this is not just fun, harmless fantasies, not by a long shot. Mikey has seen his popularity skyrocket recently thanks to being platformed by, who the hell else, Joe.
It's a shit motherfucker right here, bro. All right, so let me tell you something, fam. It's a little off-topic shit here. I fucking hate this guy. You want to know why I fucking hate this guy? Do you guys remember a comedian called Richard Encina? Something like that. Back in the 90s, 2000s, right? And this motherfucker, bro, he had it for him. And he would go around fucking trying to punk him and say that he steals like other people's comedy, other people's like, jokes and all this and that, right? And it's true. He was doing that. But the funny fucking part is about this piece of shit bastard, motherfucking 5'2" little pussy who can only kick. He can't punch, by the way. He can only kick. That's it. If he gets a kick on you, he got you. But other than that, nah. Anyways, so Carlos Mencia. There you go. Thank you, brother. So he goes and follows him around, and Carlos Mencia is actually doing an act. He's like doing stand-up comedy, and he fucking walked up to the stage, bro. And he started saying to him, yeah, you steal this and you steal that. And he's intimidating him. You know what I mean? He's intimidating him. So I'm sure Carlos Mencia knew that this fucking bastard knew how to MMA shit. So, he's scared, bro. He didn't say nothing to him, bro. But then all of a sudden you got piece of shit Kill Tony. Somebody please do it, right? And then that stupid ass fucking MMA fighter that goes to his chat. All of these dumbasses, bro. Especially Kill Tony and that other guy. What's his name? Brandon whatever. They've stole other people's skits, bro. They've stole other people's fucking jokes. And what did this piece of shit do? Nada, güey. He doesn't do shit. So out of all the joke comedians that he wanted to fuck with, he went to fuck with a Mexican, bro. You guys don't know that about him. Out of all the people that he could fuck with, he went to fuck with a Mexican dude, supposedly because he was stealing jokes. His so-called stupid-ass comedy show that they do in Texas, they're stupid, bro. They don't even do. Listen, I love comedy, bro. I love comedy. I'm not funny, but me and my wife, we love comedy, man. Like, we're big fans of comedy. I know a fucking joke when I can hear a fucking joke. This guy can't even catch one shit if it slapped him in a fucking his little 5'2" size of bullshit. This is why I don't like him, man. Because once he came after Carlos Mencia, bro, he destroyed his career. After that, Carlos Mencia just started going down, never did jokes again. Y'all need to really realize who the fuck this piece of shit is. He's nobody's friend, dog. This guy's part of these people. He's part of that group. Hey, dude, and I guarantee you, bro, he's got, why do you think he's got people surrounding his house? Some supposedly special force people protecting his home. He's scared of what he's done, bro. He's scared of people coming after him. Fuck this piece of shit. Fuck MMA. Fuck all you fucking bastards, bro. That's a racist. You don't even realize though how racist MMA is, dude. They don't even let our people wear their own flags anymore, bro. That's how racist they are. Yeah, he's straight up two-faced. Two-faced piece of shit bastard, bro, that doesn't deserve to live. And here's what I fucking hate about him even more, bro. Like, this is how I know that he's part of that group, bro. He's part of those people that make a lot of money. And they don't sincerely want you to succeed. They want to hoard all the fucking feria, homie. They're criticizing supposedly socialism, that socialism is actually here. Medicare when you turn 65, that's socialism. Social Security is socialism, okay? When you turn 55, like in California, for example, if you're 55, there's locations, there's certain houses that'll rent to you for a lot less than other people. And most of the people that go to those sections or houses are white people. That's called socialism, you fucking dumbasses. Do you understand that shit? Insurance is socialism. In case you didn't know this, workers' compensation is socialism. In case you didn't know that. Yeah, workers' compensation is socialism. You guys are fucking dumb. You don't even realize the system that you're under. They're telling you that it's not like that. Here's what corporate America is. Corporate America is capitalism, meaning that the government makes laws to favor corporations. They don't make laws to favor the people. That's the difference. Socialism makes laws to favor the people. Corporations come secondary. Capitalism makes sure that the people are secondary. Corporations are primary. In case you didn't know that. Yeah, he fucking sucks at comedy, bro. Like, oh my God. I'm telling you, man, that's why I didn't like him. Like, bro, there's nothing funny about this guy. He's over there humping he's like humping stools and he thinks it's funny to make loud faces. Like, bro, the comedy's not like that, man. The comedy's not like that. And I come from comedy in Spanish too, because Mexican comedy is different than the comedy here. That's why it's like, bro, you don't even know, man. But I'm not even done yet. It's not only this pseudo bullshit. I'm giving you history of who the fuck these people are. We're going to debunk them from every single angle. Watch what he says.
People scare me. I'm really concerned that people think that's a good idea and that they think that socialism just hasn't been done correctly. That drives me nuts because I think a lot of like really well-intentioned, really kind and empathetic.
I think socialism's been done correctly. Look at China.
Young people think that that's the way to go. And I do not think they understand the dangers of this ideology.
Guy worth $100 million, maybe more. So that's why. Think about that for a family. $100 million, family. Just for fucking talking. And being bald and being 5'2".
Because it always leads.
Let's pearl clutch about the dangers of socialism while describing capitalism.
To one thing, it leads to a very powerful military government.
Hello, he's describing the United States government.
That
a very powerful military government. What just happened the last couple of days? Two of our brothers were shot and killed. A 52-year-old and a 26-year-old. Un hermano from Mexico and another hermano from Colombia. Shot in their car. The young guy, the 26-year-old, right? He got shot and he's dead. And he got shot while his daughter was in the back seat, crying. She saw all of that. I'm sure she's going to remember that. Hopefully not, but I'm sure she will. There'll be a shock in her. There'll be something weird about her memory. She may not be able to pinpoint it out. But that shit is shocking when you see your dad getting shot, killed, dragged out of his car, and you're there, you're 3 years old, you don't know what the hell's going on, man. This is your government. And you try to say that supposedly other governments that create or at least have a socialistic, structure of that benefits the economy is worse.
Hello, he's describing the United States government.
That controls the population, period, end of discussion. And if you play it out, it is literally the only way they can get people to give up their money.
Yes.
It's the only way
it's
they can get
weird because polls conducted about towards the populations of these former Soviet states actually are nostalgic for life in the Soviet Union under socialism. They actually think that neoliberalism and the dissolution of the Soviet Union was a big catastrophe, and they said that life.
Video, brother. Impala, that's the video. I'm actually showing it right now.
in the Soviet Union versus life in post-Soviet cultures and societies was better.
To give up their property. And when you're hearing like Mamdani talk about freezing rents and taking bad landlords and then confiscating their property, you're like, this is step.
Oh my God, I can't fucking believe it, dog. Oh, freezing rent, I can't believe it. What the fuck? What world are you in? Do you not understand the majority of the people, for example, here in this state, and anywhere, but specifically in this state, bro, rent, just rent, not even purchase. Rent is $5,000 in San Diego, $4,000 to $5,000 in San Diego. If you want to rent a house, more than 3 bedrooms, it's $4 to $5 grand per month. When the fuck was that allowed? What do you mean? The minimum, the hourly minimum, bro, it's like $15, dude. Or 18, I think? I don't even know anymore. 18, I think, right? Or 15, 16? Fuck, I don't even know. The minimum income, it's 16, 18 an hour, dude. What do you, nobody can afford, I mean, shit, man. A 1 bedroom is like $2 grand. What is wrong with telling people that own the property? Bro, you can't charge that much. Nah, that's right. It's because investors like you, because he's got money invested in real estate, that's what it bothers. That's why it bothers him. When you're upset at the fact that somebody's saying, why are you putting limits on rent? Oh, I wonder why you care. Oh, that's right, because you have a lot of property and you rent it out, correct? Oh, that's right. You can't make as much no more. Family, let's put it this way. A family that makes up to $184,000 gets taxed at 12%, so to speak, right? A person that makes $1 million gets taxed 12% at the same level. Now, if you get taxed 12% at 184 max, do you think it's the same return at 1 million? No, it's a lot less. Bro, they've been lying to you guys for a long time, and I'm telling you this right now. Our people understood this concept. It's called communalism. It's not communism. It's communalism. It means that if I'm doing good, my neighbor's doing good, and my other neighbor's doing good, we're all doing good. It means that the government makes laws based on the benefits of the people, and corporations are secondary. That's what it means. That it doesn't benefit the corporation. That's why in this government, you have AIPAC, you have lobbyists that funnel money for the benefit of corporations in order for them to be favored when it comes to particular laws that are passed, to either tax them or not tax them, to either implement laws that limit your labor abuse or not limit laws that limit your labor abuse. That's the reality, family. You guys have to understand exactly how this whole fucking system fucking works, bro. The federal minimum wage is still $7.25. Jesus Christ. Are you out of your mind, bro? Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you 7.25? What the fuck, man? 7.25 times 160 hours a month. That's pretty much the most. Like that's 8 hours a day, 5 times a week, 160. Okay, so it's 2,080 hours per year times what is it? 7.25. That's $15,000 a year, bro. $15,000 a year, 7.25. And he says, why are they freezing rent?
Was better.
To give up their property. And when you're hearing like Mamdani talk about freezing rents and taking bad landlords and then confiscating their property, you're like, this is step one of what's happened in every communist dictatorship throughout history. Yeah. This is what happened in North Korea. Give the government the land and we'll make sure that no one ever has to worry about food. What a great idea. Yeah, man. Look how it turned out.
Wow, we're feeding people. Yeah, look how it turned out. Look at China. Look at North Korea. Look at the Soviet Union. They were able to feed their...
This fucking talk is, bro. You see how real this is? In New York, rent for a studio apartment is at least $1,500 to $2,000. Jesus. Hey, Richard Simmers, where's your Jesus, man? In Boston, pretty much $2,000 to $5,000 for a 1-bedroom apartment. God fucking, wow. Yup, we're all stuck in the shit. Federal minimum wage is still $7.25. It's fucking pathetic. Bro, I was looking at a house, right? Because I'm in about 7-8 months. I have to decide to either continue or make the move to purchase, right? Again. And we were looking at some rentals possibly. Bro, 5,000. San Diego, let me show you. San Diego is between, all right, $4,000 to $7,000. I'm telling you. And the $7,000 house that was for rent, quote unquote, was fucking ugly, dog. I used to own a house that was that ugly. And again, you have to understand exactly what these people were about, bro. They come from a feudalistic concept. Feudalism. Their leaders owned everything. Their peasants are just peons. Get on your Mayflower, bounce motherfucking honkies back, bro. Shh.
For people, oh my God, what a tragedy.
So, I don't know who said this, but the whole argument of communism is that you seize the means of production, but because the means of production, the most powerful means of production is the human mind, you ultimately have to get into totalitarianism.
See what I mean, family? Again, I'm showing you this angle of this piece of shit. Because he's part of this. He's part of the propaganda. Why does he always accept half pseudo stupid ass motherfuckers? Bro, he had this Moreno on his podcast once. Supposedly that the natives were originally black, like African looking people. He had him on his podcast. This ain't your friend, homie. This is your enemy.
Rogan. He appeared on Joe's show in August of last year.
We not forget. Remember, I'm going back and forth, man. I told you I'm not taking notes. I'm just going ahead.
To other areas of science, especially medicine, which exacerbates vaccine hesitancy and other forms of science denial that kill people. So this is not just fun, harmless fantasies, not by a long shot. Mikey has seen his popularity skyrocket recently thanks to being platformed by, who the hell else, Joe Rogan. He appeared on Joe's show in August of last year, which single-handedly inflated his media presence by at least an order of magnitude. Part of this has to do with the fact that unlike the rest of this cult, Button is mildly credentialed. He has a bachelor's degree in ancient history from the University of Birmingham. This doesn't make him anything remotely resembling an expert on anything, especially not in the adjacent but separate field of archaeology, but it does put him above most of the bottom feeders that inhabit this space. He knows that he can access the slightest veneer of credibility by referencing his degree, and he brings it up constantly. But to be clear, he is precisely the same as the other grifters in this space. He uses the same talking points, the same rhetorical techniques, the same framing of archaeologists as a closed-minded establishment suppressing inconvenient truths, the whole kit and caboodle. He just does it with a British accent while hiding behind a BA. The University of Birmingham website describes the ancient history BA thusly: explore the diverse histories of classical Greece, Republican and Imperial Rome, ancient Egypt, late antiquity, and the Byzantine Empire. So this is a degree in recorded human history. It does not cover prehistoric archaeology, it does not cover paleoanthropology, and it does not cover pre-agricultural societies or the deep human past.
There is why I appreciate this man right here, bro. Because it is a big difference. See, if you don't really understand academia or the way degrees work, he'll just say, hey, look, I have a degree. I went to college. Trust me, bro. I know. No, there's a methodology to this shit. Prehistoric archaeology, none. Paleoanthropology, none. Pre-agricultural society, none. Deep human past, none. I'm going to tell you. Let's continue.
It has nothing to do with the topics Button makes videos about, which are almost exclusively centered on
prehistory, alleged lost civilization, origins of complex society. Alleged lost civilization, which refers to powerful white people, supposedly.
history, alleged lost civilizations, and the origins of complex society before the written record. Therefore, his degree does not qualify him to speak with authority on any of those things. He is nothing more than a layperson arrogantly flexing objective falsehoods which contradict well-substantiated knowledge in multiple fields that has been gathered over several centuries by thousands of career scientists. So why didn't Mikey keep going after his bachelor's? He has claimed in multiple interviews that he didn't continue in academia because he didn't trust what he was being taught by the ivory tower elites. He didn't like how he was emphatically told that we know all of our history and prehistory, that it's set in stone and nobody should ask questions about it ever. Mikey rejected this academic arrogance and decided to pursue the truth independently, like the rogue, trailblazing, truth-seeking, truthy McTrutherton that he is.
I felt myself growing a little bit tired of the...
There you go. This guy's no different than Alexander von Wotan, The Unexpected Faces in Ancient America. I told you, I have the book. By the way, I actually got a good deal on it. I only paid $185. But I bought it like 3-4 years ago. So, you know. Because I was purchasing a lot of books. I was... in one moment collecting and reading, not just collecting. But anyhow, this is, you see where, you know, once again, dude, en donde está la basura, güey, ahí te van a encontrar, cabrón.
The fact that we were taught that we knew everything about our ancient past and our prehistoric past, when I think that is not the case. I think there's such a chasm, such a kind of shadow, such a murky cloud of unknown when it comes to these topics that I didn't agree with the way that it has been presented.
I ask you fucking cracker barrels, why are you so interested in other people's history? How come you never tell us where the fuck you're from? If you're so fucking great, why don't you give us the root of where you guys come from? Why? Because you're afraid to get caught, cracker barrels. You're afraid to get caught. You're afraid to be found out, that you won't eat them. Your beliefs, your folklore, you know, your worshiping of certain deities gave it away, which is why you're so fucking trying so hard to be someone else you're not. You're no different than the Morenos. Y'all are doing the same shit. Some of y'all are just doing it nicer on the white guys, on the pale skin, but they ain't doing that on the Moreno side, bro. Oh, that's right. They do have culo miados and shit who's like, you know, that's their daddy.
By mainstream academia.
Stupid mainstream academia, a term that is literally meaningless, always pretending to know absolutely everything about everything. Of course, in reality, this is the precise opposite of how academic disciplines work, especially a field like archaeology, and he definitely was not taught that. Nobody is. He's lying. This is just a pathetic story to rile up gullible people who are hostile towards academia and legitimate expertise. Archaeology is explicitly built around the acknowledgement of what we don't yet know. Archaeologists openly discuss the limits of current evidence, participate in ongoing debates, submit revised interpretations, and uncover new discoveries that change our current understanding, since they are the ones who actually go on excavations to find new sites and recover ancient artifacts. Anyone who knows literally anything about archaeology knows this. Button knows it too. So does Graham, who seems to fancy Button as his protege since he comes off as more likable and credible than the other transparent wastes of human life in this cult, and he sports the same accent. Mikey knows this, and he leans into it hard. So like a Robert Malone or a Pierre Corey or so many other frauds that Joe Rogan has brought to prominence, Button presents himself as the credentialed insider who saw through the establishment from within and is using his know-how to blow the whistle on those closed-minded establishment shills. Of course, far from pushing back against academics, he is just misrepresenting them, as everyone in this cult consistently does. The manufactured skepticism he espouses as his own independent conclusion, the idea that the consensus on human prehistory is uncertain and there is far more to discover, is not a brave heterodox opinion. It is itself the scientific consensus.
Piece of shit. This is how much of a piece of shit, bro. This fucking piece of shit is, okay? So he brings pseudo bullshit, bro. And again, he's part of it. He's part of the system. I can see it. I know it.
You don't believe that Africa...
No, there's no way. There's no way that he's not part of this fucking system. Listen to what this 5'2" little fucking insecure bastard is saying. And why did you invite? And how come you didn't invite no brothers like us to your channel to debunk this stupid ass African?
You don't believe that Africans were brought over on slave ships?
Correct. I believe it may have happened, maybe people were brought over as slaves, but I don't think that the black people in America came from Africa on slave ships. I believe the people that were here were slowly conquered. First, they got the East Coast, and then they started spreading out west little by little, conquering. And when you conquer a tribe, what do? You enslave them. They're POWs, right?
Okay.
That's what you do. So after you conquer this tribe, you make them slaves. Now, how do you conquer the natives here? So let's say you got this tribe is warned against this tribe. Well, this tribe goes talk to the white man. White man says, yo, if you help me wipe out these people, then boom, I'll help you with whatever. So they get together and they wipe out this other tribe. Now, guess what? The white man now outnumbers this tribe. So he wipes them out. You just kill two birds with one stone. You just keep moving like that. We were the natives. We were not brought here on slave ships. That's not economically sound. This doesn't make sense. So when Christopher Columbus got here, Christopher Columbus got to the Caribbean, according to primary source, right. They basically said the first thing he did was take slaves. He didn't bring slaves. He took slaves from the island. He captured people. So when you have colonization, you got to remember, the United States was only built 13 colonies at first, right? You think this whole land was empty? No, there were natives here. Right. But today we're taught that natives are some other people. No, natives are the melanated African being that has come here since the beginning of the Mali Empire. We're talking about 14th, 13th century. We had already come here from Africa.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah. We had already come here
to the United States, or to
this landmass. This landmass we call the United States. So the way the ocean current works is it works from Africa, leaves out of West Africa, comes to South America and the Caribbean. That's just how the currents go. You don't need no paddle boat or nothing. It's just the currents to take you there, and then you travel up. But we had already been here. All you got to do is look up the story of Sarah Rector. Sarah Rector is a wealthy so-called Native American. I think she was Choctaw tribe or one of these tribes, but she was wealthy, and she wanted a VI pass to go somewhere, and they had her classified as a free person. Why don't we know about the wealthy so-called black people in America? Why don't we know that there were black slave owners in America? Why is that not taught? Why is it not taught?
How many black slave owners were there?
Man, the natives here had slaves. They were trading slaves with the so-called white man.
Well, they definitely did that. Natives enslaved people of other tribes.
Right. So if those
You hear that shit? Oh, natives definitely enslaved people. You see what I'm saying, family? You can't trust these motherfuckers, bro. There's not 1 ounce that you can actually trust about these people. I don't understand why you guys think there are our gente. Why the fuck do you guys believe these people are our actual gente? What is fucking wrong with you? Are you not listening to this? Did you see the example of Edom? Oh, sorry, fam. I'm going to move this over here. See the example of Edom? He's like, you guys are savages. We're better than y'all. You guys suck. And then after all this hateful hatred that he spills, right? And he goes to bring out John 3:16, bro. Like, for real, dude? You really gonna bring out John 3:16 after all the shit that you said? You really gonna do that? See, that's why when people find out about this channel, they get really scared. They're not used to us speaking this way. Because I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking for all of us. And they're not used to this. They think, oh no, estos mexicanos, güey, estos pinches indios, we'll just tell them what the fuck to do. It don't work like that. You're not doing that no more. Tomorrow, we're not done yet, but tomorrow, let me remind you that I'm going to definitely do this class tomorrow. Okay, without a doubt, I'm going to take care of this class because I want to tackle this fucking nonsense that I keep hearing. And I want to remind you guys all, and I want to bring up a lot of documentation regarding what this fucking dumbass West African Canaanite says. Christopher Colon was a Jew, and I'm going to show you exactly that when he showed up over here, he was like, dude, I didn't see no fucking African people over here. I didn't see none of that woolly hair. All I saw was coarse hair, like horse hair. That's all I saw. And he understood that Portugal owned Africa, or the equator below, right? Which meant Africa. So that would mean that if he saw Africans that wasn't his territory, he would have to keep going. Y'all don't even understand this shit. But hey, you know what? Joe Rogan, hey, you know what I mean? That's what he is.
People are us, the so-called black man. If those natives were us, then we have to tell that history and say how we did have territories. Then we have to tell that history and say,
look, he's saying that these gentes are them. You see the pseudo shit? You see why I said, cuidado, these pseudos are fucking liars, whether they're black or white? It doesn't fucking matter, bro. They're rolling the same spirit. I'm telling you, man. Edom and Canaan. Remember, the Bible speaks of them always fucking around with each other. Edom and Canaan. Are they any different? Are you telling me ese güey es un moreno? Come on, bro. Ese güey no es un pinche negro, güey. No seas mamón, cabrón. Please, brother. Come. Are you fucking serious, dude? You think that this guy's a fucking Africano? Bro, if that case, then I'm a total fucking... then I'm from Switzerland, dude.
How we did have territories and we did, carry out commerce, and we weren't slaves. We were slave owners.
Right, but the majority of African Americans that lived here were brought over here.
No,
that's
not economically sound.
What do you mean by it's not economically sound? Like there were slave ships, right?
All right, let's say you wanted to have, you wanted to sell marijuana,
right?
Would you import marijuana? Would you grow it here if it's already here?
Well, it depends on whether or not grew here.
Well, can you grow here?
You can, but we're just talking about, like, what if we're talking about something that you can't grow here?
So what I'm saying is, people were already here. Does it make sense to go all the way?
In brother 1958 Impala. You said the most important thing tonight, my friend. You said the most important thing. I have my kids actually studying this stuff this summer because, my son needs to get on his shit. So we have them reading, we have my little daughter getting ready for school because she's going to start her first year. So we have them reading. Yep, we have them reading. We have them reading too. And I'm teaching them about the history. The class that I'm going to do tomorrow for you guys, I did a little short class for them. It's going to blow your mind how prior to 1492, certain people knew what the fuck was going on. And these people, by the way, they document their history because they're proud of it. And I'm going to show you exactly how they're proud of it, and they hide it from us. But I keep showing you, hey, listen, bro, it matters who you are, which is why they hate you so much, which is why they want to steal your history. If your history didn't matter, why would they want to steal it? Look at them. They think they're Moctezuma, brother. That's fucking shit. Hey, listen, I've never seen a whole company full of negros as a construction company. I've seen a whole company full of güeros, I guess, in one time or two. Small ones, not little ones, not big ones. Big companies that do construction, they know who they hire. They hire raza. But the little ones that I've seen, a couple small ones, they have a bunch of white people too, right? They don't want to hire Mexicans. Fine, whatever. But I've never seen a full crew of negros building homes. Let me know when you see that. Please send me the video and I will apologize to you all. That there's a whole crew of negros building homes in Atlanta or North Carolina or Tennessee or Virginia or Georgia. Just show me. And I won't ever say that shit again. But I don't think I will ever see one.
Way to this other continent to bring people on a boat when we know that half of your stock is going to die? You wouldn't do that.
So how many people do you think were brought over from Africa on slave ships? Because that definitely happened.
I don't believe it.
What do you mean you don't believe it?
I don't believe that story.
But I'm still confused. There's a great history of slave ships being brought over from Africa with Africans that became slaves and worked in the South. Do you think that's lies?
History is his story.
Right.
What about my story? Is my story not valid?
But if you do 23andMe on someone from these parts of the country, you'll find out that
23andMe.
I have a problem with you Negroes, bro. Like, I don't understand this fucking shit about y'all. You sure as hell will do a DNA, right? When it has nothing to do with your baby being the mama, or the mama being the baby, or the baby's mama being the baby's mama. However you slice it. Science doesn't matter. Oh, shit, you killed somebody. Oh, science needs to be brought up in attention. But then when it comes to the bullshit that you say, all of a sudden that doesn't matter. If you were really from here, how come your diet doesn't apply to you? How come you are not part of the substance of this earth on this continent? You don't know about cilantro, onions, tomatoes. You don't know about corn. You don't know about any of that. You don't know about tejuino. You don't know about tamarindo. You don't know about none of these fucking shit, let alone corn. You don't know about masa. You don't know about, you know what I'm saying, making tortillas. You don't even know about how to make fucking tamales. What are you talking about? If you were from here, you would have a full understanding of how to deal with corn.
Well, that's real.
So
what is 23andMe?
When I take a 23andMe test, right?
Yes.
What's it going to tell me about Africa?
That's a good question. We should find out.
It's probably going to say, oh, you're from Kenya, or you're from Angola, you're from this, right?
Right.
These things, these borders were created by Europe.
In terms, yes,
right.
In terms of like what parts of Africa and how it's distributed and what's a country and what's not a country.
Yeah,
right.
These
by
names,
the Afrikaners and Dutch. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can't classify me based upon a European name.
Well, I understand.
Classify you based on your dietary, structure, based on your traditional folklore, based on bones being found here, all over the Americas, not just in certain areas where certain people were enslaved. That means you would have a full fundamental understanding of the culinary diet, the culinary, I guess you could say, access that the Americas gives you. I don't understand any of that. Shit, you don't even know how to deal with avocados, man. Oh my dear fucking Jesus, you're fucking lactose intolerant.
No, but they're saying geographically, geographic location, you can call it whatever name you want.
Right.
They can tell you where your genetics originated. Like, I've got some weird shit in me. I got like 1% Asian. I don't know why it's there. 1.6% African.
Okay.
There's also weird stuff that you find in your DNA that like your ancestors and ancestors' ancestors, someone was somewhere.
Let's walk down that path, right? So either way, if you take black people here in America and you do their DNA sample and it point back to Africa, what does that say? It says black people in America are Africans. Now, the argument is, were we brought here or were we already here? Did we bring ourselves here or did the white man bring us here? You see, when you say the white man brought us here, what you're doing is you're removing our ability to transport ourselves. You're saying, oh, we didn't know anything about boats. That's what you're trying to tell me. You're trying to tell me that we didn't know that there was a landmass here. Only the holy white man knew there was land to the west. But when you look,
see that picture right there, family? Watch this.
Only the holy white man knew
this right here.
There was land to the west.
This right here. That is from The Unexpected Faces in Ancient America, Alexander von Woeten. And I don't even know why you guys think that's a black fucking person. Those are skinny ass, those are plates in his lip. Oh, are you saying that you're comparing them from African people that did that? Okay, sounds good. Watch this.
But when you look at the
kinky hair, broad chubby nose, thick lips, blah, blah, blah. But did you find them? No, you didn't.
holy white man, he said, when we got here, we met black people. Go look at the primary source. You got here, we met black people. When we got to the Caribbean, we met black.
This is the most disgusting thing I hate about you motherfuckers, bro. You guys came with the white man. You brought smallpox to our continent. That's because of your dirty fucking nasty asses. You decimated our people. You helped the white man since the beginning of time, and now you want to act like, oh, I had nothing to do with that. The white man showed up over here. And guess what? Guess what, family? They're calling you white too. Like you Mexicans that look fucking straight raza, or indigenous that look straight from here. They're calling you white.
Black people. You think the Caribbean is right next to America and they weren't in America?
That's interesting.
That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it makes sense that you do have people that have traveled, whether it's Polynesians that traveled to Hawaii or people. I mean, there's the Olmecs who were thousands and thousands of years ago in South America. They have clearly African faces.
Yes.
On this, I mean, really.
African faces, but he just said Polynesians traveled. Like me, particularly, when I see those stones, they don't look Africans, bro. They look kind of Asian Polynesians, dude. That's what I see. But you know what? Negros want to fucking glorify themselves because they're no different than the weak-ass white folks that want to glorify themselves. All you guys are just showing is how weak you motherfucking are and how pathetic and how sad it is to really continue to listen to you. But as long as I'm still alive, I'm going to show our people who the fuck you are. I'm not going to stop. Y'all full of shit. I'm gonna show you guys another 15, 20 of this, or 15 minutes of this, and then we're going to skip.
It is a built-in feature of these fields. Every working archaeologist and paleoanthropologist on the planet agrees that their field is nowhere near complete and would gladly tell you that themselves. But far from simply pointing at this misleading rhetoric, we need to rigorously debunk Button's specific claims and concretely demonstrate what a worthless grifting fraud he is. And that will involve going through several of the videos on his own channel, as well as his Rogan appearance. So let's dig into this grifter's catalog. 3 years after graduating with his history BA, Michael started his eponymous YouTube channel, posting his first video on September 20th, 2024. He made videos about books, general history, the world wars, and found that he wasn't getting many views. Then on January 16th, 2025, he posted a video titled, "Why Did Civilization Collapse 3,000 Years Ago?" And it performed substantially better than what he had made until that point. Proving himself to be a quick learner, every video he posted after that was some bullshit about fabricated mysteries, fictional lost civilizations, all the same crap that has built an audience for the other grifters we've debunked from this space, including clickbait thumbnails with the pointing and the arrows and the "holy smokes, nobody can explain this" type of crap. This is not a coincidence, of course. Mikey understood very well that this type of content generates views, since it had already done so for others, making it a proven formula, and he committed to it with the entirety of his being. Rogan noticed Button's content and gave him a shout out on April 5th of that year, which pushed him past 10,000 subscribers. Then, as we said, he went on Joe's show that August, and then in October he sat down with Graham Koch himself, who personally inducted him into the cult. Nobody will be surprised that this interview was just a coordinated smear campaign against working archaeologists, with a particular focus on Flint Dibble, of course, the Harry Potter to Graham's Voldemort. Graham will spend the rest of his life crying about Flint because of the fateful events in Joe's studio in 2024. Then in December of last year, Button was part of an Atlantis panel at the Quest for Ancient Civilizations conference in Scottsdale, Arizona. As you can see, he was in good company alongside Jimmy, Dan, and a bunch of other grifters. And yet, Button has been careful to present himself as someone who doesn't take sides. He's evidence-based, you see. He follows the evidence wherever it leads. This is another common lie which he exploits for plausible deniability. When challenged, he can point to that framing and say he never claimed anything definitively, just like Graham, but anyone actually watching his content closely can see exactly what he is doing. He uses real research and cites legitimate papers, which makes his audience believe that his conclusions are grounded in that research, but he's just sneaking in claims that the research he's citing does not actually support. He used to push this both sides rhetoric a lot. He used to say things on social media like, "I have enormous respect for archaeologists and archaeology." Don't look for this tweet now, he deleted it. It seems that the respect was just performative, and he dropped it once he realized that it wasn't what his target audience wanted to hear. Archaeologists are all lying frauds, remember? Here are some more of his deleted tweets. Here's one where he pretends that each generation of archaeologists believed they were close to the full picture, whatever that means, framing the entire discipline as perpetually overconfident and therefore inherently untrustworthy. Predictably, that tweet was met with a response from many archaeologists who swiftly put him in his place. Peter Brand called him out for being a clueless idiot demeaning the entire field with a tired old script used by many pseudoscience peddlers before him. Justine Warren said, "Then how the fuck does the field evolve, so are you lying or stupid?" Joseph Wilson said, "Why the
are, by the way, scientists. people that practice science, right? And I learned that. I did not know the difference. I thought that, you knew science, you were a scientist. No. Scientists are people that actually are practicing science, meaning they actually see something, they study it, they apply it, they test it, and then look at the results. And then if it's conclusive consistently, then it's probably true. That's how they function. By the way, thank you. I want to say this to my wife because, I wasn't really listening to her at one point about these things. And her feed, she doesn't watch him, Professor Dave, but her feed showed me his channel. So, again, I'm not one to try to act like I know what I'm fucking talking about if I don't know what I'm talking about, bro. I'm not like that. If you hear me say something, it's because I know what the fuck I'm saying. That's the only time you'll ever hear me hear me say some shit. Let's continue. Oh, no, hold on. Let me read this. If that was a fact in the case, why would this discipline continue and expand? We all know that we have only parts of the puzzle and that more evidence and more techniques and new interpretations will happen. That's a major part of why the portion of the sites are left unexcavated. It's why we review and revise the work of our predecessors. Yet again, Michael, you betray either spectacular mendacity or spectacular ignorance of the topics you discuss. Damn. You betray either spectacular mendacity or spectacular ignorance of the topic you discuss.
Fuck does the field evolve, so are you lying or stupid? Joseph Wilson said, why the shit do you keep telling this dumb lie no matter how many times you're corrected? A few more as well, pointing out that if he had the courage to actually talk to any of them, they would have corrected him long ago. Almost every single reply pushed back on him, making him look like a complete idiot. And of course, here he is joining his hero Graham's targeted attack on Flint, while also claiming that Flint's prominence derives entirely
way Flint totally debunked Hancock on Joe Rogan's podcast.
from attacking Graham. Flint reminded Mikey that he's only known for lying about science. Once again, every single one of these tweets has been deleted. Button is exactly the same as the rest of these grifting scumbags. The only meaningful differences are that he has a bachelor's degree in a semi-related field, he's newer to the grift, and he's even more of a coward, typically completely ignoring the people who push back on his lies or deleting entire threads when the heat gets too strong. Alright, so let's get down to brass tacks. First, let's take a look at this video from April of last year called, I Visited Malta's Ruins and They Might
We're gonna skip all this because he's talking about like European townships and shit, okay? We're gonna go to, let me see, this one. Let me see.
2019 also contradicts Button's baseless characterization.
My opinion that...
In fact, let's check this real quick. This is gonna matter. Like, I'm gonna forward it pretty soon, all right?
It just doesn't make sense.
Ah, yes, a transparent name drop of a site his potential viewers have heard of just in case they were falling asleep. Anyway, the precursors he's whining about are indeed there. He just doesn't read his own sources. David Trump's 1981 study, Megalithic Architecture in Malta, presents a complete typological sequence of structural development across the temple period. You can see the clear progression from earlier, simpler structures to the later, more complex and monumental ones. Trump states explicitly that the description of this sequence may seem a little labored, but it illustrates the progressive advances made by the designers of these buildings. Again, that study was published 44 years ago, not exactly hot off the presses. More modern work by Whittle, Malone et al. In 2019 also contradicts Button's baseless characterization.
You can see his own scientist people are debunking his ass, right? So now let's find out exactly where the fuck this comes from. What exactly are they trying to stand behind? What are they pushing in secret? What are they saying to you? Watch this real quick. Okay? No, hold on. Is it this one? Nah, let's just skip it. Let's just get to the point. Let's get to the point. There's too much little drama behind this shit. All right, now let's go right here. Okay? Here we go.
The sea levels were lower.
Now this date of 11,000 years ago is, I'm sure, very interesting to many of you, as it aligns perfectly with Göbekli Tepe, the Younger Dryas, Plato's description of Atlantis, and many other aspects of the
Plato's description of Atlantis and many... See what I'm saying? When you give heed to the stupidity of Atlantis or this being an old world, you are spitting on the heritage of our people. That's what it means if you believe in the Atlantis and this being an old world. All your maps that you guys want to use, including you, Vega, I mean, I'm going to admit it, including you, it's your little map that you gave us. It's completely ignorance when you know Jubilees 9 and 10 talks about nations splitting, going certain places. So if you actually read the same thing that you read, you would know that it doesn't match the old world bullshit. Especially when you guys use maps to put Egypt somewhere and Jerusalem somewhere. I mean, y'all put Egypt in Texas, Jerusalem in fucking California, northern part. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Let's continue, though.
Increasingly popular theory for a lost civilization of the Ice Age. Now, what I've said in this video is by no means proof of this, but I do think that the accepted timeline of Malta's ancient history doesn't make sense. But what do you think? Please let me know in the comments, and if you enjoyed this video, please consider giving it a like or subscribing to my channel. Peace.
Peace, bro. Ancient Ice Age super advanced civilization confirmed, bro. Mikey really saved the high-octane bullshit for the very end, and this set of blatant lies offers the clearest evidence for both his intentions and where he gets his script from. Aegeus and Ventura published their archaeoastronomical analysis of the Maltese temples in 1980. Their finding was that the orientations of the Maltese temples are statistically non-random, meaning that the azimuthal directions in which the temples are aligned are not distributed uniformly or randomly, and therefore reflect intentional directional referencing of some kind. In identifying possible astronomical targets for the non-random orientations, they assessed multiple stellar and solar candidates, and explicitly left the question of which specific targets were intended open.
Thing is this, that these guys are testing it. That dude is not. Hancock is not. These pseudo FBAs are not. These BHIs are not. Like, none of them are testing the shit. They're just going by other pseudo bullshit.
For further research, they did not propose In
case you guys are wondering why they keep saying BHI, is because they're embracing the whole concept of Negros being here before you, dumbass. See, if you believe in the 12-tribe chart, then you believe that Negros were here before you, you fucking dumbass. That's... You guys didn't know that? And you didn't know that black Hebrew Israelites actually tell you that if you look Hispanic, if you're part of the 12 tribes, if you look Hispanic, when Jesus with the woolly hair comes back, he's going to turn you into one of them? Because that's what you used to look like? How much fucking more do you need, dude?
9150 BCE or any date outside the established temple period. They worked entirely within the accepted archaeological chronology. So where's Button getting this shit from? The serious interpretation and the date range of 9150 to 4250 BCE come from a blog post on Graham Cox's website written by Lainey Radike. She has no qualifications in archaeology or astronomy, so certainly not archaeoastronomy.
See how people that don't have no fucking thorough knowledge, that are mostly European, oh, and, you know, Negros too, by the way, are telling us all kinds of shit. In case you guys didn't know this, dude. Psalms 83 is real, man. It says here, for lo, Psalms 83:2, for lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up their head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. Who were those over there? Who was hidden? Tomorrow I'm going to show you how this relates to that. Documentation showing exactly how Christopher Columbus wrote about this, and he said that, you know, they felt lost and all of a sudden they crossed against a cloud, kind of like the movie from King Kong. Like it was just cloudy. They didn't know if they could get through it. And then, boom, the place shows up. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. The tabernacle of Edom, first one they mentioned. Ishmael. In case you guys didn't know this, I showed you the book. The Jews and Muslims of British colonial America. The Moabs, the Hagarenes, the Gebal, the Ammon, Amalek, the Philistines, and the inhabitants of Tyre. Several nations. Are they all not attacking you? Let's continue.
and she states outright that she set aside standard archaeological dating in order to develop the Sirius alignment theory. She also explicitly relies on the work of Luigi Maria Ugolini, a fascist regime operative who was sent to Malta by Mussolini.
So this Atlantis concept was pushed by Ugolini, who I guess was closely associated with a network of academics that controlled the world of Italian archaeology and were loyal to the fascism regime. By accepting to undertake research in Malta, Ugolini tied himself to the structured system of patronage, I believe, established by the fascists. You know, eugenics. You see who pushed and who believes in Atlantis? Do you understanding now? You that push Atlantis or this being the old world? What's the brother that sent me this? Who this dude, I think? I know Marvelous had talked about this. Man, I hope Marvelous ain't still believing this shit. I really hope he's not, bro. I'm gonna have to fucking debunk his ass, and I hate to do that to people I actually do consider or gente, but y'all just don't even realize what the fuck you're pushing, dude. There's an actual depthness to the fucking concept of Atlantis, and it's not what you think it is. It's white supremacy or black ones, whichever ones. But right now, you know, the white man's the one that's actually in control, so technically he's white. Strategy of propaganda to promote the cause of Italianita. Right? Mussolini. Their superiority. They're Europeans. You know, I sometimes wonder, man, if I would have taught for the purpose of money, if I would have had more subscribers, I kind of wonder sometimes. Which means I would have taught not based on facts, I would have taught based on fiction. Fiction pays. Let's continue.
To enforce Mediterraneanism, a racist pseudoscience invented to justify Italian colonial supremacy. Radike knowingly embraces this fascist fraud as the basis for rejecting standard archaeology.
So now you understand that John Hancock, with his little passive-aggressive attitude, welcomes Nazism, welcomes superiority. I showed you guys these books already. Look, this one right here, the occult roots of Nazism. This is like their little fucking importance. He evidently shares her belief in the sunken continents of Lemuria and Atlantis. See? The lost civilization of Atlantis, the megalithic stone circle of Europe, the archaeological finds and ornaments, bas reliefs, and the various rune PHUCKNIG, astrology, and mathematical theorems were all discussed as evidence for the former higher civilization of the Aryans. What'd I tell you? When you push this concept of Atlantis, that's what you're fucking doing, dumbass. Serio pedo, güey. En serio, güey. Cuando estás hablando de esta madre, les estás dando tu fundillo. Sin vaselina, cabrón. The lost civilization of Atlantis. The megalithic stone circles of Europe. The archaeological finds, ornaments, bas reliefs, the various runes, PHUCKNIG, astrology, and mathematical theorems were all discussed as evidence for the former high civilization of the Aryans. Their wisdom was similarly held to have survived in a wide variety of cultural forms, yada, yada, yada. So you understand exactly what the whole concept of Atlantis is. It was basically a fucking novel, but the Aryans took it as a fact, and then they wanted to implement it upon you. And we have people that without really understanding that this group of Masons, like Manly Hall, that's important to their doctrine. It doesn't make it real. But you're feeding them. So I kind of wonder, what's your agenda? The secrets of Plato's Atlantis, but yet we can confirm that it's, you know, it's not real, dude. Or, I mean, if it is, then you're going against the fucking Bible itself, because it says the antediluvian world. By you assuming this is Atlantis, I think you're going against the Bible too. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know, man. You guys are fucking weird, dude. You guys believe some shit, then you believe another shit, then you want to defend the New Testament, and then you're not agreeing with the whole New Testament. You can't have it. You can't have it both ways, bro. You're either defending the entire New Testament or don't defend shit. That's what I say to anybody that is a little bit skeptical of Paul. If you do not believe in Paul, don't defend the New Testament. Just don't, bro. You're embarrassing yourself. Because it's fucking dumb. I mean, here we're dealing with real fucking shit here, bro. We're not dealing with stupid shit, man. We're understanding now exactly where these people are taking this. Let's continue, bro.
She took the statistical finding from Agius and Ventura that the orientations are non-random, discarded their multi-target analysis, rejected the established archaeological chronology of the temples, and replaced all of it with her own conclusion that the temples must align with the rising and setting of Sirius across a span extending back to 9150 BCE because she says so. Button takes Radike's words and puts them in Agius and Ventura's mouths, respected academic researchers at the University of Malta who did not reach this conclusion and whose published work is incompatible with it, because he's a fraud. And we know for a fact he's doing this because he uses many of her assets in his video. Well, that was a fucking train wreck, wasn't it? This was the perfect video for illustrating Button's grifter techniques, his extent of research, and how he is just another lying scumbag pushing fabricated mysteries for fame and cash. Here's another video from around the same time, which is about Gunung Padang. Here the mask is completely off, and he isn't hiding his intentions anymore. Archaeology is suppressing the truth. Archaeologists are scared of Graham Hancock. We should all work together. You all know the drill by now. Let's check it out.
If you haven't heard about Gunung Padang and the controversy surrounding it, then what you're about to hear will probably shock you. And by the end of this video, you'll see just how viciously tribal this debate has become. And I'll cover a huge update that's just been announced regarding this fascinating ancient mystery. Gunung Padang is a megalithic site in Indonesia that has sparked intense debate over its origins and significance. Built atop an extinct volcano, it contains massive stone blocks and layered terraces, initially believed to date back around 2,500 years. However, a new study using radiocarbon dating suggests that buried layers beneath the surface could be as old as 24,000 years, built in a pyramid-like structure. Considering the conventional timeline puts the start of civilization at roughly 5,000 years ago, this completely upends.
By the way, stick around, family. It's actually connecting to Atlantis. Trust me, listen.
Mainstream archaeology's idea of the past. Now, skeptics dismiss these claims, meaning the site has become something of a battleground between conventional science and alternative history.
Whoa, sick laser sounds, bro. Yeah, there's no battleground between conventional science and alternative history. There's scientists doing science, and then a bunch of idiot frauds spewing lies on the internet, hoping to fly under the radar for long enough to make some grifter cash. What Buttnut conveniently left out is that Natawijaya spent years before this paper was published, publicly committed to proving that Gunung Padang was a massive pyramid that was somehow linked to Atlantis, and he even wrote a book on it called Plato Never Lied.
You see this real quick? So where's Atlantis, bro? He just quoted a man that was saying Atlantis is in Indonesia. Plato never lied. That's why a lot of people that quote some books or a lot of books or several books don't realize the shit that those people have said in the past, and then they get debunked.
Atlantis is in Indonesia. Yeah, the conclusion was set 10 years before the so-called research was published. The paper was just his latest attempt to make the evidence fit the desired conclusion. Yet another crank.
Now, this wasn't just a random group of crazy nutters. It wasn't some weirdo like me going there and claiming it was some ancient pyramid.
No, this was a team of seasoned and well-credentialed geologists, geophysicists, and engineers. Dr. Hillman himself has 177 publications and over 9,000 citations. He's a senior geologist with an extensive background in tectonics and paleoseismology, exactly the fields of study most qualified to interpret this type of data. His team included experts in geophysical surveying and radiocarbon dating, and the paper is meticulously put together with lots of really interesting evidence. However, the controversy began when the journal Archaeological Prospection retracted the paper in early 2024, citing issues with its scientific rigor.
Now, this retraction fueled a heated debate between mainstream archaeologists, who saw it as a victory for academic integrity, and alternative history proponents, who decried it as censorship and suppression. So what's going on here?
What's going on here is that sometimes credentialed scientists are also frauds. James Tour, Avi Loeb, they're fewer in number than the random crazy nutters, and it's refreshing to hear Mikey admit that he's in that camp, but scholars can also grift. His paper was retracted because it's dog shit. He and his team drilled a core about 40 feet into the ground, radiocarbon dating.
Listen to this. Now, listen, fam, I'm trying to bring you an example, or at least an aspect of education. It's like the brother had said earlier. Hold on a second. Where you at, dude? Let me see. Hold on. This right here. People need to start reading, man. Yeah. And you need to start paying attention to the way things work. If we were young at one point, right, and maybe this didn't interest you because you didn't think it would matter, it should matter to you now because it should interest you in case people lie to you. Right now, it's really just fucked up, man. Everybody's lying left and right, bro. Everybody's lying left and right. Everybody's grifting, dude. I'm telling you, man, this is the sad part. Education now, it's like you have to pay for it. You know, and everybody that makes music usually is about trying to make money with it. You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up, but let's continue. You know, hopefully you brothers and sisters that follow the channel understand how valuable this is. Because it doesn't cost us a thing, man. It's just time. That's it.
The soil they retrieved, got a date of around 25,000 years ago, and claimed that was when the structure was built. Radiocarbon dating tells you when organic material died. If you date loose soil, you are dating when plants decomposed, not when something was built above it. To date,
tell you real quick, what he's saying is that this dude, this old man right here, this guy that he referenced, he tested the soil. He didn't technically test the hard rock material. That's what he's explaining right now. Okay,
the construction event.
I'm telling you, man, and this is important because you understand now. All this pseudo shit. Why do you think the topic was about that? That's what the topic was. No, not this one. It said, cuidado, cuidado. These pseudos are fucking liars.
Organic material that was deposited as part of the construction itself, such as charcoal from fires, bone, or plant matter sealed within the structure. There was none, so the paper is shit. This is not just some kind of disagreement over interpretation. It's a shit paper that used shit methodology to support a predetermined baseless conclusion. The dated material was not linked to any human construction, so the conclusion does not follow, and the paper was therefore retracted precisely as it should have been.
However, mainstream archaeologists argue that it's basically all natural, which it could be. This is an extinct volcano after all, and lava tubes and weirdly shaped stones are certainly something we find in nature. But without excavation, no one can say for sure.
And strangely, despite the site's significance, a full-scale archaeological excavation has never been conducted.
Nope. Full-scale archaeological excavation has been conducted at Gunung Padang. Mikey is just flat out lying again. Dr. Lutfi Yondri, an Indonesian archaeologist, excavated the site with trenches directly alongside the terrace and architecture, recovered pottery, groundstone, and charcoal from areas immediately adjacent to and under the walls, and published a book on his findings. That is the proper methodology that should have been utilized with the retracted paper, which is full of baseless claims. Yondri's work produced a documented construction construction date that cannot be pushed any older and completely rules out a 25,000-year-old pyramid. Nadawajaya's paper did not cite Yandri once. Yandri's work destroys the narrative that these grifting losers are trying to push, so they just pretend he doesn't exist, which...
And this is why you have to read. And that's what I always find. Like when Colombianos wants to bring out some bullshit, I actually read the material and I'm like, you're wrong, bro. If you just read more pages, you'll find out that you're not even, that's not even what it's talking about. Let's continue.
Works wonderfully on suggestible people because people who want to believe these stories won't lift a finger to fact check anything.
The absence of such an effort has only...
That's it right there. So hold on, let me see it one more time, bro. People need to start reading. Thank you for posting that, brother. Seriously, man. Because we're adults now. We're not kids anymore. Can't let people lie to you no more. You can't say, oh, I thought it was right. Nah, bro, you got to check it. You got to confirm it. It's important for you and your family. It should matter.
Fueled speculation. If this site were properly explored, it might confirm an advanced prehistoric civilization. Thus, many suggest archaeology could be blocking this to maintain the traditional timeline.
This bullshit narrative will never not be stupid. Archaeologists want to find amazing things. They want to uncover astonishing sites. There is no traditional timeline. Archaeologists are constantly revising timelines. They wouldn't block an amazing discovery for literally no reason. Anyone who falls for this story is an idiot.
Now, I don't think this is wholly true, and I do have an update on this, which I'll get to in just a second. But first, we need to talk about what I believe is a pretty shady reaction to the publication of this paper.
For being...
Watch what happens here. So this guy here, he debunks Hancock. So he's defending Hancock now. All right, let's listen in.
Closed-minded, but he may as well be Terrence Howard saying 1 × 1 = 2. There are legitimate papers that spur legitimate debate, and then there are frauds who publish pseudoscience. These are different categories, and this paper is in the latter.
Then there's Nature publishing what can only be described as public slander against this paper, and others branding this work as pseudoscience when, in reality, the science behind it is sound. It's just the conclusions that are being debated.
Nope, there is no slander. The science is not sound. It is pseudoscience. Cry forever about it.
Real science operates through competing interpretations, not dogmatic suppression. But throwing around accusations of pseudoscience, as figures like Flint Dibble have done, despite having no geological expertise and never having visited the site, is reckless and career-destroying.
Stupid jerkface wet blanket Flint is at it again. He doesn't even understand geology, and he didn't even go to the site himself. Well, he's a fucking archaeologist, which you aren't, and he knows how to read papers and determine that they're fraudulent, which that one is. Also, career-destroying. You're whining about real archaeologists calling out pseudoscience as being career-destroying, while every single fraud in this cult has been mobilizing their loser followers to try to get Flint fired non-stop for 2 full years. Fucking hypocrites.
The irony is that the site itself hasn't even been properly excavated, yet these critics feel confident.
This is why I shared this important part of our history, family, because it's this same people that are feeding stupid people certain agendas, and then they want to manipulate that stupid agenda because they're stupid people, and then they're going to say that supposedly we were never here. This is why I'm showing you this angle, because they're also pushing back on that concept. And I believe the Professor Dave is going to start tackling the whole ideology of blacks being here before natives. Watch, he's going there.
In making definitive claims about what it isn't without offering a shred of counter-evidence. If anything, this entire debacle reveals an ugly truth about how rigid academic gatekeeping can be, shutting down new ideas not with better science but with institutional pressure and public ridicule.
Blah 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 gatekeeping, blah blah blah, they don't even have their own evidence.
I like this, brother.
Hey, dickbag, when you say, yet again, that the site itself hasn't been properly excavated, that's you being a fucking liar. Even in that tweet from Flint that you flashed, he
Read it real quick. Misinformation, because he's not going to read it. Misinformation and disinformation is successful because it fills up the internet with wrong information and overwhelms correct information. This retraction by the editor at Archaeological Prospection is not enough. Local archaeologists know about the site. They've excavated it. The above article publishes online on 20 October 2023. Wiley Online Library has been redacted by agreement between the da-da-da-da. So again, you know, misinformation and disinformation. And when I first started the class, the session, whatever, or like Closer wants to call it a show, I said, when you believe in this stuff, dude, you're decimating the history of our people. You're creating more misinformation and disinformation because, I mean, you can't try to recreate your own ideology of history if you're just using pseudoscience. Are you out there testing that shit? That's why I don't go that route, because you would have to fucking say, I have to ignore all of these other parts of history. I mean, you guys are probably not reading a bunch of shit that I may be reading, but I also read about like the wars in the sea between 1600 and 1800. Bro, you guys don't even realize, like, I don't get it, man. Let's continue, bro. I appreciate this.
Explicitly states that the site has been excavated. You're whining about how real scholars aren't treating this fake paper fairly, while you are literally denying the existence of legitimate research on this site. You aren't even telling your viewers that it exists. So who the fuck is the real gatekeeper here, asshole? It's you. You don't want...
Remember I showed you guys this picture right here? Right? Regarding Diodorus Siculus, and they're saying that supposedly they found this fucking land somewhere and they were gonna hide it for themselves. You got at the end, but they don't even fucking tell you exactly where to get that, you know, source from. And then when you find a source, prior to this particular so-called statement that Diodorus Siculus says, it actually mentions that, yeah, you know, there's this land, but there's people there. There's people there, inhabitants, that live a certain way, that looks and sound that sounds like, because I can't see it, that sounds like Tenochtitlan. No different. Pseudo fucking science. That's why I say, cuidado. These pseudos are fucking liars.
Want your viewers to know about real science that has been done at this site. You want them to know only about the fake science you promote so that you can paint the scientific community as closed-minded jerk faces. You can't even bring yourself to put Flint's tweet in the proper context. What you flashed is part of an 18-tweet thread. Flint wonders why nobody has asked local archaeologists who obviously know a lot about this site. Then the bit that Button showed, which again mentions that it has been fully excavated. Then a video where he talks to Yandri, the researcher who did the excavation. Uh-oh, don't show that to anyone. And then tweet after tweet after tweet, summarizing the findings of the excavation, artifacts, analysis, real actual science.
It's no different than the stuff that I'd be posting when people say, oh, well, Columbus saw Morenos here. Columbus saw Morenos here. You know, like, he saw them. Okay. Watch this real quick. Is it in 10? Let me see the date. 10. Hold on, let me go here. 10, 14, 25. Give me a second, family. I wonder why it does that. Trying to get to a page real quick. I'm just gonna show you. Come on, bro. Hold on. Is this easier? See if I can get it. There it goes right here. Hold on, let's see. Is this one? I had some pages here, family. I apologize, man. I guess I might have wrote it wrong. Because I had some pages here. I wanted to show you. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me try one more time. Last time, okay? And then after that, if I can't find it, oh well. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I can't find it. Let's continue.
Followed by commentary about how the retraction was mishandled, leaving room for further waves of disinformation. This is actual science communication, not lying to the public to infect them with bullshit stories that have been firmly disproven. But this is where we're at today. This paper, despite being retracted, was amplified by the pseudo-archaeology cult, using the whole ivory tower is trying to silence the super hot truth angle as ammunition. Graham Koch featured this site in Ancient Apocalypse, spewing all the exact same horse shit. Endless exposure for all the lies, and the legitimate pushback is limited to a thread on Twitter with a few hundred retweets. That's it. I mean, until me, I guess that's why all of the shitheads in this cult hate me so much. They've never been exposed in such a visible way before. So let's continue.
Many archaeologists see Hancock as a threat to their field, portraying him as a pseudo-scientist, even when the research he highlights, like Dr. Hillman's, follows legitimate scientific methods. If Gunung Padang really is as old as this data suggests, it forces a re-evaluation of human history, something mainstream academics seem unwilling to entertain. The aggressive pushback isn't about protecting science. It's about protecting an entrenched paradigm.
Again, this does not mean that the proposed older date is necessarily correct. I just think the retraction, criticism, and slander is unjustified, considering it's all based on interpretation of good, solid data.
That being said, the authors did make some pretty definitive claims about Gunung Padang's extreme age, presenting their conclusions with more certainty than the evidence might strictly allow. A more cautious approach.
Family, let me show you something real quick. I'm going to show you something real quick. You have to think about what they're doing now. You see, for a long time, they held the information. For a long time, they told us what to believe, what not to believe, what to think, what not to think, okay? This is from a Lutheran newsletter from September 7th, 1900. Now, this newsletter was like a weekly newsletter, right? Or bi-weekly, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So this is the actual book. I bought the book. I have the link too, but if you actually watch and listen and read to what they did to our gente, even then, they denied, information to you, familia. Regardless of what kind of information it was, they denied this information from us. They didn't want us to know it. Regardless of what information it was, they did not want you to know it. Okay, so just for a moment, think of that. It's not about I didn't want to read that. No, that's not the point. Why did they deny it? Why did they deny the option of knowledge or understanding, however you want to see it? Remember, keep in mind that the Lutheran Witness newsletter, it's a Protestant, a Protestant company, right? That they're publishing this. So he's criticizing Catholics. Watch what he says. He says, Dr. Francis M. Borton relates the following about the first Bible printed in Mexico in the Christian Advocate. It says, the printing press came to Mexico in 1539. Okay, let me show you. For in that year, right, there was printed in Mexico in Spanish a brief compendium of the Christian doctrine. Let me take you to steps, because in this channel we don't forget steps. We want all of y'all to know exactly what happened. Christian compendium was exactly this right here. Let me see. Let me see if I have it in English. I have it in Spanish. And okay, here it goes. That's right. So this one's in Spanish. This one's in English, okay? It says here on page 16 of Mysteries of Mexican Pyramids, we're going back. Remember, don't forget, fam. Don't forget. I don't want you to forget. I don't want you to forget. Okay? I don't want you to forget. We're focusing on what the brief compendium of Christian doctrine is. Okay? Before we read the rest, just keep that in mind that in 1539, that's what they gave us. All right? Now let's read it. It says here, on page 16 of the Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids, it says, as land was stolen from natives, great famine ensued, yet heavy taxes were laid on Indians. Those who failed to pay were tortured to death. Indians who refused to join the Catholic Church were horsewhipped. Sorry about that. Not worship, the fucking total opposite. Had their heads shaved and were forbidden to hold office or title in their villages for failing to attend mass or for practicing any of his old riots. An Indian could receive 100 lashes. Watch this. This is a Christian compendium since 1539. According to the Spaniards, Indians were supposed to only know our Father, Padre Nuestro, Ave Maria, Credo, and the Ten Commandments. So let me ask you, Negroes, how come you motherfuckers, if you were here before us, don't know about that? How come you don't know about that? Reading and writing were considered as dangerous as the devil. That was the Christian compendium. Now let's go back again to Lutheran newsletter. Remember, don't let me not lose you. Okay? So the printing press came to Mexico in 1539. For that year, there was printed in Mexico in Spanish a brief compendium of the Christian doctrine. That's all you stupid-ass beaners could learn, okay? On the auspice of the famous Bishop Fray Juan Zumarraga, the one that gave you the stupid-ass Virgin Ugly Mary. Zumarraga invented that shit. Supposedly Juan Diego. Dude, it was a total lie, bro. That was, hold on a second. That was just 81 years before the Mayflower brought the first pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Bullshit. The first one that showed up was in 1609, and it was called the Starving Time. White people, when they showed up, they just did not want to work or farm, and they started eating each other. And then they'll tell you about the Plymouth Bay fucking pilgrim landing. But prior to that, 10 years prior to that, they were fucking cannibalizing themselves. Tell white people that story. I bet you they'll run away from you. From 1539 to 1810, when the Enmoro Hidalgo raised the cry of Mexican independence, or during 271 years of Spanish rule and misrule in Mexico, Spain not only did not give Mexico a Bible, again, it's not about what they gave you, it's the fact that they denied it from you. What if you just wanted to read it? No, you couldn't do it. That's against the law. You'll get killed probably, slashed or whatever. That's against the law. You understand that? It was against the law. It was prohibited. Watch. Spain not only did not give Mexico a Bible, but it sternly prohibited the publication of any part of the sacred scriptures in the language of any of the Mexican people. The prohibition is still in force with regards to the printing of the Bible in any of, okay, the 52 different languages and dialects. Remember, keep in mind that in September 7th, 1900, if you were in Mexico, you could not print the Bible. Only Spain could print the Bible. Are you guys not catching this? I've been sharing this shit with you guys forever, bro. Forever. Look, it's not about the fact that the fact that they fucking denied it. Why? What are you so scared of? If it's your fucking Cracker Barrel book. So what do they do in the Christian compendium? Padre Nuestro, Ave Maria, right? This one, bro. Ave Maria, Padre Nuestro, Credo, Diez Mandamientos. Reading and writing was considered as dangerous as the devil. Again, as lands were stolen from the natives, great famines ensued, yet heavy taxes were laid on Indians. Those who failed to pay were tortured to death. Indians who refused to join the Catholic Church were horsewhipped, had their heads shaved, and were forbidden to hold office or title in their villages. Did Jesus do that to you guys? For failing to attend Mass or for practicing any old riots, which meant the actual Old Testament. You know what I mean? An Indian could receive 100 lashes. According to the Spaniards, Indians were supposed to know only, that should have been capitalized, the Our Father, Padre Nuestro, Ave Maria, Credo, and 10 Commandments. Reading and writing were considered as dangerous as the devil. Remember, keep in mind, we just read the other page that in September of 7th of 1900, that the Bible was still not allowed, it was prohibited, because the Spaniards had control. This is all before Pancho Villa started fucking around and shooting people. Well, right around that time. But see, this is something that our gente does not know that. They think that, no, I don't even know, bro. That's why I fucking appreciate. What did you say again? Where you at? Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna look at it again. Hold on, bro. Matter of fact, I'm gonna pin it, dude. I'm gonna pin it. Okay. People need to start reading, man. I'm just gonna leave it there, bro. Honestly, bro, I really appreciate that you fucking say that, brother. Man, I really do, dude. Because I read to my kids, you know what I mean? Like, we read to our kids, bro. And we're reading this history, dude. And other people can't take that away from them. And look, if my son wants to get into some of this field, it doesn't matter, because guess what, dude? He understands what I brought him up with. The love and care and partnership of a family, bro. Of a community. In my household, bro, we are family. We are I'm telling you, man, we're family. There's no like that. That's why I love what I've learned about who we are according to the book.
In their language could have helped avoid some of the backlash. Likewise, some of the more extreme reactions. Accusations that archaeologists are deliberately covering things up or corruptly suppressing the truth aren't helpful either. Not every academic is part of some grand conspiracy. Many are just skeptical, which is a natural part of the scientific process.
Let's keep in mind, brothers and sisters, like, they give us not this book, they give us this book, right? All this bullshit here, all this fucking bullshit. Right? They give you the spiritual, propaganda, and then they give you the scientific propaganda. I did a class on this, bro. The shepherd of the beast. That's what that is.
He's so charitable, you guys. He spent the entire video poisoning the well, whining about gatekeeping, and spewing horseshit about how archaeologists don't want timelines to be revised, even though that happens literally constantly. But not all academics are part of a grand conspiracy that I am overtly outlining in every single video, okay, guys?
At the end of the day, wouldn't it be better if both sides engaged in open-minded discussion, rather than resorting to dogmatic dismissals or inflammatory accusations? Well, yeah, that would be nice, as would further excavation of the site, which would really help us get to the bottom of this fascinating mystery.
Fuck you, Mike. If you wanted open-minded discussion, you wouldn't hide real research from your viewers. This attempt to play the mediator between two childish extremes is fucking pathetic.
That's why I like the... Fuck you. Full of shit. Bro, it's like, dude, people are sick and tired of being fucking lied to, bro. Salome, ¿qué onda, hermano? People are tired of being lied to. We're all tired of being lied to, bro. And then when you have these fucking foreigners, because that's what they are, right? And try to tell us who we are, or supposedly how this land was belonging to them at some moment of superiority. Oh my God, bro. Let's continue, man.
You're a fraud peddling pseudoscience. Real scholars expose you. You and Graham can hide behind your accents and I'm just asking questions costume, but your grift is finally crumbling. Deal with it. Moving right along, let's hit one more video of his called An Entire Civilization Might Be Buried Under the Sahara. Man, this wanker really is just a Graham Koch clone, isn't he? Even though he won't explicitly mention Graham so that he doesn't give away his complete lack of originality, everything in this video is some bullshit Graham has spewed that has been debunked 1,000 times. Let's check it out.
The collapse of the Green Sahara lines up almost perfectly with the sudden rise of ancient Egypt. That's odd. Why would one of history's most iconic civilizations emerge right after the environment got worse?
This goes against everything we know about how civilizations form. Usually, they rise because of abundance, not in the wake of environmental disaster. But here's a thought.
Questioning the closed-minded orthodox
do that, fam, my bad.
Forbids this question is nothing but a
legacy civilization, and we know this because of the records that they left behind. 3 major ancient texts, the Abydos King List, the Turin King List, and the Palermo Stone, give us our earliest timelines of Egyptian rulers. In all 3 cases, the Egyptians recount a past that extends not just a few centuries beyond the conventional timeline, but over 30,000 years further back. However, modern historians don't believe them. Egyptologists today selectively decide which parts of these records to accept as fact and which to dismiss as myth, despite the fact the original Egyptian authors made no such distinction. Let's look at the Wikipedia page for the Turin King List. It confidently states that the papyrus was originally a tax roll, but on its back is written a list of the rulers of Egypt, including mythical kings, such as gods, demigods, and spirits, as well as human kings. But here's the key problem. The ancient Egyptians themselves never categorized their rulers this way. To them, this was simply a record of their past, one continuous line of kings and rulers, stretching deep into prehistory. This division between real and mythical is a modern invention, but to the ancient Egyptians, this was all one continuous record. They didn't view their past as legend, they viewed it as history.
As is often the case with frauds like Button, we get a few legitimate facts mixed in with a bunch of bullshit. The Turin King List opens with a mythological section listing divine figures including Ptah and Ra, then transitions through a category the document itself labels the Shemsu Hor, or the followers of Horus, and then begins with the historical pharaohs. The document organizes these categories through its own structure, headings, and the character of the entries. Egyptologists did not invent the distinction. He's lying. The Abydos King List is a cultic document. The inscription above the cartouches says exactly what it is, a ritual in which Seti I bestows offerings upon his royal ancestors. It excluded the Amarna pharaohs entirely because they were deemed illegitimate. It is not a chronographic record and it never claimed to be. The American Research Center in Egypt states directly that the Temple King Lists served a cultic rather than historic function and should not be treated as literal chronological lists. Then this 30,000-year figure comes from adding up the reign lengths assigned to the divine and semi-divine sections of the Turin list. Egyptologists are aware of those figures, they address them, and they note that these entries operate in mythological time, not historical time. The Egyptians had a conceptual distinction between cyclical, eternal, mythological time and linear historical time. The divine reigns in the king lists belong to the former. This is documented in Egyptological literature. It is not a modern conspiracy to suppress a 30,000-year prehistory. It is source criticism, which is what historians do with every ancient document from every culture on Earth. This is what all these frauds do. They cite actual artifacts and sources that genuinely exist, and then just lie about them, as though clueless assets on YouTube somehow know more about them than the archaeologists who found them and have been studying them their whole lives. It's the most arrogant and intellectually dishonest thing imaginable. Those dumb archaeologists don't know how to archaeology, so listen to me fumble absolutely all of it to sell dumb stories on the internet. The pseudo-archaeology cult in a nutshell.
So here's the question. What if the civilization we call ancient Egypt wasn't the first spark of human advancement in the region, but a reboot of a much older culture? One now buried beneath thousands of years of sand in what we call
the Sahara.
Yeah, so that's quite a bit different. It's what we call the old bait and switch. What if there was stuff before ancient Egypt, which he presents as his own idea, even though it's common knowledge that there definitely was, and we know a lot about it? And then we jump all the way to what if crazy, super advanced, 12,000-year-old something or other. Every time. Let's see how well he can do a Grahamcock impression.
Here's something that's rarely discussed. The ancient Egyptians often spoke of a mysterious place they called the Land of the West. It was associated with the afterlife, but also curiously described in some texts as a fertile, abundant land. In the Book of the Dead, this paradise is called the Field of Reeds, a place of lush crops, flowing waters, and endless peace. Mainstream scholars usually interpret this as symbolic, a mythic heaven. But what if it wasn't entirely metaphorical? What if these visions of green fields in the West were cultural memories? Echoes of a time when the Sahara itself was a fertile, thriving landscape. And the Egyptians weren't alone. Centuries later, classical authors like Ptolemy, in his Geographica, described lakes, rivers, and settlements far to the south and west of Egypt, deep in what's now the Sahara Desert. Strangely, some of the features he recorded line up perfectly with ancient river systems and paleolakes we've only recently detected using satellite imagery. So how could he have known that, unless this was ancient knowledge, preserved and passed down long after the land itself was swallowed by sand?
This all raises a compelling possibility. The Sahara wasn't just green, it was inhabited. And not by scattered nomads, but by structured societies, with trade routes, ritual centers, maybe even cities, wiped clean by a brutal and sudden climate collapse.
It is a pretty good Grahamcock impression.
Easy, I told you. Bro, y'all are full of shit. He's the same guy that says the ancient Americas. This is one of the reasons why you have a lot of FBA saying the stupid shit. He's one of the reasons, bro. Matter of fact, he's... okay, let's continue. I'm going to show you.
I'll give him that. This interpretation of the Field of Reeds as a cultural memory of the Green Sahara is in fact one of Graham's dumb talking points. Egyptologists...
Reasons why we have this right here. Watch.
Christopher Columbus did not discover America. How you can discover a place where the inhabitants are watching you arrive from the shore, there are actually many other mariners before Columbus that discovered America as well. Decades earlier, even eons earlier, many of these pre-Columbian explorers might have come from Africa. Out that Columbus himself was aware that African mariners had preceded him. In his diary of his second voyage, Columbus tells of how the natives of Hispaniola actually had given him gold-tipped metal spearheads that they said were brought by black-skinned people who had come in large boats from the south and southeast. Coincidence? I think.
Oh, I'm gonna show you tomorrow. That's total fucking bullshit. But you know, that's what I'm saying, man. We gotta debunk the funk. I'm so sick of it. Shit. Gotta kill it from every angle.
Interpret the Field of Reeds as a funerary paradise in the Egyptian afterlife cosmology, a well-documented theological concept with no ambiguity about its function. His Ptolemy claim is even worse. Ptolemy was a 2nd century CE geographer working in Alexandria. He compiled geographical knowledge from Roman-era trade routes, military surveys, merchant accounts, and even earlier Greek sources. His descriptions of African geography contain both accurate information from these sources and significant errors.
In case you don't know who he's talking to Ptolemy. When Alexander the Great died, he divided his nations into 4 people. Ptolemy was one of them. Seleucus, Lysimachus, and Seleucus, I believe. Okay. Please, can you guys provide me with the 4, like how Alexander the Great divided the nations? Can you guys give me those 4 names? I just named several of them. I probably mispronounced the last 2, but I gave you some hints. Somebody, please, are you guys following?
The fact that some features in his work vaguely correspond to Paleo River systems detected by satellite is not evidence of preserved ancient knowledge from a long-lost civilization. It just shows that Ptolemy drew on accounts from people who had traveled into the African interior and reported what they saw, or drew on earlier sources that did the same. Academics who study Ptolemy's geography have spent decades reconstructing exactly which sources he used and where his errors come from. None of them have concluded that his African data represents the transmission of knowledge from a pre-dynastic civilization. This is just a big bowl of what if.
Well, it's a powerful theory, but myth and memory aren't enough. So the question becomes, is there any solid evidence? Well, interestingly, genetic evidence has emerged that supports the idea of complex, interconnected populations living in the Sahara, long before the rise of dynastic Egypt. Ancient DNA from sites like Taforolt in Morocco from 15,000 years ago reveals a surprising blend of sub-Saharan African and Near Eastern.
What he does, he brings like actual information, because I think this is legit, and then he fucking spices it up with some bullshit. Typical Edom.
Ancestry, suggesting long-distance contact across what was then a habitable Sahara.
Yes, humans existed. We already knew that. It doesn't support your super awesome lost civilization claims. Got anything better? No? Then I guess we're moving on.
So yeah, like, you're right. That's real. But what does that have to do with your pseudo shit? Nada.
Aside from all of that, one of the most intriguing pieces of this puzzle comes from a monument we all know, the Great Sphinx of Giza. The Orthodox view dates the Sphinx to around 2500 BC, built during the reign of the pharaoh Khafre of the 4th dynasty. But here's the strange part. There are no inscriptions on the Sphinx that actually link it to Khafre, and some geologists, most notably Dr. Robert Schoch, argue that the erosion patterns on the Sphinx
Forward it, because this is the other section, okay? Let me just fast forward it real quick, because then he gets into this fucking... Dude, he starts demolishing them right here, bro. All right? Let's enjoy this shit. This is fucking beautiful how he destroys them, dog. It's beautiful how he destroys them.
Anyone who watched the Flint Graham debate has heard this bullshit before. Anything could be anywhere, butt nut. Atlantis could be under my fucking house. But what if maybe is not how science works. And since Flint debunked this bullshit attitude so well in his debate with Graham, I'll just let him respond to this exact same argument yet again.
What I mean is that due to remote sensing, due to surface survey, and due to archaeological excavation, we actually have reasonable coverage across the Sahara. We understand that during green periods in the Neolithic, we can see agricultural villages, and before the Neolithic, we can find ephemeral hunter-gatherer camps where they were napping stones.
That's right. Archaeological survey does not require excavating every square kilometer. Remote sensing, surface analysis, and satellite.
So keep that in mind, because a lot of us that are older, maybe you guys are parents or grandparents, you have to understand that some of your kids may like science, and they may actually mention this shit. Remote sensing, surface analysis, satellite radar. Look, listen, fam, I think you need to really realize that you have the capacity to fully understand what this is about. I'm not saying that, oh my God, we're scientists now. No, but we can respect the study of remote sensing, surface analysis, satellite radar imaging, kind of like doctors. You know, when you go get your imagery, not everybody can do the imagery, like MRIs. Like they go and send you to certain people that do that. Surface analysis, you could say that maybe somebody that goes and draws your blood, you know what I'm saying, and takes and tests on you and to make sure everything's good. Or remote sensing is the one that, you know, weighs you and measures you and hits you on the knee and shit if you're reacting well. You know what I'm saying? But it's like when you start seeing, or at least embracing the concept of that you're not dumb because of the way you look, none of this becomes difficult. See, we've been told wrong. When you look in the mirror, you're a little brown and shit. You think you're not smart. Why do you think people show up to my channel and as soon as they know they can't debunk my shit, automatically they think that I'm a fucking gringo? No soy ningún gringo, güey. Soy mexicano, cabrón. You know what I mean? So that's why they assume that. They assume that we're not smart. because you assume that. So don't assume that anymore. You're not dumb, fam, at all. You know what it is sometimes? You're just not exposed to it. And then when you are, you think that you don't belong to it, even though you may understand it. How many of you remember the movie Stand and Deliver? How many of you remember that? Stand and Deliver. One of the best movies in the world, bro. And he's talking about zero and shit. The concept of zero. Y'all don't remember that? In case you didn't know this, there was a movie called Stand and Deliver, 1984. Obviously, I'm not that young. And there was a scene where, you know, this little cholo shit mofo and shit, he's like, bro, you're a homie. I mean, like, you don't know shit. You know, how many gringos would assume that he don't know shit? Here, let me separate it from here. How many gringos would assume that he don't know shit? Right? And, you know, Kimosabi, and say, Kimosabi, ¿cómo estás, Kimosabi? He's going around saying like, dude, mathematics is in your fucking bloodline, you dumbasses. Watch it.
This is basic math, but basic math is too easy for you burros. So I'm going to teach you algebra because I'm the champ. And if the only thing you know how to do
basic math is too boring for you burros. So I'm going to teach you some fucking high-tech mathematics. Because guess what? Raza is a very anxious individual, bro. I'm telling you.
Is that a fact?
Raza is very anxious. We have anxiety on us all the time. That's why we got to stay busy, bro. Why do you think our mothers and our dad like, oh, ¿estás aburrido, güey? Ponte a limpiar, cabrón. Bro, this is not a joke. This is real. This belongs to you. Just somebody forgot to tell you.
This is basic math, but basic math is too easy for you burros. So I'm going to teach you algebra because I'm the champ. And if the only thing you know how to do is add and subtract, you'll only be prepared to do one thing, pump gas.
Hey, ripping off a gas station is better than working in one, ¿qué no?
Órale.
Órale, bro. Órale. Listen, bro, I remember I was in the movie theater when this shit came out. We went to the Encinitas movie theater because that was the only place they showed that shit. You know, they call it, I must have been in the 4th, 5th grade. I think it was Mr. Santiago from lower school in Oceanside. Dude, he took us there. I think it was him. I can't remember, bro. But we went to see this movie, man. We were in the theater and we watched this shit right there as this is going on, bro. You know what I mean? So for me, listen, this is, y'all don't know how special you are. Let me tell you something, family. I'm not doing different. I'm no different than you. Mr. Santiago used to ask us to answer 100 questions of mathematics, you know, like 2 times 2, 4 times 5, 5 times 5, 12 times 1, you know, all that random shit. He gave us 100 questions and he would time us. Me and one other kid, we answered all 100 questions under 58 seconds. And his name was Samuel Quesada. I remember him. That's how fucking good he got us to be. So don't ever doubt yourself. We are the most beautiful people in the world, not because we think we're better than people, it's because we care about our gente. The finger man, hey, the finger man, kibo.
Órale, I'm a tough guy. Tough guys don't do math. Tough guys deep fried chicken for a living. Pues órale, you want a wing or a leg, man? Whoever heard of negative and positive numbers? Anybody?
Yeah, negative numbers are like unemployment. 10 million people out of work, that's a negative number.
We're gonna need a lot of...
That this is what I liked about the movie. It also reminded us about some of us mujeriegos and shit. We're over here interested in the white-looking girl, and we were ignoring the raza women. It's like, oh no, I wanna, how do you call it? I wanna level up. I want a little güerita and shit. I don't want my kids to be morenos, you know? Like, I don't want that. So even though she loved him a lot, he was interested in her, even though she was interested in the güero. This is one of the best movies. Y'all should show this movie to your kids, gosh darn it.
Kleenexes, there's gonna be a lot of bloodshed. You ever been to the beach?
Yeah.
You ever play with the sand?
Yeah.
Finger
goes, finger man. Sorry, I'm doing this because if I don't do this, they'll like, you know what I mean? They'll fucking mess with the video.
You ever play with the sand? Yeah, but Finger man. Come on, Finger man. You ever dig a hole? The sand that comes out of the hole, that's a positive. The hole is a negative. That's it. Simple.
And how uncomplicated that is. The negative is a hole. The positive is filling it up. Now, what I like about this scene is because he's starting to ask people, right? Let me skip it real quick. And he likes it. Like you can see it in the movie. Así como que este vato como que le gusta, güey. Like I'll give an example. When I was a senior in high school and shit, you know, I had a history class, right? And they were playing this shit right here. I'm gonna show you what they were playing. Right, watch. I'll show you. I'm gonna show you exactly what they were playing, dude. And I did not know like I knew I liked history, but I did not know that I liked history like this. You know what I mean? It's like something captivated me with these fucking scenes. So the history teacher started playing but in the beginning of the semester, he was playing these videos called I, Claudius. And these were episodes of like Roman history. And for some fucking reason, I kind of like this shit, you know? But I didn't tell people in high school. I would go to my high school, to my history class and shit. But I didn't share it I didn't share it to them, bro, that I like this shit. Because it was like, oh, te gustan novelas, güey. Nah, bro, there was history. Watch, I'll give you a little glimpse. This is I, Claudius, one of the emperors of Rome. He's disabled and shit.
I, Tiberius, Claudius, Drusus.
He was one of the most perverted motherfuckers. I showed you guys a class maybe about 2 months ago about him.
Nero, Germanicus, this, that, and the other.
It's almost as if I knew that I was going to end up in this shit again. Like, it's just so weird, fam. You know what I mean? So I understand what it's like to try to hide it from your people, that you actually like something or that you're good at it. Watch.
Equals. Nethead. Orale. Answer it. Come on, you know the answer. -2 + 2, fill the hole. If I had that on my hands, I wouldn't rate it either. Orale. Come on, a -2 + 2 equals. Anybody can do it. Fill the hole. -2 + 2 equals. Come on, just fill the hole. You can do it. You're gonna let these burros laugh at you. -2 + 2 equals. Break your neck like a toothpick. Orale. 0.
You see? You see that shit? Let me say something to all of y'all.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
When you stop being afraid and you teach your kids to stop being afraid, you're going to see the magic in them. Support them. Talk to your kids. Be there for them. Don't just talk the fucking talk, man. Show up. Protect. Advise. Fucking take them out to fish maybe one. Bro, you don't even understand. Remember, you were kids too, bro. Come on, man. If your mom and dad, or if your dad, especially if you're a guy, right? If your dad spent at least 1 hour with you fishing, bro, that's a fucking diehard memory.
0. You're right. Simple. That's it. -2 + 2 equals 0. You just fill the hole.
Oh, no. We think that that because I may show this video about this brother that is actually smart and shit and studied. No, you think this is above our head. It's not. It's just that you are not familiar with the idea that you can actually absorb this understanding, knowledge, and not wisdom, but knowledge, and decipher it. It's not complicated, family. Let's continue.
Satellite radar imaging give us substantial coverage of the Sahara without putting a trowel in the ground. Ancient river channels invisible to the naked eye have been mapped from space. Paleoclimate data from lake sediments as well as pollen cores document what was living where and when across the entire region. We have ancient DNA from human populations across the humid period of the Sahara, as he mentioned. We have thousands of recorded sites. All of it, every line of evidence, paints the same picture.
Is not to be fooled by bullshit, because bullshit will eventually fool you, and so will religion.
Hunter-gatherer camps, Neolithic pastoralists, and the early stages of agricultural societies. So as bad as, but have you looked literally everywhere though, sounds when you really think about it, the reality is much worse. The evidence specifically contradicts the claim. Again, Graham famously admitted in that debate that there is no evidence for his advanced Ice Age civilization. None. And predictably, his justification was that we haven't looked everywhere yet, just like Button. It is the unfalsifiable core that all of these pseudo-archaeology grifters use, which makes it objectively pseudoscience. Whatever the evidence shows, the proof is always in the place we haven't searched yet, even if what we know specifically contradicts their claims, and they just ignore that inconvenient fact. This video is Button's grift in its purest form. He describes the African humid period accurately. He describes the desertification accurately. He references real sites and real research in shallow, rapid-fire fashion. He earns your trust. And then once he has it, he layers Graham Cox's lost civilization bullshit on top and presents it as what the evidence specifically leads to. That's the grift. While we could spend several days doing this, these 3 videos of his paint a very clear picture of what his channel is all about. With all of that covered, Mikey's Rogan appearance won't surprise you at all. Imaginary lost civilizations, aliens, you name it. So let's pivot over there for a few select highlights to finish things off.
This is why I fucking dislike Joe Rogan, bro. He's such a piece of shit bastard. Like from the beginning of the video, I told you, bro, he went after Carlos Mencia. Thank you, brother, for like letting me know his name. He went after him because supposedly he was stealing other people's jokes. But Joe Rogan's little skinny ass punk motherfucker killed Tony. Somebody please do it. And then that stupid ass Brandon Jacob, whatever. That dude can't come up with the joke even if the fucking shit came out of his ass. All of a sudden now, they didn't steal jokes. Yeah, they were stealing jokes from other people. But did this 5'2" little midget ever call him out? No. So fuck no. I hope he burns in hell.
Love your channel, man. It's really great. You're really doing some really interesting videos.
So what are you saying, Joe fucking 5'2" Rogan? Are you saying that our people weren't here? Are you saying that your white folks came and civilized everybody like the fucking Richard Simmers that showed up? That's right. This is white supremacy, family. Don't ever think that's any different. When people start talking about Atlantis, it's either white supremacy or black supremacy. Understand that fucking fact.
When did you get started?
Thanks. Well, I only started the YouTube less than a year ago. So
That's crazy.
It's been a bit of a wild ride.
I don't even know how I found it. It was like one of them YouTube recommends things. It just popped up. And I don't remember which one it was. It was something on ancient history.
Really? It just went like that. How romantic. I don't know how it happened. I thought it was just on YouTube. And then you were just on my feed. How convenient.
Yeah.
And I was like,
by the way, algorithms show you what you want to see. That's the fucking echo chamber.
Does it matter, Joe? YouTube knows that you're a gullible idiot who falls for pseudo-archaeology frauds left and right, so it fed you the newest model for clicks. You bought the hell out of it like everyone knew you would, and now the loser fraud is in your studio, ready to poison over 1 million minds with stories full of lies for cash. That's the kind of insane power you wield.
So did you start off on a traditional academic journey and then sort of get sidetracked into a YouTube career? Like, how did this work?
Yeah, basically. So I studied ancient history at university.
I was trying to make some fucking money online because let's put it this way, family. Ain't nobody out here trying to show you guys sincere facts unless they ask for money. That's the reality. That's a fact. What happened to, remember that Güero Acero, whatever? He took off all his videos and he told me himself via text, yeah, I'm making that shit private. I'm not sharing my shit no more unless I charge people. What other channels ask you guys for memberships or like, private fucking sessions with their private videos? Nobody out here right now is interested to teach you guys facts without asking for something back. Like no different than the musicians that try to make music just for the sake of music without expecting anything back. That's the reality. You guys need to understand what the fuck is going on, bro. Nobody's giving you this information for free. That's why this channel doesn't grow, because a lot of people think that, oh, no, this, of course it's for free. It's because it doesn't matter, okay?
University for 4 years, and I've always been interested in history. I've done history all the way through. Like, I was fascinated about history as a kid and got to the stage in my life where it was, thinking about going to university. So I thought, I'll do ancient history at university and study there for 4 years, graduated, all of that kind of stuff. But there came a point during my degree where I was kind of...
Has you had any Mexican in there going to say, like, fuck you, that negro lied to you, bro, that there's no fucking Africans that came to the Americas before we came, because I have a lot of proof, you know what I'm saying, scientific actual facts and shit. No, hell no, bro. Joe Rogan don't like Mexicans, man. He attacked Carlos Mencia, destroyed his career, even though he has people that do the same fucking shit and steal comedy. But because they're white, it's all right.
A little bit. I didn't quite agree with the kind of high-level ideas regarding the timeline of history and what we're taught about our ancient past. And it wasn't that I disputed anything that I'd been taught, and I have like great respect for the people that I met at university and my professors, and I don't dispute anything that we were taught actually on the course, but it was more the kind of high-level macro perspective of history that I found myself having more and more questions about. And
sounds like somebody can't keep up with his own lies. You told Graham that you didn't agree with what you were being taught, that they told you we had already figured out everything, which of course is a lie. Now you're saying you respected your professors and don't dispute anything you were taught? Which is it, dickhead?
What bothered you? Like, what were the questions?
It was kind of the big questions regarding the origins of civilization and how deep civilization goes and how complex.
No, the video we're watching is Professor Dave's channel, right? And I'll tell you right now, Joe Rogan will never have this man on his channel, ever, on his podcast. He's too fucking afraid, because the way that this guy speaks is pretty much the way that I like to speak, man. It's just facts over fiction, facts over feelings. I don't have time for the bullshit. Like, it is what it is, or it's not what it's not. Look, listen, man, when a woman gets pregnant, she's not half pregnant. It's not like, oh, she's half pregnant. She's half gonna have a... No! You're either pregnant or you're not. You're either indigenous to these lands or you're not. You're either an African or you're not. You're either a white European or you're not. Why the fuck are we playing these games, bro?
Complex human behavior, I thought went way back further into history than what we were being taught. And I wasn't I just didn't buy this idea that nothing happened for like vast stretches of time.
Nothing happened? A lot happened. Hunter-gatherers were doing hunter-gatherer shit all over the place. When you try to paint yourself as this bold, independent thinker, questioning the institutional dogmas, you just sound like a fucking idiot. But this is the story that sells, so you lead with it in the first 2 minutes of the episode. Michael Button, the wunderkind who broke free from the academic overlords suppressing the truth, the real authority in a sea of closed-minded, woke Marxist academics who are on their 10th booster and have pronouns in their Twitter bios. This is what you need to say to fleece the dumbasses who watch Joe's show. In reality, your degree has absolutely nothing to do with the prehistoric record. You didn't even take any coursework on this stuff. You studied Greece and Rome and whatnot. This is an act, and it's a transparent one.
Because it was during my course that they found that modern humans, they made this discovery in Morocco in 2017 or 2018, I think. And that was when I was at university.
Was that Denisovans?
No, Homo
Which one is
sapiens.
that?
So I can't remember this. It's called like the Jebel.
You can see the Edomite approach is like, bro, I'm not trying to say that you guys did not build this shit. But I'm saying it nicely because I'm kind of curious about it and I'm just experimenting it and I'm like dissecting it and I'm finding out that you guys didn't do this. But I'm not saying that you didn't do it. I'm just saying that you didn't do it. You know? And it couldn't be you because obviously us white people are so superior. So it had to be us. I mean, I'm not saying it was us, but I'm not saying it was you too.
Erud site or something like that. But they were modern Homo sapien remains. They thought they were Neanderthal initially because they were so old.
How old were they?
They're 315,000 years old. That's kind of like the estimate. It goes up to potentially 360,000 years old. So they're super old. And yeah, they thought they were initially Neanderthals of this age, but then they discovered a few more and they classified them as Homo sapien. And when I saw that, I was like, how is this not kicking up more of a fuss? Because before them, the oldest Homo sapien remains we had were around 200,000 years old. And that had been the case for like a decade or something. And before that, it was like 100,000 years old. So this discovery pushed back the age of our species by another third, like 100,000 years. So I saw that and I was thinking, like, how are we still basing our kind of idea of history around the fact that nothing happened for, 310,000 years and then everything happened in like the last, 10,000 years.
Yes, what a perfect example of biological anthropologists revising timelines based on new data. The precise thing you pretend doesn't happen literally ever, right, Mikey? And of course, you're just lying half the time anyway. The Jebel Irhoud remains were not classified as Neanderthal because they were so old. Originally, the site was thought to be around 40,000 years old, roughly around when Neanderthals went extinct. When the dating was revised to 315,000 years in 2017, they were reclassified as early Homo sapiens. So they were classified as Neanderthal when they were thought to be young, and then they were reclassified when they turned out to be old. You have the causation completely backwards. Then he asks, how is this not kicking up more of a fuss?
Causation is almost like caucasity. The caucasity.
Are you young? And then they were reclassified when they turned out to be old. Years in 2017, they were reclassified as early Homo sapiens. So they were classified as Neanderthal when they were thought to be young, and then they were reclassified when they turned out to be old. You have the causation completely backwards.
The causation of the Caucasians. I had to do it, man. Sorry.
Then he asks, how is this not kicking up more of a fuss? Are you shitting me? It was published in Nature. Then Nature ran a news article calling it a rewrite of our species' history. The Max Planck Institute issued press releases. BBC covered it. NPR covered it. It was global news. It was a pretty fucking big fuss. But most importantly, all of this has absolutely nothing to do
Atlantis.
That's gonna hurt.
Fuck, I love that shit. Nothing to do with Atlantis. Really? Really?
with advanced ancient civilizations that definitely didn't exist. Just because Homo sapiens evolved earlier than previously suggested, it doesn't make your dumb stories true, and it doesn't mean nothing happened. Shit was happening. There just wasn't any Atlantis or any crap like that.
Mainstream, for want of a better word, I don't really like using that because I don't think there's such thing as a mainstream. It's not like there's a group of people that all collectively decide, but some particularly vocal mainstream kind of historians and scientists seem to claim to know absolute truth about the past, and that's just stupid. Like, how?
Here's the thing, though. Like, let's just kind of analyze this real quick, right? Why are you talking about the Americas? Why are you here in the Americas all of a sudden figuring out some shit? And then you guys never tell us where the fuck you're from. Like, where are you white people from? If you're so advanced, so knowledgeable, what is your root? Since you believe in the Bible, who are you in there too? Yet you go around trying to tell everybody else who the fuck we are. Oh, no, you Mexicans could not have built those pyramids because, science shows that civilization was so advanced. That's why I say to my people, my gente, like the pin that we did. Hold on, did we pin it up? We pinned it up, right? We pinned it up. Fuck yeah, we pinned it up. People need to start reading, man. Fuck, bro. Stop it, bro. Y'all need to start fucking reading. What the hell is going on, man? Don't let these people lie to us no more.
How can anyone know about what happened 100,000 years ago or 200,000 years ago? And it kind of gets me a little bit riled up because at the end of the day, none of us know what happened back then. So I think a lot more possibilities are, possible than what many people appreciate.
No, we know what we know based on the evidence that we have. If you uncover new evidence, you can revise what we know. That's how literally all science works, you fucking dong. Nobody claims absolute truth. You just want gullible viewers to not even look up what we know in the first place, because mainstream whatever is just arrogant jerk faces. You want them to accept the dumb stories you tell based on zero evidence whatsoever. We know things about what happened in the past. Nuh-uh is not a counter-argument.
Yeah.
Did you ever see, there was a video documentary?
I love the way he said that. He said, nuh-uh, that doesn't count. Nuh-uh, no, that doesn't count. Just because you say nuh-uh, it doesn't fucking count, bro. They don't want to accept their origin. People were thriving in the Americas while they were in the dark ages, bro. I'm serious.
Back in the day, something about the mysteries of the Sphinx. And there was this archaeologist that was mocking Graham Hancock's ideas and Dr. Robert Schoch's ideas about the timeline, saying,
he had him in his fucking podcast.
Talking about things that existed pre-10,000 years. And he was saying, he was like laughing. Like, what evidence is there of any civilization from 10,000 years ago? This was literally, I think, around the same time that they discovered Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah.
Like that this guy was mocking it. I think slightly thereafter they discovered Göbekli Tepe, which threw everything into a tizzy, because now you've got something that was absolutely...
This guy was so fucking tough. How come he has security around him all the fucking time, bro? This little midget is such a fucking piece of shit. Feeds bad information, supports straight up trompetas and shit. Come on, bro. What do you mean, dude? Shut the fuck up.
Covered... they believe intentionally somewhere in the neighborhood of 11,000 years ago.
Joe, you're fucking stupid. Göbekli Tepe is not civilization. Words mean things. Nobody in that documentary was saying that no organized human activity existed 10,000 years ago. They were asking for evidence of the specific civilization supposedly responsible for an earlier Sphinx. And
means they were asking for specific.
Graham is not...
Pay attention, family. This is why I fucking love the fact that I pinned this brother's message. Y'all need to start reading. Listen, dude, we're getting older, bro. Like, at least let's walk away with some fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? Listen to what this guy...
Or civilization. Words mean things. Nobody in that documentary was saying that no organized human activity existed 10,000 years ago. They were asking for evidence of the specific civilization supposedly responsible for an earlier Sphinx. And Graham is not even mentioned in that documentary. What actually happens is that James F. Romano, curator of the Egyptian collection at the Brooklyn Museum, makes a complete fool out of Weston Schoch by asking one very simple question. If there was a sophisticated...
Read it because he's not going to read it. Where the fuck is the evidence for your super awesome civilization? Hold on a second. Bro, we're sick of this shit, dude. Come on, man. Dude, seriously, all of us. At least us educated motherfuckers.
civilization thousands of years before dynastic Egypt, where is the fucking evidence? Where are the tools, the settlements, and the material remains of that civilization? You would need a sophisticated pre-Diluvian culture building monuments with characteristic Egyptian iconography.
Pre-Diluvian. Remember what he says, right? Watch out.
The settlements and the material remains of that civilization. You would need a sophisticated pre-Diluvian culture.
A sophisticated pre-Diluvian culture, which is why I was showing you guys all of these other books that I have. Like, I'm not saying I've never read this one. I'll be honest with you, bro. I referenced this. I've never read this one because honestly, I don't want to read it. You guys can read it. It says the occult roots of Nazism, secret Iranian cults and their influence on Nazi ideology. I don't read it, man, because I don't even want it to entertain my fucking mind, bro. At all. Because I already know they're lesser than us. So I'm not gonna try to fucking listen to their memorandum of how to overcome insecurity when it comes to brown people that are more attractive than you, make women that are more beautiful than yours, cook way better than you, take care of themselves way better than you. Like, you know, like, no, I'm not even gonna fucking revise that thought process. Atlantis and Interpretation Revised Edition. Make sure me understand that this Atlantis concept is not just, you know, some bullshit mentality. That this is Freemasons that believe in it and they practice it. You guys that understand this channel, that at least follow it, should know that I've shared this, the encyclopedia regarding Freemasonry, and they always talk about this. I don't know why this is complicated, man. The Secret of Plato's Atlantis. See, I share these books so you guys can actually get them, find them, and read about them. These are novels. It's not a real story. Even Diodorus Siculus talks about Atlanteans. Now, this is what the last reference was talking about. Atlantis, the antediluvian world, right? Antediluvian world, right? Hold on.
Sure. Where is the fucking evidence? Where are the tools, the settlements, and the material remains of that civilization? You would need a sophisticated pre-Diluvian culture building...
Pre-Diluvian culture. This is it. So pre-antediluvian culture. Here's Atlantis claiming antediluvian. You guys know what that means? Like the Bible says that, you know, people were drowned, right? This is prior to being drowned. Now you understand what it's mentioning? Or are you still lost?
Monuments with characteristic Egyptian iconography and leaving absolutely nothing else behind. As Dr. Romano puts it, that sounds like a Star Trek episode. It's the same bullshit every time. Just endless whining about how closed-minded academics mock these bold ideas, which are actually just dumb stories based on precisely zero evidence.
You know, there's speculation that one of the pillars from Göbekli Tepe that is unearthed is some sort of a calendar of events. And they believe that it depicts some sort of a disaster. Like that these...
Find that this fucking cocksucker motherfucker 5'2" piece of shit who hated on Carlos Mencia, he didn't hate on no other comedian but a Mexican comedian. You guys understand that, right? Joe Rogan kind of became famous because he was like talking shit to Carlos Mencia. Carlos Mencia was very popular at this time. And then you started hearing about this little fucking short piece of shit 5'2" faggot. Fuck you, I said it. So what? You guys wouldn't even like them anyways. He fucking went after him. Straight up. He's like, oh, you stole comedy scripts of other people. Well, guess what Joe Rogan supports? Kill Tony steals other people's comedy, bro. Brandon Jacobs, the fucking tall-ass dumbass that he has there. He had a live comedy stand called like the something to do with our people. Some fucking I don't even remember, bro. Like all of a sudden, come on, man.
Whatever, how they're making these images to be associated with either an impact or something, but there's a timeline that's inscribed in these pillars.
Yeah, there's like a study that was written or a paper that was written, and they think it's the pillar 43, I think it is kind of like a cosmic calendar, and it's like almost a prediction model of an impact that could happen or already has happened, and it's like a warning for the future. That is still disputed, but I mean, there's been good research that's done into that suggests that's what it is, and it's certainly a site that has cosmic alignments and kind of has been built with the stars in mind, which is something.
You want to know what bothers me right now? Like the shit that this man right there, that he has this fucking dude that's sharing a bunch of pseudo bullshit, right? Look what this fucking dude did, bro. I'm telling you, man, you guys that are younger than me, or at least younger than some of us that watch this channel and shit, y'all don't even realize what the fuck he was doing, dude. Like, this is Carlos Mencia. Look what he does. Like, watch this, okay? So now, I'm not gonna watch his stupid ass. Joe Rogan reflects on Carlos Mencia incident. Fuck you. Carlos Mencia here, there he goes right there. Watch this. Okay, so watch. Has been one of the loudest voices for comic community, right? He's like, you're stealing comedy. Carlos Mencia has been accused of stealing jokes for years. Okay, sounds good. But so has Kill Tony. So has Brandon Jacobs. So has Joe Rogan. But see, they went after the Mexican. Because you motherfuckers don't ever say shit. Because you're scared. And they know that. I know that hurts your feelings. I'm glad it does. See, in this channel, we don't have that attitude. I'm not saying to go around fucking being all Mr. Shh. Nah, bro, have self-respect. How much is that to ask for? You're no different than anybody else. What the fuck is this about? All of a sudden now we can't say shit about nobody because supposedly there's like ethics, and all of a sudden then yet ethics is thrown out the door when it comes to us. Illegals, illegal aliens, Mexicans, those Mexicans, illegals, beaners, wetbacks, spics, shit, they're all, what are they? Well, I'm sorry, last time I checked, we were fucking, man, they even go to the point of saying that we're fucking trafficking babies over here. What are you saying? Bro, this is what he did. Pay attention. ...2007. You see, this is what I'm saying. You young bucks don't even understand how fucking fucked up and dumb that 5'2" little bastard is, bro. He went straight to the Mexican. He didn't fuck with nobody else but him because Carlos Mencia was popular at that time. So what do these fucking racist bastards do? They want attention. So what was the best way? Carlos Mencia. After this, he went down.
You are who are you?
I'm somebody important enough that he had to end the show by saying Carlos Mencia. That's who I am.
Yo, bro, how difficult it is for cops. You don't know that nobody supports cops. You don't know that nobody. If someone steals a riff from a song, that shit's in the news constantly. Yeah. Motherfuckers steal shit and make it on HBO. They steal shit, they put it on television. What are you saying? Listen, I know you guys
saying that you're acting like a little bitch.
No, you're not saying that.
Yes.
You're agreeing with me, motherfucker.
They're not agreeing with you. They don't even know what the fuck I do. They don't even know what the fuck I do. They don't know shit. You just talk shit. It's easy to say you steal shit. I could say you steal shit, but I don't, because I'm not a little bitch. No, let me tell you what I think. I think that every time you open your mouth,
everybody to remember this fucking video because I think none of you motherfuckers have ever seen Joe Rogan being such a fucking dick. Even though his little bitches like killed Tony, that little jotillo, fuck you. I don't like you, and I will always this fucking like you, and I think you're a little fuck.
With John, Chris, and the...
Bro, I don't care, bro. Block my fucking channel if you want to. You're such a little bitch.
panel debut of Jeremy. Your next bucket pull.
We're gonna meet them all together. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Chris Diorio.
And listen, I never got the whole Bud Light controversy, okay?
Anyone who was really pissed that Dylan Mulvaney was on the Bud Light can't get a life.
I just thought they were trying to promote safe drinking.
For me, it provided a service.
You look down at the can, and as soon as Dylan Mulvaney looks fuckable, time to go home, boys.
Because I would look at it, and when I would find her attractive, I would know that I can't drive home. So...
Apparently, Kill Tony is now home to a whole new type of hack, as multiple people have been spotted reciting someone else's joke word for word. So today we're going to go over some examples. I'll play the clips while attempting to appease YouTube's copyright overlords, and I'll act as the prosecutor, presenting my case to you, a comedy judge. Number 1. Chris Diorio, Kill Tony 684. You've seen the clip already, and it's not exactly subtle. The episode premiered on September 24 of 2024 and was recorded a few weeks prior. Sam Morrill's You've Changed special premiered on July 9 of that same year, just 3 months earlier. So yeah, congrats Chris on having a Prime Video account, and best of luck in your future endeavors in joke stealing. Number 2. Luke Rabel, Kill Tony 744. This one might be even crazier, but let's roll the clip before I make my case for a joke.
Saying, bro, this motherfucker went after one of our brothers back in the day in 2007. You stupid asses don't even realize like how that mattered. He was one of the ones coming up. Now, regardless of how the fact that he stole it, okay, fine, he stole it. But how come he don't come with that fire with these stupid ass bitches over here? Because when it raza, it's okay. Right? When it raza, it's okay.
Stealing verdict.
Ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket pull of the night goes by the name of Luke Rabel, everyone. Luke Rabel. Here we go.
I got banned from a Mexican restaurant.
My friend, right, was on holiday in Spain, in this restaurant.
Make my way to the bathroom.
And he goes to use their facilities.
Get up, push the handle, nothing happens.
He goes to flush, doesn't work.
Push the handle again. Nothing happens.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times he tries to flush this lavatory. It does not work.
Well, I need to tell someone about this.
He decided he would inform one of the members of staff in this restaurant.
And based on that...
The joke is somebody brings the fucking bucket. Oh, God, this is so white. So white, stupid, and dumb, but let's entertain it.
That menu, they don't speak a lot of English.
He found a waiter who unfortunately didn't speak any English.
So I go, El baño, el baño. This guy follows me in.
He ended up having to kind of gesture to this man. He was like, yes, could you just come here?
I point to it.
He pointed at his turd.
I push the handle, and down it goes.
He went to flush. It went down straight away.
I invited this poor immigrant to attend a funeral for my shit.
Like he just invited a waiter into the toilet to say goodbye to his shit.
You see? You see? But didn't we get like a fucking whole session of like, no, I'm just going to put it here, by the way, because I don't want to lose this. No.
Christopher Columbus did not discover America.
We'll deal with you tomorrow. We will deal with you tomorrow.
You talk about me, I think that you're secretly in love with me because you can't shut the fuck about me. That's what I personally fucking think. You always open your fucking mouth about me. You always say what the fuck you want about me. You never shut the fuck up. You never shut the fuck up. That's not for you. That's not for you. That's not for you.
Yeah, you see that? You hear that cheering? These are cheers for someone who breaks their own shit.
Those are cheers. They saw you perform.
All you, Rogan. This is all you, you fucking asshole piece of shit. You fake ass, double fucking twisted little 5'2" short jotillo. You went around and challenged our brother and said, yeah, man, you know that you're right, bro. He shouldn't have done that. But you stepped on the stage and you did your stupid shit because you felt white privilege. Joe Rogan felt white privilege to tell a Mexican, fuck you, you're not a comedian. Because they wanted to control comedy. You see how disgusting these people are that you guys claim to be your people? Please, bro.
And they like you, and you know what? That's great.
I'm honest, bro. Grab your own mic. This was mine. Go grab your own mic. Hey, I'm on stage right now. Go ahead and tell everybody. You said you want to bring me up and say. Yes, go ahead. Tell everybody. You steal material. What material? Constantly, bro. What material? You already spit verbatim about. Wait a minute. Oh, you mean the bit that either George. We kick all the illegal aliens. Why would it matter to you? Illegal aliens out of this country. Then we build a super fence so they can't get back in. And I went, who's gonna build it? That's the fucking joke. Do you really think that a Jewish guy came up with that joke before a fucking beaner did? Do you really believe that shit? No.
It's about, but it's about something in the news.
You guys also notice one fucking important thing as we're listening to motherfuckers being egotistical and boastful about certain people. What the fuck did he say right at that moment? Who did he say that he compared himself to? Like, would this fucking guy read a joke about that?
Can't get back in. And I went, who's gonna build it? That's the fucking joke. Do you really think that a Jewish guy came up with that?
Do you really think that a Jewish guy would come up with that? So, there's Jewish people writing comedy. The same 90% of the Jewish people that voted against our gente. The same 90% of Jewish people that fucking support Donald Trump's deportation of everybody that doesn't look like them, even though they don't even look like Middle Eastern people. Y'all are all Cracker Barrel motherfuckers, ugly, white, pale, and shit. But apparently you're from the Middle East. I don't know, man. I'm trying to understand it. But at the end of the day, you have to understand, like, look, listen, bro, you see this fucking hate? This was Carlos Mencia's stage. And he got done this to.
That joke before a fucking beaner did? Do you really believe that shit? No.
It's about, but it's about something in the news. It's about something in the news.
It's the piece of shit.
It's about something in the news. Why can't a Jewish guy come up with something about something in the news?
It's not your forte.
No. You're like, why can't a Jewish guy make a joke about Mexicans? No, because you fucking can't. Because can I make a joke about Jewish people and not be considered anti-Semitist? By the way, I'm not, because I'm a Semite. Fuck you, motherfuckers. Fuck you, motherfuckers. See, this is why it's disgusting. You guys didn't know this. This was in 2007. This is Joe Rogan being a submissive, bent-over man for the people of Israel. You see how they manipulated him, and now today he's saying all kinds of shit? Now you know how, or why he got so big. Because somebody shoved a fucking arm up his culo.
Why would it matter to you?
Why the fuck would it matter?
Why would it matter to you? Why would it matter to you? No, that's just showing to you that your interest in me is fucking retarded.
For my friends.
No, not from your fucking friends. Bullshit.
Keep in mind that this video is like trying to make the Carlos Mencia like look stupid. But if you really think about it, bro, like we're about to play some shit where the 5'2" little faggot supports the people that steal jokes from other people. Because quite frankly, in this channel, we're not emotional about facts. We're just trying to fucking get to the point. Man, fuck all this bullshit, man. We're all sick of it, dude. Why are you guys so fucking fake? Bro, you guys are all driven by money, man. Eat them, bro, eat them. You are just driven by money. I'm glad, because you're going to be buried with it.
Go from Bobby Lee. Let me tell you. The video on the internet of him admitting it. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Bullshit. That's bullshit.
Doing Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee's his friend.
I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
That's Ned Holness.
Oh, Ned, I know Ned Holness. Yeah, he's really good. Hey, does all that stuff?
How's he do it?
Hey, I think all that stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, Ned.
Do a couple minutes of his material.
Well, I'll just do some of my material, and then it'll be the same. You know, so I'll just talk about myself.
What has he ever stolen from you?
I used to do this bit about how like I was so small that my dad would have to get on my shoulders to get on a ride at Disneyland.
Right.
Then he did a bit, literally, but this is, I can't do it. But is this, where's this going?
Who cares? What the fuck? It's reality.
Anyway, it's good to see you. Don't be a fucking person.
This is the reason why comedians get away with stealing. Because comedians like you are afraid of confrontation.
Hear that? This is why motherfuckers get stolen their comedy. Because motherfuckers don't speak up. How many people have complained about this piece of shit bastard with a little comedy like session and shit? Hold on a second. Let me.
Y'all mother time is up.
Shut up. I'm so sick of this shit. Watch this, dude. How come nobody ever questions these people, bro?
Again, this doesn't...
Listen to this.
Just say goodbye to his shit.
Again, this doesn't need much detective work. It baffles me that anyone thinks they can go on Kill Tony, claim this joke as their own, and not get caught. But of course, we all know that people who wear wacky hats are...
The little group called Kill Tony is like some fucking thing in Texas, and Joe Rogan and him basically... I mean, Joe Rogan is like the owner of that shit. So this is where he accepts stupid-ass comedy, because that's how fucking frail they are. Their food is frail. Their fucking dancing is frail. Their culture is frail, so now they want to fucking make comedy frail. Jesus, bro, eat them. Y'all are that fucking whack and stupid.
Are desperate losers who will do anything for attention. Sorry, Luke, your amazing decoy wasn't enough to distract us from how horrible and talentless you are. Number 3, Keegan Carmichael, Kill Tony 730 and 700.
Is in Joe Rogan's little fucking the mansphere, his little, hey man, we bring only good comedy, bro. Motherfucker, you guys saw the video of him hating on Carlos Mencia, brother. Regardless of the fact that Carlos Mencia would have been wrong on the fact that he did that, that little 5'2" motherfucker should have never done that, bro. What gives him the right to do that? And all of a sudden, now he sits in a fucking table and says, oh, it's not fair. People steal. Come on. Bro, seriously? Can somebody Kill Tony on his ass?
149. This one is just weird. This guy didn't just steal material, he stole everything. Let's roll the clips and you tell me if I'm way off on this one.
Your next bucket pull goes by the name of Keegan Carmichael.
Okay, great. Thank you. How you guys feel? You guys feel good?
My dad would always tell me, alcohol will never fix anything. Then why did you carry beer in your toolbox? Yeah.
I was living in Seattle for about 2 years. You know, I was living with a woman. She was a good friend of mine. She treated me like a king. She gave me this friendship card. It was a lot like a birthday card, you know. On the front of it, it said, "A friend is one of life's most beautiful gifts." And inside the card, it had all these great quotes about friendship. You know, it really touched me. It got me thinking maybe I should quit stealing money out of her purse. You know? But I couldn't. Because her birthday was coming up. So.
Hey, I've been doing comedy. Comedy's tough. You know. As a comedian, I haven't gone on the road, but I'm pretty close to being on the street.
This is like when a performer is on the downslide of a career. This is the kind of venues you play, right? No, I mean not this college, but just like outdoors.
I'm not gonna break it down joke by joke. If you know Mitch Hedberg, I think you'll see what I'm seeing. And just in case you're wondering, no, this guy does not normally talk like this.
This was on Congress yesterday. A guy crossed the empty street, okay, but he didn't have the signal.
So congrats, Keegan Carmichael. Mitch Hedberg is definitely dead, so I guess we need a new one. Number 4, Jedi Kill Tony 748. The alarms are usually sounded by fans of the show, but this time it was the victim itself. Sean McLaughlin took to Instagram to call out some dork for doing his joke. The dork is none other than Woody Harrelson's body double. This one's quick, so let's get to it.
This one we're gonna change it back.
Make some noise for Jedi.
I've just been informed by my wife that we're expecting a child.
But it has recently emerged that me and my wife are expecting a child.
Let me finish.
You have to let me finish.
We're expecting a child to come out with some serious allegations against me.
We're expecting a child to make some pretty serious accusations against me.
Again, you don't need to.
But because, Carlos Mencia was Mexican, I figured it would be easier for him to be a fucking total dick. Right? Total fucking dick. We're almost done with that and we out.
Something that we can say about so many ancient sites around the world, which is another thing that isn't really considered by, quote unquote mainstream archaeology, perhaps as much as it should be.
No, guys, there is not good research to support what you're spewing. This crap is from Martin Sweatman, an engineer, not an archaeologist, who visually matched animal carvings on Pillar 43 using modern constellation software, and decided they lined up with the sky on the date of a supposed impact around 10,950 BCE. That's one guy with stellarium and a hard-on for confirmation bias, and we debunked the shit out of this in the Jimmy video. The animal carvings don't have established associations with those constellations in the ancient Near East, which is kind of a massive fucking problem if your whole theory depends on exactly that. Button presents this to a huge audience like it is seriously supported and not just a fringe claim unanimously rejected by the people who actually work on the site. And sorry, that line about mainstream archaeology ignoring cosmic alignments just makes you sound like a fucking idiot. Archaeoastronomy has been an established academic field for decades. You can't say that archaeologists are ignoring something while describing a subfield with a name that means studying that exact thing. Stonehenge, lots of sites in Mexico, Giza, it's a robust field. And there is peer-reviewed literature on Göbekli Tepe's possible alignments going back to at least 2013. You are telling millions of people that academia ignores a field that academia created. Great work, dingus.
Bizarre thing that, agriculture appears in multiple different places at pretty much the exact same time all over the world. And that's never made sense to me, because if agriculture was such a kind of vital invention for civilization to flourish, then why did no one invent it for, 310,000 years?
Right.
And then in South America, in Mesopotamia, in ancient China, and you could argue there's other different places that, so say there's like South America and there's Central America. I mean, you could argue that's potentially connected, but a lot of people say it isn't. So how can agriculture, if it's such an incredible invention, be invented by multiple people at the same time, but no one else thought of it before? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense they wouldn't figure out seeds.
Why didn't humans just magically invent agriculture like 1 million years ago? And why didn't ancient Rome have the internet? It doesn't make sense, you guys. Well, when you're fucking stupid like these two, nothing makes sense. To everyone else, it's just basic cause and effect that has been understood for a very long time. The end of the Younger Dryas around 11,700 years ago brought climate stabilization for the first time in roughly 100,000 years. The preceding period had temperature swings too dramatic and unpredictable to sustain long-term crop cultivation anywhere on Earth. When the climate stabilized, the conditions that made agriculture viable appeared globally at the same time because it was a global climatic event. Of course, it appeared in multiple places at once. The whole planet's climate changed at once, you nimrods. Also, migration is a thing. People can change locations. A group of people can figure out agriculture, and then some of those people can go to other places and do more agriculture. Merchants are a thing. Seeds can be traded. How the fuck is this so hard to wrap your heads around, guys?
Yeah, so this is the preservation problem, and this is something I talk about in my videos. So I kind of always ask the question, like, what if human culture had flourished in the Eemian, for example, which was from 130 to 115,000 years ago? What realistically would survive? Because it's such a vast length of time that it's really unlikely, at least as far as I can tell. And obviously, I'm not a scientist. I'm not like a materialist. I'm not any kind of. I'm just a guy. I'm not even a historian technically, but as far as I can tell, it's extremely hard for any materials, but even our modern materials in our huge civilization that, 8 billion people, industrial society, sending rockets to space, all the crazy stuff that we're doing. Even us, if we disappeared tomorrow, I think it would be extremely unlikely that pretty much anything would survive when you get up to these huge timescales of like 100,000 years. And so I've been doing quite a lot of, research into this, and because I obviously don't want to, get things wrong and put falsehoods out there and mislead people. Like, I don't want to look like a dickhead in front of like millions of people or whatever. So I've been trying to debunk myself or play devil's advocate to myself on this point because, that's the best way to make your argument airtight, and no one's really out there debunking me. I don't know if that's because I'm right or because no one knows me. Maybe that would change after a show like this, but
what would survive from some awesome advanced ancient civilization? Well, definitely more than literally nothing, genius. Yes, you're not a scientist or historian or anything else of relevance. That's why you don't know that. But as to the rest of the crap you said, no one has been debunking you because archaeologists are busy doing archaeology and they're tired of getting harassed into oblivion by your toxic cult members every time they fact check one of you shitheads. But don't worry, I'm here now, so get ready for your reputation to find its way over to the toilet. And sorry, you don't want to mislead people? That's literally all you do. You make endless content deliberately misleading people. You want to debunk yourself? Really? Have you considered doing a 10
What I'm talking about. You don't want to confuse people, but you motherfuckers always do this shit. I ask you for sources, and you can't do that. In this channel, all I do is provide sources, consistently showing you guys are fucking wrong. No, but that's not enough. Everybody ignores it, or at least they don't want to even talk about it.
Second Google search on any of the dumb shit you say, because that would do the trick. That's why it's so easy for a generalist like me to debunk you. I just have to be able to smell bullshit and read things.
I've been really looking into the kind of degradation of modern materials as much as I can and trying to work out how much would survive from a civilization like ours if we disappeared tomorrow in 100,000 years' time. So if you
like someplace like London or Manhattan, what would be left in 100,000 years?
Yeah, of an actual modern city. And the scary truth is it's almost nothing.
Nothing? Really? Nothing? Today's Manhattan in 100,000 years would become literally nothing? Just a fucking forest without so much as a single girder? Not even microscopic traces of plastics? Nothing? I know you keep saying you're not a scientist, and it shows, so what the fuck are you basing that on?
As far as I can tell, and obviously...
Cement buildings, they would just deteriorate?
They would go concrete would crack and you get CO2 in there and freeze-thaw weathering, and over these huge timescales of 5,000 years, 10,000 years, they would just crumble down into dust and be absolutely imperceptible.
Just 10,000 years?
I think so. Obviously I'm just doing this off the top of my head. I haven't got any notes in front of me or anything, but as far as I could tell from my research, it's going to be a few 10,000 years, 20,000 years max. It's not going to get up to these timescales of 100,000 years.
Okay, so based on your research, which is just you making shit up, you must be right about the thing you're objectively wrong about because you say so. Got it.
It's just such an incredible amount of time that all these materials that we build with are just going to corrode, and they're going to rust away. If they're metals, they're going to oxidize, they're going to flake until they're just tiny little fragments that just disperse in the sedimentary record, and they're just invisible to see. And
rust isn't invisible, flakes aren't invisible, sediments aren't invisible. Geologists know how to analyze soil, sweetie. This is peak Dunning-Kruger.
Nuclear weapons, we test nuclear weapons in the atmosphere. You could argue if we knew when to look and what to look for, we could see traces of plutonium in the atmosphere from our nuclear weapons testing, or you could see our nuclear waste deposits.
After telling us for several minutes that a prior industrial civilization would vanish without a trace, you then tell us precisely how we could easily detect traces of industrial activity. You're too dumb to even know that you're contradicting yourself. Yes, geochemical and isotopic signatures would be some of the most obvious indicators of a prior advanced civilization. Evidence of such a civilization would be contained in the geological record. This is the Silurian hypothesis. It's been discussed, and people have even looked for those signatures since scientists are actually open to all possibilities. They found nothing. Shocking, I know.
And the crazy thing is, like, Joe, do you know how many sites we have, Homo sapien sites from more than 100,000 years ago?
How many?
9. We have 9 sites, 9 glimpses, 9 snapshots into over 200,000 years of history, 9 moments in time. And we use that to extrapolate out.
It's like sometimes I want to kind of stop to play it, but then I realize like he keeps saying more fucking dumb shit.
What every single human was doing for
9 globally.
9 globally, yeah.
Yeah, what's your source on that, jackass? I ask because a single published database covering only Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya catalogs 993 Middle Stone Age sites spanning up to 370,000 years ago. The Southern African Stone Age Site Index for South Africa, Lesotho, Eswatini, and Namibia.
See what I mean? Like
documents another 492. So where the fuck did you get 9? And no, they're not just caves with fire pits and stone tools. The Middle Stone Age record includes shell beads used as personal ornaments, abstract cross-hatched engravings on ochre, long-distance obsidian trade networks dated to 320,000 years ago, composite hafted tools using adhesives, bone tools, projectile weapons, and ochre paint workshops with complex multi-step production processes. It's funny because asshats like Button are always whining about how closed-minded academia denies all this super awesome ancient stuff, and here he is just flat out denying all these hundreds of fascinating sites. The hypocrisy is off the charts.
Even if you kind of look at the conventional model of history, the ancient Egyptians were wildly ahead of everyone else.
Everyone.
It's just so weird. It's like,
so weird.
And that's if you, and the conventional model doesn't really give us any explanations of how they were doing what they were doing.
And they arrogantly dismiss any other explanations, which is really weird. When you're talking about these immense structures that are baffling.
Yeah.
Absolutely baffling to anybody who's being honest.
Always with this, how the hell did they make the pyramids bullshit? Every fucking time. We live in an era where anyone can access the entirety of human knowledge in a single second with the push of a button, and dumb fucks like these are still asking questions like this. It's like saying, what's the capital of Mongolia? Nobody knows, and there's no way to find out. I've debunked this crap so many fucking times, but here's yet another lightning round. Egyptologists have been studying pyramid construction for over 150 years, and the evidence for our current understanding is overwhelming. The Wadi al-Jarf papyri are actual administrative records written by the people who built the Great Pyramid, detailing labor, organization, food supplies, and logistics in granular detail. The workers' village at Giza shows us exactly who built it, how they lived, what they ate, and how they were organized. A ramp system at the Hatnub quarry dates specifically to the reign of Khufu and shows exactly how they moved blocks up steep inclines. We know where the limestone came from and how it was transported via purpose-built canals. We know this shit, guys. Archaeologists know things. So if you would take your thumbs out of your asses for 10 fucking seconds and educate yourselves, you could know what other people know too. Give it some thought.
I don't even see any evidence that the Great Pyramid at Giza, I mean, what's the evidence that that was a tomb? I mean, I don't think they've ever found a body in there.
No.
It's just a chamber which they've called the King's Chamber.
Right.
I mean, I'm not an expert in ancient Egypt by any respect, but it's always baffled me that they're so determined that the pyramids are tombs just because some later pyramids have had, mummies and pharaohs and sarcophagi found inside them. But
I'm not an expert in literally anything, but where is the evidence for this obvious fact that I could find in 10 seconds of Googling? Jesus fucking Christ, always with the tomb shit. At least this jerk admits that mummies have been found in pyramids, since most of these frauds will pretend that's never happened at all. But for fuck's sake, can we ever get past this tomb shit? Khufu's granite sarcophagus is still inside the pyramid. There was never a body found in it because it's a giant pyramid, which is not exactly a discrete tomb. And Egypt has had looting problems for thousands of years. That's why they built false chambers and hidden passages to deter tomb robbers. Tutankhamun's tomb was found intact specifically because nobody knew where it was. Beyond the sarcophagus, there is work gang graffiti inside the relieving chambers referencing Khufu by name, inscriptions in nearby mastabas referencing Khufu and his pyramid specifically, a mortuary temple, a causeway, a valley temple, the tombs of his family and officials, and administrative records detailing the construction. That's what I call evidence. Now, what evidence do you have for it being anything other than a tomb? Absolutely nothing. That's what I fucking thought.
And you find bodies in, like, you know, buildings today, and that doesn't mean the purpose of that building was to be a tomb. Right. It's just someone's buried there, so someone, yeah, as you say,
it's a weird assumption. It's a very weird assumption.
Right, because a modern building is totally comparable to a pyramid with a sarcophagus inside, named for the pharaoh who built it, surrounded by a mortuary complex with administrative records detailing its construction. Exactly the same situation. Great job, morons.
And did you ever read any Christopher
Dunn, yeah.
Christopher Dunn's work.
I know a bit. I haven't read his book, but I know a bit about it. And it's interesting. I mean, he's like a serious guy, isn't he? He's like
an engineer.
Exactly. And he has quite serious theories that...
He thinks it's a power plant.
Yeah, which would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Especially if you add into that the Graham Hancock's ideas and some of these other people's ideas that perhaps some of these structures are far older.
Yeah, when you start stacking grifts on top of each other, shit does get crazy real fast. Anyway, we've mentioned Christopher Dunn before. He's a machinist, and his power plant bullshit has no basis in legitimate science. He's not a serious person, and you sound dumber when you reference him. Stacks of rocks can't be power plants. Sorry.
We made it.
But we figured out doors.
We did.
We figured out walls and doors, and that changed the game.
But when did we do that, Joe? That's the question.
That is the question.
Because a lot of people would claim to think, and the kind of consensus always is, that we didn't do that until 12,000 years ago. We didn't settle down and form permanent communities until the Neolithic Revolution. And I think that's one of the major paradigms, if you like, that we have regarding our past that simply doesn't make sense in light of new evidence.
Every single one of his rants always ends with, "That doesn't make sense to me," as though quantum mechanics should be regarded as wrong just because it's unintelligible to people who have never learned any physics. Hey, moron, archaeologists have never claimed that all humans prior to 12,000 years ago were nomadic wanderers with no built environments or site use. There are structured living spaces, complex hunter-gatherer settlement systems, and long-duration site use across multiple regions well before the Neolithic. The conventional position is that large-scale sedentary village life linked to farming, storage, and later urban complexity becomes far more widespread in the Holocene. Every time you whine about mainstream consensus, you're always just spewing some horseshit that is directly contradicted by a ton of science you've never bothered to learn. How embarrassing.
What is that evidence that they found of wood construction from far longer than they thought?
Yeah, this is the Colombo structure, and this is something I talk about a lot in my videos because I think it's a crazy find, and I don't understand why it's not kicking up more of a fuss. Like, if I'm the guy that has to kick up the fuss about it, then I'll be that guy because basically, the idea has always been that humans were nomadic hunter-gatherers that moved with the seasons and lived in caves or just kind of walked around for all of our history until the Neolithic Revolution, the invention of agriculture, 12,000 years ago. And no earlier than that did we ever settle down and live in permanent settlements.
The Colombo Falls discovery is two intentionally modified logs fitted together, dated to around 476,000 years ago. It's very interesting, but construction is not the same thing as a permanent settlement, and it sure as hell is not the same thing as civilization. The reason it is such a remarkable find is specifically that the preservation conditions were exceptional. Waterlogging in low oxygen sediment drastically slows decay, which is the reason that organic material from that era almost never survives. Exceptional preservation does not mean there were wooden towns everywhere that disappeared without a trace.
We've always had this idea that there's been this very popular idea in kind of mainstream historical thought that humans only got smart around 50 to 60,000 years ago. And that's just Homo sapiens. We've always thought that other human species never got smart, never achieved what we call behavioral modernity. And this has always been the kind of idea that we went through this cognitive revolution around 50 to 60,000 years ago. And the most obvious proponent of how entrenched this is in kind of academic thought is, have you ever read the book Sapiens?
Yes.
Yeah, by Yuval Noah Harari. It's an extremely popular book. It sold something like 60 million copies worldwide. By far the most popular book about prehistory and, the story of Homo sapiens.
Sapiens is a book written for a general audience. It's not an authoritative statement from the field of paleoanthropology. And in fact, it's a garbage book full of exaggerated claims. So no to whatever you want to say about that book. But this crap about mainstream thought saying humans only got smart 50 to 60,000 years ago is outdated public simplification. The field has been revising that picture for years through evidence like prepared core technology, pigment use, shell beads, engraved ochre, complex adhesives, Schoeningen spears, and other signs of earlier behavioral complexity. He just takes things we already know and presents them as his own insight. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's also when you think about the history of the Earth, there are times that we know that there's great bottlenecks that occurred because of some sort of a massive natural catastrophe, like the Toba volcano.
Yeah.
Right, the Toba volcano, which was 70,000 years ago? Was that what it was?
Something like that, yeah.
Brought people down to a few thousand survivors on Earth.
A bottleneck is not evidence of any kind of civilization. Population crashes happen in hunter-gatherer populations, and catastrophe does not magically become proof that cities, monuments, or writing systems existed beforehand. It's the same bullshit every fucking time. Something bad happened, therefore Atlantis because they say so.
Nothing.
Just look at what we know about the Amazon now.
Yeah.
Because of LIDAR and because of, what is his name? Percy Fawcett. Because these people that made these journeys down there looking for these complex civilizations that at one point in time, now we know did exist there.
Yeah.
And just 100 years later, they called those people liars because they went back to the same place and there was nothing left.
Yeah.
Amazon discoveries are a perfect argument against you, actually. Archaeologists revised the picture of Amazonian societies because those societies left traces, including earthworks, settlement signatures, ceramics, anthropogenic soils, and landscape modifications. Researchers found them with well-established scientific methods. When evidence is there, the model changes. That's how the field works. You're just pointing at archaeologists doing archaeology and saying so archaeologists could be wrong because you don't understand that complex civilizations can't just vanish so immaculately that they leave literally zero trace behind. Grow up.
Well, here's what's really crazy. Have you seen Detroit? Have you seen the evidence of Detroit where trees are going through houses?
And that's like 50 years, less.
Yes,
or if you look at Chernobyl, the kind of exclusion zone where no one lives, it's already like trees everywhere and like nature is already taking root after less than half a century.
Yeah, bizarre.
Holy shit, there are trees and buildings. Overgrowth is not erasure, you goobers. Archaeologists don't need a fully intact Detroit skyline to substantiate an ancient civilization. They look for ground signatures, chemistry, artifacts, modified landscapes, settlement patterns, and stratified remains. Those can survive in jungles, deserts, caves, floodplains, and even under later construction for thousands of years. Learn literally fucking anything about archaeology. I'm begging you.
This thought that Neanderthals were stupid. They're kind of abandoning that now, too. They're thinking they had language, they had tools, they had society.
They definitely did. There's so much evidence. And this kind of puts into the cognitive revolution argument, which is, that we were the only smart species. Like our name that we gave ourselves, Homo sapiens, literally means smart man. It's always been the idea that we're the smartest humans and that's why we won. And to be fair, we did win.
We did win.
Win, whatever you want to call it.
We might just be the most evil.
Yeah, we might be the most evil, or we just might be the luckiest ones,
Well, we're the weakest, so we probably had to be evil.
It's true.
We had to figure out weapons that would be able to defeat the Neanderthals, who had, by the way, larger brain capacities.
I think they were just as intelligent as us, to be honest.
That's nuts.
Bigger cranial volume does not equal more intelligence. Cognition depends on brain organization, body size, developmental pattern, and what different neural systems are doing, not just volume. Yes, Neanderthals had large brains, but that doesn't mean they were smarter than modern humans. This is basic paleoanthropology, and these two nitwits still managed to make it sound like a bong-hit revelation.
Maybe they got wiped out by something like disease, or did they even get wiped out? Because if you even look at the DNA of non-African humans, it's something like 20% in some populations is Neanderthal. So
yes.
They're kind of still here.
No, Mikey, nobody is something like 20% Neanderthal. Individual living non-African humans typically carry around 1 to 2% Neanderthal ancestry. Across the full modern human population, different people carry different Neanderthal-derived DNA segments. Pooling those segments together, you can recover roughly 20% of the Neanderthal genome in aggregate. That doesn't mean any person walking around today is 20% Neanderthal. It means the surviving Neanderthal fragments are spread around across millions of people because introgression does not distribute every inherited segment equally to every descendant population.
The whole history of humans is weird, and for academics to deny this possibility to me seems so short-sighted.
I know. It will change.
Silly.
I think we're on the brink of quite a massive shift in our perspective regarding prehistory.
I think so too, and I think it has to happen where, I don't mean to say this to be cruel, but the old people have to die.
There's that quote, isn't it? Science advances one funeral at a time.
Yeah,
I hope it doesn't take that long, though. To be honest, Joe, I hope it's just in the next few years.
Well, the good thing is a lot of scientists don't take care of themselves, so. Which is also weird.
Yes, when all those old, unhealthy, closed-minded scientists finally die, it will be the era of the podcast bro. A glorious paradigm shift will occur, and all the podcast bro bullshit will finally be accepted by the scientific community. Except, no, it won't, since educated people of all ages laugh at you losers. Even smart high school students make fun of you on a weekly basis.
One of the things that I find very promising is that a lot of young academics are embracing a lot of alternative ideas, whether quietly or whether they're doing it publicly.
Yeah, well, I think the advent of the internet and shows like this, or the medium of podcasting, has really kind of democratized the access to information and allowed people with theories that potentially wouldn't have been able to get out there in the pre-internet age, where they were kind of, you had to go through a kind of academic institution to get a theory heard or debated.
Yes, the Joe Rogan experience is part of the democratization of information. Why Google things and learn basic facts when you can listen to some dickheads distort reality and lie to you for money for 3 full hours? These morons are so far up their own asses, it's fucking tragic. Hey Joe, you've been platforming countless grifters for over a decade. Have any of them discovered a lost civilization, or corrected a genuine scientific error, or produced a single piece of original evidence for literally anything? No, that's all happening within academia, which you hate so much. Funny how that works, huh? In reality, the only thing that's been democratized with dog shit shows like yours is the rapid spread of disinformation being peddled by sociopathic frauds who will never admit that they're trivially wrong about literally everything.
I mean, that's the thing about history, is it's all based on massive assumptions. It's not like a hard science. It's interpreting evidence, and that's fine. Like, that's how we do it. But
sure,
that's why I don't get...
It's the only way to do it right now.
It's the only way to do it. So that's why I don't get why people make these definitive conclusions and then don't allow anybody to kind of speculate or hypothesize about anything else.
It's gatekeeping.
It's not gatekeeping to mock pointless frauds who lie to make money on the internet. Gatekeeping is actually what Joe does by exclusively platforming frauds and almost never bringing in legitimate experts. As for this soft science full of assumptions crap, it wouldn't be a pseudoarchaeology video without this ridiculous claim. Archaeology uses stratigraphy, sedimentology, micromorphology, taphonomy, radiocarbon dating, luminescence dating, stable isotope analysis, DNA sequencing, zooarchaeology, paleobotany, use-wear analysis, residue analysis, remote sensing, geoarchaeology, and Bayesian chronological modeling. That means interpretation constrained by stratified, dated, independently replicated material evidence from multiple lines of inquiry that all have to agree with each other. That's hard science. Anyone who vomits up anything even remotely resembling a claim that archaeology isn't science is a brainwashed moron with no idea what archaeology is or what archaeologists do. Blatantly unsupported speculation from unqualified idiots on podcasts does not deserve equal standing with material evidence and rigorous data analysis being performed by actual experts all over the world. Cry about it.
It's also these people that have been teaching this one thing forever being threatened by the fact they were wrong. The last thing an academic wants to hear is like, you wrote this book, this stupid book. This book misled people for decades. You were so wrong. Like, they will fight it with every ounce of their being because it's essentially their identity. Their identity is being the gatekeeper of their understanding of human history.
You're describing Graham and every other fraud in this space, dumbass. They write shitty books full of lies, and when real scholars expose their fraudulence, they run to their safe space on JRE and whine about how mean and closed-minded those nasty academics are. For how much you assholes never stop whining about cancel culture, you sure are a bunch of fucking snowflakes.
And these are the guys that are telling us we can't explore these things. And those are the people that are attacking Graham Hancock with every possible insult, calling it the most dangerous show on television like this. But it's also, it's so revealing because it's so obvious that if you watch the show, you're like, wait, this is the most dangerous show on TV?
Ancient Apocalypse, yeah.
Yeah, like how is that dangerous? He's like just talking about these bizarre structures that exist that seem to defy our modern understanding of how things are built.
They don't defy our modern understanding of anything. You just refuse to spend even 1 hour gathering legitimate knowledge that pertains to our modern understanding. You're whining about this one Guardian article that called it the most dangerous show on television, which might be slightly hyperbolic. But yes, it is dangerous. It teaches millions of people to distrust archaeology while giving them absolutely nothing in return. Every site is proof that archaeologists are lying. Every alternative interpretation is a suppressed truth. Every baseless story is the brave heterodox position that the establishment is too threatened to accept. That framework teaches millions of people to distrust scientific expertise and instead trust a man who has been wrong about everything he has ever claimed consistently for 30 years. Every single person who is gullible enough to fall for this shit will immediately swallow any other anti-establishment narrative, most critically regarding medicine, vaccines, and all the other shit that actively kills people. So yes, Joe, it's dangerous, and you are responsible for its popularity more than any other single person on the fucking planet. Enjoy that.
But, you know, Ben from Uncharted X, he's done a lot of work on these things. Like those vases are very bizarre. Yeah. Very bizarre.
And they appear right at the start of the Egyptian dynasties.
Yeah.
And they forget how to do that as well.
We have no idea how they made them. We don't know what tools they used. Anybody that says that they do, you're lying. You really don't know. You can't know. These things are perfectly symmetrical.
Nobody can know things, especially if the things they definitely know contradict the lies I fell for because I'm stupid. Great work, Joe. If you don't know what he's talking about with these fucking vases, go ahead and watch my video on Ben's pathetic rift and how his ultra-precise vases were debunked by his own research team. More on these things and the scam they prop up in a future video. And of course, no matter how much Joe wants to whine about it, hard stone vessel manufacture in Egypt has been
I know this has been emotional for a lot of people that watch this channel and shit, that hate this channel, and I show a video about somebody that actually is debunking this shit with science. Sheesh. Sheesh. Don't be mad, man.
Studied extensively, pecking, grinding, drilling with abrasives, shaping, and polishing in the hands of skilled craftspeople, working across generations in dedicated elite workshop traditions, are entirely capable of producing extremely fine results. We have the developmental sequences across pre-dynastic and early dynastic contexts.
Don't know, you that have been following me for quite some time know that I'm very familiar with clay because I was, gifted with clay, with the ability to, I was a sculptor since I was a kid, all the way up to 21 years old, man. I've been messing with clay for a long time. So for you guys to make it seem like, oh, there's no way that perfection could be done by a human being. Bro, y'all are out of your minds.
The precision claims are grossly inflated by people who don't understand measurement uncertainty, sample selection, or manufacturing variability. All the precision tells you is that people who made these objects were really good at making them. Nothing
We're just really good at making them.
more.
Like one
more, bro, listen.
And measurement uncertainty, sample selection, or manufacturing variability. All the precision tells you is that people who made these objects were really good at making them. Nothing more.
Very simple. And this is why I can speak on that, because I was gifted with the ability to make these things. And I've talked about this in my channel since 2022, so I'm not making shit up.
One point people always make in like my comments and stuff to try and debunk me is like, oh, we would see pollution. We would see kind of lead signals in the atmosphere or whatever if there was like a big civilization 100,000 years ago. But that's only the case if it was someone on the scale of us.
Are these white fucking people trying to tell us who we are in our own continent?
Now. Because,
or if they were doing it the way we're doing it. That's the thing. Where we're talking about a complete...
A little little faggot Roman. Why don't you tell us who you guys are? Why don't you white people tell us who you guys are? Stop the bullshit. You use the Bible? Tell us who you are through the Bible. You use science? Tell us who you are through science. No, don't say Neanderthal. Go all the way back. Who did you worship? What was your deities? Yeah, I didn't pick up the Bible all of a sudden.
Completely different pathway. Clearly, there's some technology that they had that we don't understand. When you talk about the drill holes that they find, or the way they had carved out these enormous, massive chunks of stone.
We don't know.
Man, bro, like, oh, there's no way that this little Mexicans, these little indigenous fucking brown people that we're deporting because I voted for Trump and he was here in my fucking podcast, and we're very, pro-Republican. J.D. Vance was just here on my channel too. So we're deporting all you little Mexican motherfucking midgets, just like him. But, you guys couldn't have made these pyramids. There's no way. It had to be white people. It had to be white people. Right? Do you know what the sad part is? That there's 800 and something subscribers to this channel, bro, and there's only a few watching. And I wonder sometimes, are you guys aware of the hatred that these other nations have towards you? Or are you just lazy to investigate? Which one is it? Are you not aware that they hate you that much? Or are you just too lazy to investigate? You need to make up your minds, man.
The things that
one motherfuckers like this guy educating your children? This little 5'2" little, come on, bro. I'm gonna sit on ice because, oh my God, that's my challenge. Man, come on, bro. If you actually were an athlete, you were doing that since the get-go, dude. Shut the fuck up.
That we totally know, always, every time. I covered the drilling and cutting of stone in the Ben video as well. But about the pollution thing, we don't need that. Large and technologically sophisticated societies leave signatures regardless of their specific development path.
Let me remind you of something here. Hold on. He's
settlement.
Important. Hold on. This right here. Hold on.
Always. Every time. I covered the
video right here. He shows how people cut stone back in the day. They had this like tool made out of, forgive me if I get it wrong, there was some type of metal, not actual metal like, iron. Copper or brass, one of the two. And they were going sawing it back and forth, but it wasn't that was cutting the rock. They would put sand in between the cutting back and forth, and the sand was the one that was cutting the rock precisely. So you can see the sand going back and forth with the gravel. Eventually it starts cutting. It makes perfect sense. He showed it in this video. Let's continue.
Drilling and cutting of stone in the Ben video as well. But about the pollution thing, we don't need that. Large and technologically sophisticated societies leave signatures regardless of their specific development path. Settlement hierarchies, middens, quarries, modified landscapes, burials, artifacts.
There's some technology that they had that we don't understand. When you talk about the drill holes that they find, or the way they had carved out these enormous...
Yeah, I didn't do that. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Massive chunks of stone.
We don't know the things that we totally know, always. Every time. I covered the drilling and cutting of stone in the Ben video as well. But about the pollution thing, we don't need that. Large and technologically sophisticated societies leave signatures regardless of their specific development path. Settlement hierarchies, middens, quarries, modified landscapes, burials, artifact standardization, ecological disruption, metallurgical residues if they worked metal, storage infrastructure, regional exchange patterns. There are countless ways for civilizations to leave traces of themselves behind that it's literally impossible for no trace to remain. The only way to avoid leaving any of those things at all is to not exist in the first place. Once you acknowledge.
So let me show you. Let me show you exactly what we're talking about here. Okay, just do it quickly so you can see. That's the video that he's talking about. Okay.
Ancient Egyptians drill holes into granite. Well, they didn't have laser technology, as pyramid deniers will often say, in order to discredit the actual builders. This is a granite core sample from the time of the construction of the Great Pyramid. In the sample, we can clearly see an irregularity in the concentric lines that were created from the drilling process. In addition, the lines indicate back and forth motion, technology or automated power tools.
The tool that was cutting the block, it was the sand that they were putting in between.
In addition, the lines indicate back and forth motion. This is an experiment being done by archaeologist Mark Lehner in Egypt. They're using a bronze cylinder as their drilling mechanism, which probably would have been formed by heating it and wrapping it around a cylindrical piece of wood. And they're basing this method off of ancient Egyptian paintings. Now yes, granite is harder than bronze, but sand particles are harder than granite. And when you apply sand particles under the bronze tube, the tube rubs the particles into the granite, and that's what causes the cutting.
Too, that's what cuts it. It's not necessarily the tool. It's the sand.
Wall paintings confirm the existence of similar drills for wood.
Stay Dennis!
But perhaps the Egyptians had more patient or tolerant workers.
What's the problem?
Obviously, you know, when you actually know about history, it makes perfect sense as to why these things are fucking occurring, or how come, or why you should not get debunked or misled by some stupid ass, I don't know, foreigners that try to tell you who you are, yet they cannot tell you who they are. They cannot tell you who they are. They're all here trying to point their finger like, oh, you're these people, you're that, or you weren't these people. Okay, white folks, who the fuck are you? Based on the Bible and based on science, who the fuck are you? You're not Neanderthals? Let's not go that far. Who the fuck are you? Because you sure as hell care about everybody. You sure as hell care about all of us except you.
That all that's left is, well, maybe we didn't find it yet, which is permanently unfalsifiable and therefore pseudoscience.
Again, if someone is a historian and they got into this, someone's an archaeologist and they got into this because they have this fascination for it, for them to become professors and then start teaching and writing books about this stuff and not still be fascinated by the new stuff, is to me so weird. It's like you missed the whole reason why you got into this in the first place.
Scientists are all fascinated by the science they study, dumbass. They're not fascinated by the bullshit stories peddled by the frauds you platform because they're not idiots like you. So they immediately smell the grift and get back to their legitimate and fascinating science. You are the one who is not actually fascinated by science, or you would have fucking learned some of it by now.
But the thing is,
so fucking knowledgeable, he would have wrote a book. Or something. But nah, bro. He's propaganda. He was chosen since the get-go to publicize his fucking bullshit. Bro, the first person that this guy hated on national TV was a Mexican. He don't like Mexicans. But you guys love him. You go hug him. Oh, Joe Rogan. Man, you're stupid. Knock his ass out.
When you go through these kind of systems, and I've sort of got experience of this. Obviously, I was never a professional academic or anything like that, but you know, I did history for 4 years. I was kind of inside, and I got to the point where it was almost, you know, you was do this as a career, become a professional academic or not. It's very hard to kind of even think this way because everyone around you is thinking within these boxes that we've created for ourselves.
You were never inside academia, Mikey. You got a fucking bachelor's degree in ancient history. You wrote some papers about the Roman Empire. You've never done an ounce of research in your life. And there are no boxes. Archaeology is constantly changing, as is evidenced by a bunch of the shit you yourselves have been bringing up. Jebel Irhoud, Göbekli Tepe, Neanderthal cognition. Who figured this shit out? Graham Koch or any of his clones? Fuck no. Academics. Academic archaeology.
People that actually studied science, like actually go to the facts, you know? It wasn't John Hancock. Hancock! It wasn't you simpletons.
Study dumbass.
It was actually people that study this shit.
They're not fascinated by the bullshit stories peddled by the frauds you platform because they're not idiots like you. So they immediately smell the grift and get back to their legitimate and fascinating science. You are the one who is not actually fascinated by science, or you would have fucking learned some of it by now.
But the thing is, when you go through these kind of systems, and I've sort of got experience of this. Obviously, I was never a professional academic or anything like that, but you know,
Is the typical fucking Anglo-Saxon or Roman or European or whatever the fuck you want to call them that disregards the amazing heritage of our people, that actually believes the bullshit that these white people bring to the table. There's no way that you Mexicans or you indigenous could have built those things. Of course not. You're not white like this guy. You're not 5'2" and thinks you know and thinks that knows how to fight. Just so he can kick a bag and shit. He can't punch it though, nor can he grapple it, but he can sure still kick it.
I did history for 4 years. I was kind of inside, and I got to the point where it was almost, you know, you was do this as a career, become a professional academic or not. It's very hard to kind of even think this way because everyone around you is thinking within these boxes that we've created for ourselves.
You were never inside academia, Mikey. You got a fucking bachelor's degree in ancient history. You wrote some papers about the Roman Empire. You've never done an ounce of research in your life. And there are no boxes. Archaeology is constantly changing, as is evidenced by a bunch of the shit you yourselves have been bringing up. Jebel Irhoud, Göbekli Tepe, Neanderthal cognition. Who figured this shit out? Graham Koch or any of his clones? Fuck no. Academics. Academic archaeologists and paleoanthropologists.
You hear that? They didn't even figure this out.
Fuck me by a bunch of the
wasn't even them, bro. They're using the science and then making up some fucking theory behind that concept. Even though they don't even try to fucking, as quote-unquote scientists, try to test it and see if they get the same results. Or if not, then you can question it. Nah, it don't happen.
Papers about the Roman Empire. You've never done an ounce of research in your life, and there are no boxes. Archaeology is constantly changing, as is evidenced by a bunch of the shit you yourselves have been bringing up. Jebel Irhoud, Göbekli Tepe, Neanderthal cognition. Who figured this shit out? Graham Koch or any of his clones? Fuck no. Academics. Academic archaeologists and paleoanthropologists figure out all of this shit. What you chuckle fucks refer to as mainstream science is where all of this comes from.
All of you fuck faces that say Greece and Rome, they're fake, fuck you. When we ask you, okay, so where was Greece and Rome here in the old world, if you claimed it to be, and then you say, well, unless you believe in the New Testament, fuck you. Like, you're literally just like these guys. So then you basically exercise your fucking so-called narrative when it's flexible. When it fits your... I don't even... Oh, my God, bro.
Constantly using the fruits of academic science to whine about how closed-minded academic science is. It's fucking idiotic.
Yeah. Just to think about the...
I'm going to say this, man. I had bro Vega come show up to the channel. I told him, hey, listen, bro, show us some stuff about the old world. Let's see if it's legit. I started wondering, like, why in the world are you using a bunch of this, like, you know, like Afro pseudo bullshit, right? And then we get this fucking question, like, come on, bro. Somebody asked him, where's Greece and Rome? And he said, well, If you believe in the New Testament, then it makes sense to believe Greece and Rome. To realize that he defends Jesus, who's in the New Testament. That's confusing, brother. Let's continue.
Clovis' first issue.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best example.
It's the best example because that guy was destroyed.
Nope and nope and more nope. You morons will never drop this bullshit because when Graham Cock brainwashes you with bullshit, you will never allow it to dislodge from your tiny pea brains, no matter how many times it's debunked. That's why it's become a mantra. You think you can just shout Clovis and walk away like you've won something. We've talked about this in multiple videos. Clovis.
Different than like Atlanta is Atlantis. Atlanta is Atlantis. All of a sudden now you guys think because you fucking chanted it, it makes it fucking real? Get the fuck out of here, mas putos.
Clovis first was an established model that was challenged with new evidence. That evidence was scrutinized, debated, tested independently, and subsequently held up, all by archaeologists. The model was then revised. Clovis first changed because the pre-Clovis case had stratified sites, dated footprints, lithics, and repeated independent verification. You are simply proving your entire mantra wrong by acknowledging that academics update their understanding when new evidence arises.
Bro, it's like these, and again, I apologize for like not really respecting science in that sense, but it's like they really do test every single fucking process, bro. That's why when you see the, you know, like the Discovery Channel or some fucking, I don't know, some crime show, they do the whole DNA shit and they process it through a bunch of scientific fucking stuff. It's because it actually does give you results. You know, it's. Why do you guys believe some shit and then you don't believe some shit? Dude, I tell you, everybody would fucking count on DNA if you got accused of committing a crime. You would not deny DNA. I don't give a fuck what nationality you are. All of you that say, I don't believe in DNA, if you were accused of a crime, I guarantee you will fucking rely on that.
And absolutely nobody was destroyed at all. Jacques Cinq-Marc continued to work until retirement. You're repeating a lie that Graham told you, nothing more. You want the bullshit stories you spew to be the next pre-Clovis, but they never will be because you have zero fucking evidence.
It's all it is, man. It's human ego is so gross. And this brings me back to psychedelics. Because what do psychedelics do that's most important? Well, the dissolving of the ego. It's one of the most important aspects of it. It makes you realize the folly.
Oh my God, the dissolving of the ego. It makes you fall bad. Bro, you guys are not realizing how fucking fruity this little 5'2" kid is? Dude, he's almost 60 and he's acting like a fucking fruity, bro. Oh my God, and like nobody can understand. Are you guys not listening to this like fucking fresa homie right here? Like, el otro día fue a la escuela. You fucking fruity.
Of your ways.
Then you need to do a fuck ton more DMT, Joe, because you're a pointless egomaniac who is confidently wrong more or less always, and you're poisoning society with your confident wrongness in a way that is genuinely destructive. Maybe switch to ketamine or something. Whatever you're doing is building up your ego, not killing it.
The understanding that these academics, these archaeologists and historians can give us of our world and our history is really cool. It's really awesome. But there's a whole lot more out there. And for them to pretend and dismiss people like, they should embrace people like Graham Hancock.
These are the same people that fucking make fun of gay folks all the time. Does he not sound fruity? And every time, and we go over there, and we're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, the story. Like, bro, dude, oh my God. No wonder you say some gay-ass shit on your fucking podcast.
And then they should correct him when he's saying something that's wrong.
Yeah.
But instead of lying and then calling him a racist and saying all these terrible things about him, well, that just shows me that you don't really have an argument. And you're trying to protect your identity. Your identity is the gatekeeper of this information that is not yours to gatekeep.
Let me hear you all, you bald, stupid ass, 5'2" motherfucker. Have you ever had Raza come to your channel and debunk that negro that said supposedly that negros were here before we were? No. It's because you're a racist. You're a white supremacist in disguise. No, I'm not like that. Who did you attack when it came to comedy? The Mexican. You didn't attack no white boys. Even though your white boys in your little group do the same shit that Carlos Mencia was probably doing. You don't complain about that. Oh, that's right, because they're white. Even though they're not funny, though. At least Carlos Mencia was funny, dude. You were just mad because you're a 5'2" short motherfucker that was never funny.
They correct him all the time, dipshit. Flint did it for 4 hours on your goddamn show.
Fucking destroyed him in his show, bro.
It's the gatekeeper of this information that is not yours to gatekeep.
They correct him all the time, dipshit. Flint did it for 4 hours on your goddamn show. Your response was to ban him permanently and slander him indefinitely on Graham's behalf, you fucking weasel. Nobody's lying about Graham. Nobody...
I like this brother right here, bro. I'm gonna give him props. He spits that fire, bro. Hey, man, I agree, and I, you know what I'm saying? Like, that may be my brother from another mother. I don't know, bro, but fuck, I fucking appreciate the boldness, especially because he knows what he's talking about. It's not like bullshit. It's not like him trying to act like he don't know. No, fuck no. It's like me bringing up information and shit. I'm not gonna sit here on this fucking platform, this channel, and try to fucking say that, oh, you guys are wrong. And then when somebody comes and tells me how are they wrong, and I can't answer that. No, fuck no. People show up to this channel and they get debunked and they get scared and they run away. Nobody is ever, no one, no BHI, no Black Hebrew Israelite, no GMS, no ISUPK, no IUIC, no one has ever came to my channel and tried to say, I'm gonna debunk you, come and debate us to some other place. None. Ever. Not once. No one wants to debate me. And that's a fact. I've been here 4 years. Not once have I been invited to a fucking debate platform. Not one time. You want to know why? You want to know why? Here, let me finish it. I'll tell you why.
Called him racist. You are the liar. You and your worthless lying guests, like Benjamin Button over here. You are the problem, not the nasty academics that hurt your feelings by actually knowing things. You're almost 60. Figure out a way to finally grow the fuck up, Joe.
Have you ever heard of the Silurian hypothesis?
No.
That's,
well, maybe I have. What is it?
It's kind of linked to this. It's linked to this, ancient civilization stuff. It's the idea that there could have been an advanced civilization on our planet, 100 million years ago, a non-human one that was advanced and industrial, and we just wouldn't see any trace because of how long ago it was, and they could have been here, and we just wouldn't know because it's been so long. It's kind of like where I come from with my kind of human idea. Obviously, it's a further time span, but it was proposed by two physicists. Is why I just thought of it just then. There's a guy called Adam Frank and.
It's so funny, man, because our sisters will always be like, "Oh my God, he sounds so cute." Like, "Oh, well, it's bro, shut the fuck up." Seriously, man. We need to educate our kids to be proud of themselves, to know exactly who they are, to know exactly the history that happened to us, not the history that was told to them. I guarantee you, family, tomorrow, look, I'm going to do my best not to segue into other topics. I'm going to stick to the information. I'm not going to be judgmental. I'm going to try to work on not being judgmental or nothing like that. I'm just going to share the information, okay? I'm going to work my ass off to make sure that tomorrow you understand what this means. Happy Columbus Day, fuckfaces. The same Cracker Barrel that hate these so-called Jews from Israel. It's from Israeli or whatever the fuck they want to call them. Little did they know that Christopher Colon was a Jew. They don't even know that. We're going to show them tomorrow. We're going to express it. We're going to go deep into it. Okay? Let's finish this off.
I've had Adam on before.
You've had him on?
Yeah.
Adam Frank. There you go. I mean, did he might have
We
talked
had
about
him on,
it.
Jamie, right? I don't know. Didn't we?
Let me see.
You got too many
It's a
episodes.
problem. That happens all the time.
Never heard of it, even though we had that guy on the show. Or did we? I can't remember. Classic. Anyway, the Silurian hypothesis was published by the director of NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies, Gavin Schmidt, and astrophysicist Adam Frank in 2018. It's not a genuine proposition, it's a thought experiment. Its purpose is to ask what kinds of geochemical traces on
family, that sometimes this is not for you. They could be for your kids, because some of our kids like this stuff, man. So when they come and talk to you about science, they'll be like, hey, well, you know what, son or daughter, I've been watching this kind of stuff over here lately. You know, Professor Dave has been sharing with me some of the stuff that I did not know in high school or junior high or college. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing wrong with getting yourself educated as a grandpa, grandma, mama, or dad. Be ready for your children, man. Your kids are fucking bright and beautiful. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Your kids are bright and beautiful. I don't even know why you guys don't even see that.
Industrial civilization would leave in the geological record over deep timescales in order to understand the limits of our ability to detect such a civilization if one had ever existed. Again, Schmidt and Frank are not claiming such a civilization existed. They do not believe that such a civilization existed. Button distorts their work.
Civilization they're saying never existed?
¡Let's gotta hurt!
México, cabrones! Where's your moral code? Where's your soul? You preach 10 commandments but broke every scroll.
Let me remind you, you Christmas Christians.
Where's your moral code? Where's your soul? You preach 10 commandments but broke every scroll.
You're lying today. It said, thou shalt not lie.
Where's your moral code? Where's your soul? You preach 10 commandments but broke every scroll.
This is one of them.
And pretends that academics have genuinely proposed something that supports his bullshit.
So their idea is kind of like, well, what if, you know, a civilization in the kind of era of the dinosaurs had, you know, become very advanced and an industrial society? And they say we would see absolutely no evidence. Like, when I'm talking about human civilization, we would see some potential evidence, like, you know, rock, carved stone or whatever. But they would say you wouldn't even see the nuclear waste deposits because it's that long ago that nothing would survive. And then I think about that and I think, well, isn't it almost more likely that something did happen, considering we know that intelligence can emerge relatively quickly? Multicellular life has been on the planet for so long.
A limited understanding of the fossil record.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why couldn't something have happened before? And then you start getting a bit, you know, stoner about it, and you start thinking, well, maybe they're still here because they.
That's what I like.
Could just say a limited understanding of the fossil records. I think I heard him say that. Let me see this. Listen, family, I'm telling you, man, these people are not smarter than you.
Yeah. I like to go interdimensional.
Yep, this is the precise moment that the podcast goes completely off the rails, and from here until the end, over another hour from now, they just ramble about all the outlandish bullshit they specifically pretend to distance themselves from when attempting to appear as though they can challenge legitimate academics.
Because I think, like, well, if you do have these quantum computers that can go back 1 second in time, and you move forward 1,000 years from now, and they're run by AI, like, what can they do? Like, what do they cease to? Do these beings cease to exist in this dimension? Do they develop the ability to be transdimensional? Do they?
You hear what they're saying? You Mexicans could not have built the pyramids. You're too stupid. You had to be white. There's no way. Of course not. Fuck no. You're not civilized like them. Remember, this is the old world.
Do they no longer exist in our space and time?
And that's our cue to get the fuck out of here. Two morons lying about archaeology is worth listening to.
Somebody do me a favor. Kill Tony, please.
For debunking and educational purposes. The rest of whatever the fuck this is just isn't. No matter how rational they initially present themselves to be, these frauds are always Graham Hancock in the streets and Billy Carson in the sheets. Because con men always cast it.
Damn, bro, he said it. Go. Let me hear. Oh no, what? Let me hear that again.
Just isn't. No matter how rational they initially present themselves to be, these frauds are always Graham Hancock in the streets and Billy Carson in the sheets. Because
damn, bro.
Where's your soul? You preach 10 commandments but broke every scroll.
Sometimes I have to bring other sources in order for people to understand exactly what we're talking about, bro. Because we got a bunch of little fucking morenos over here and pale ass skinheads claiming that supposedly we didn't do shit. We were just a bunch of uncivilized. No, actually, no. That we are either. The seed of either one of us, right? Listen it.
Con men always cast as wide a net as possible. Brazilian UFOs, three-fingered beings, supernatural sulfur, demonic encounters. That's what's on the table for the rest of the episode, and ain't nobody got time for that. In the end, apart from the relentless bastardization of science for money, it's just so tragic that this is what popular media has become. Two pointless douchebags, one of them actively lying for money and the other performatively falling for it for way more money, having a contest for who can be the most dumb and wrong while acting like they're the brave rebels bringing the real truth to the public and sticking it to the corrupt establishment.
And they can't say any better. I might have to rewind it, bro, because there's no
that this and Billy Carson in.
Look, listen, you guys need to understand, bro. You have white folks trying to say that they were here before us. You have negros trying to say they were here before us. Seriously. Right here and right here. Come on, man.
The sheets, because con men always cast as wide a net as possible. Brazilian UFOs, three-fingered beings, supernatural sulfur, demonic encounters. That's what's on the table for the rest of the episode, and ain't nobody got time for that. In the end, apart from the relentless bastardization of science for money, it's just so tragic that this is what popular media has become. Two pointless douchebags, one of them actively lying for money and the other performatively falling for it for way more money, having a contest for who can be the most dumb and wrong while acting like they're the brave rebels bringing the real truth to the public and sticking it to the corrupt establishment. This is it. This is how millions of people view the world because of asshats like Joe and the frauds like Button who craft entire grifts with Joe's show in mind as a catapult. I don't know how to help people wake up and smell the roses, at least not beyond making content like this, so hopefully a few Button fans were able to get through this video and see what a fraud he is. Maybe some people were able to see through toxic scumbags like Dan and Jimmy, but were still clinging to this guy, thinking he was a little more polished and genuine. I am only too happy to disillusion them so they can see that there isn't a single corner of this cult that is anything other than deception and grime. That's why it's become one of my favorite cults to expose. We get to ruin some frauds and learn some cool facts along the way. And isn't that what it's really all about? So,
man, that shit was fucking. I like it. I like it. We're gonna finish it with this right here because apparently, the African Bushman and a native, they didn't even know what the fuck was going on. See, this is Colombiado's bullshit story about supposedly there were Africans here. See, we caught him. I think this is the bit. I think this is the video, right? I think this is the video. Let me play it. Hold on.
Of the Bushman, and I gave him a piece of chewing gum, and that's what he did with it. He couldn't figure it out. To pole our way into this native bony Bushman village. This is the harbor, and here are some of the typical canoes with African design. Fierce rapids now. We are getting ready for the Indian villages which are further up. And here are the first Indians which we met. We are getting ready for the Indian villages which are further up. And here are the first Indians which we met. And here are the first Indians which we met. The Oyana Indians are the Indians who live further up the river, and they have long hair, men and women alike, and we are trying to see whether we can get permission to get up further into that country and have... I love to do as they do, and I think the best way to go into these native places is to dress just the way they do, and they feel very much at home when you approach them in that respect. We are now starting to trade with the natives. Lipo is the Indian boy who guided us all the way across these mountains and up the river, across the Tumucumac Mountains and back to the Indian villages. He was a fine boy, about 16 years old, and very nice and very trustworthy. We needed this Indian boy to go along with us to help, inasmuch as he was the only one that had ever been up that stream. The native way of drinking. I paid these Bushmen in French money, and the Indian boy I paid in beads. I paid these Bushmen in French money, and the Indian boy I paid in beads at the end of the trip. It's only to presenting me to the chief Grand du Fou, who is a very gentle chief, governing these bush people totally. For this empty oil can. African culture prevails completely in every respect. And of course, dancing and making friends came first. It's kind of a combination of cha-cha-cha and merengue. You hear these rattles now. It's just like Africa, John. Their language and their customs and their music.
Just like Africans, not natives, like Colombianos try to say, like, oh my God, look at these Negro here, over here, they're in America and shit. They're like, no, shut the fuck up, stupid ass Kazar. Yeah, I'll call. Hey, listen, man, any day, anytime, everybody can get it, bro. Nobody ever wants to invite me to a debate, but if you want me to, I'll show up to your channel, and I'll destroy your fucking funky ass bullshit stories. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of waiting for you motherfuckers to invite me. I might as well call you guys out.
It's all imported from Africa, and they're pure Africans. They're very proud of their racial background. The children have full command of this African rhythm. The most interesting Indian villages in which I ever visited. John, the town of Aloike is the largest and the most colorful of the Indian villages up this river, and you see the French flag flying. The chief's house is airy and comfortable, and the women...
Let me remind you of what we're dealing with here. Hold on, let me close this up. Fuck this bastard, motherfucker, piece of shit. Oh, shit. Nah, it's all good. I got it saved for later.
Ilmar says Israeli culture is basically American culture because both cherish life.
Yeah. They fucking say that. So. I think I erased even the one that I had.
With John, Chris, and the panel, they...
No, let me get rid of this. Yep. Let me see. Paula, I don't know what you mean. Who is he? Where you can get a hold of him? I don't know, bro. Let me show you one last video and then we out.
¿Por qué no os unís a los franciscanos y salváis sus almas? Si es que las tienen. Si se entromete, restando.
A ver, los evangelistas, Mateo, Marcos, Lucas, Juan. Padre, ¿podéis ayudarme? Creo que he olvidado los nombres. César, Carlos, Mamó, Paco, Federico.
Those Spaniards look white. They don't look white. And they're not just dirty.
¿Por qué no os unís a los franciscanos y salváis sus almas? Si es que las tienen. Si se entromete, restando.
A ver, los evangelistas, Mateo, Marcos, Lucas, Juan. Padre.
We look red, or so-called red. They look dark. Right? Watch this, and then you're going to see one dark motherfucker come by. You see, this is the thing about our people, bro. We didn't realize that white people and black folks came together and enslaved our gente. Watch this. You're going to get a very good image of what the fuck we were seeing. Okay? Look at this. See that guy? See that guy? He's black as fuck. Blackity black. Blackity as blackity can be. You see, Negroes always want to use pictures about supposedly our native people being blackity black, right? But they never want to accept pictures of the Spaniards being blackity black. This is a blackety black motherfucker. And let's find out how blackety blacker they get. As soon as they get out the fucking horse, bro, they're fucking dark as fuck.
Los evangelistas. Mateo. Marcos.
Tomorrow you're gonna find out exactly who these people are. They're like the evangelists. Mateo, Marcos, Juan. They're mocking the Bible. So that tells me that these are converts. And I'm going to show you tomorrow how fucking converts they are. The majority of the people that came to the Americas, they financed this fucking trip, were convert Jews. And all of those motherfuckers came here knowing who the hell we were, and they know who the hell they were. Even though they believed that maybe, when they found out that we are the real fucking Hebrews, they got super scared. So they decided to kill you. Why not? When you find out that you've been fucking infiltrating other people's heritage, like, what else are you gonna do? Like, what are negros doing today?
Lucas. Juan. Padre. ¿Podéis ayudarme?
Look like a white guy? Is he blonde? No, he's Negro. You see, this is what this video shows us. That there was black folks when they first showed up. Just like the video I showed you guys in the past. See, we're red skin or light skin or brown skin, right? But we're like, whoa, who are these?
Los evangelistas.
All these fucking negros, bro. They showed up with the white man.
Marcos.
And they're like, hey, well, you know what, though? But hold on a second. Who are these what? Oh, European soldier. Okay, evangelist Luke, John, Matthew.
Lucas. Juan. Padre.
Father, can you help me?
¿Podéis ayudarme? Creo que he olvidado.
I think I have forgotten the names of the evangelists.
Los nombres.
Why would he name the natives those names? Tomorrow I'm going to show you why he named those natives those names. Tomorrow when we get on this fucking class, Christopher Colon was a Jew. And I'm going to show you exactly what the fuck they did. This is not far-fetched. This is a real story. These motherfuckers were not always white-skinned, fam. They were morenos. They were also dirty. But most of them, if not all of them, brought disease. The white man brought syphilis, some sexual shit. And the negro brought their fucking dirty smallpox. And if you think I'm saying that because I'm a hater, no. I'm saying that because we have facts and documents to prove it. And if you feel offended, then that's on you. Fuck you, FBA. Fuck you, BHI. Fuck you, GMS. Fuck you, ISUPK. Fuck you, IUIC. And fuck you, your little gay-ass butt-plugging Sakari group. Oh, that turned into Genesis. Y'all are a fucking joke.
Carlos. Paco. Federico. A ver, ¿quién hará de Jesucristo?
Already before. Y'all didn't give a fuck about our people being, going through this bullshit. So I ask every single one of you Negroes that claim that you were here before us, how come you don't know nothing about Padre Nuestro, Ave Maria, Credo, or Ten Commandments? If you were here originally, the Spaniards implemented this on the natives in this land. When they showed up, they made sure to implement this shit on them. How come you Negroes don't know nothing about that? Why are we quiet? Why the fuck do we have to run around and walk away from fucking facts? You motherfuckers always do some TikTok bullshit, bro. So guess what? Let me give you the moment because I'm about to get off. I'll give you guys 30 minutes and see what the fuck can you prove. Right here. There you go, bro. There you go. Right there. There you go. Show up or shut up. When the hell did you guys experience this shit right here? Our Father, Ave Maria, Credo, Ten Commandments. Reading and writing were considered as dangerous as the devil. See, that's just the actual, what do you call it? Religious oppression, right? But you can't even do more than that. You think this matters? We debunked this already. Oh, by the way, you guys that speak Spanish, here it goes right here. Misterios de Mexico, the mysteries of Mexican pyramids. I don't know how you say it in Spanish, sorry. It says, I'll say it right here, page 16. De acuerdo con los españoles, el único conocimiento que podía adquirir un indio. Listen to this. De acuerdo con los españoles, el único conocimiento que podía adquirir un indio era el Padre Nuestro, Ave María, el Credo y los 10 mandamientos. Leer y escribir se consideraba que era para ellos tan peligroso como el diablo. That's how they saw y'all. And these Negroes try to say, like, supposedly, like, they didn't see you before. Even though Diodorus Siculus actually clearly said, like, nah, there were people here. There were people here. They actually fucking hung around and shit. They were here chilling and hanging out. Let me show you some of these videos, man. Like, I record a lot of videos. And sometimes I don't fucking share them with y'all because, you know, like, I just got stuff to do, man. But damn, bro, if you guys just fucking heard the shit that these people are saying, dude. Listen to this shit.
Doing anything more to prevent these kinds of deaths, maybe accelerating distribution of body cameras which weren't present in this case?
So a couple of things. Vehicle stops are continuing. Verbal guidance has been given to all field offices across the country by the Department of Homeland Security. The President and the Secretary of Homeland Security are on the same page that vehicle stops are a necessary tool that ICE agents need in order to continue their deportation campaign of the worst illegal alien criminals from our country. With respect to body cameras, I know there's been some questions about that in recent days. Over half of all ICE.
What I mean by the worst of the worst, which ones are the worst of the worst? Which people lose their fucking mind when they turn 40? White people like this fucking bitch. Gringos like you. Y'all turn into pedophiliacs. Y'all turn into fucking gay dudes. You guys turn into some weird fucking shit. You call it a, what do you call it? The 40-year, whatever the fuck that is? Yeah, bro. Listen.
Field offices now do have body cameras, and the remainder of the field offices are expected within 60 days. It's been a slower rollout than we would have hoped, but that's because of the Democrats' decision to shut down DHS for several weeks. So.
There was evil. They understood that our rights, like life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, that didn't come from Congress, from government. It didn't come from a king. It came from God. God gave us those rights, and no government can take those rights away from us. And as we celebrate this 250th birthday, what's remarkable is there is a revival in America. Our young people have been lied to. They've been told that they would be fulfilled with hookup culture or some get-rich-quick scheme, or they could find fame in social media and that would fulfill them.
No, nobody lied to anybody, bro. Let's be real, family. We all been in high school. How promiscuous are white women or white little girls or white 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, and 16-year-olds? Your fucking daughters are very promiscuous. The same shit goes for your black daughters too. No, let's be real. When I went to high school, and a lot of brothers that I know, bro, you fucking white people are so promiscuous, dude. And here's a sickening part. that you guys share each other. Like you guys are friends and you guys are okay with sleeping with each other. Like you can be a friend with a girl and your friend can be her friend, her friend. And then later on, like, you know, he could like her and you date her all night and shit and all days and shit. And then eventually she realizes, oh my God, he liked me. So then she'll marry him and you guys are still friends. Bro, that's your nature. That's Greco-Roman. Do you understand what I mean? You guys need to understand who the fuck you are. You're saying you are fucking Romans. And then you're saying that you're not. No, I'm sorry, dude. Roman, Greco motherfuckers are gay. They're fucking weird. And you guys like give your daughters away real quick. Look, everybody knows, bro. Everybody knows that white women or white little girls share each other with their little friends and shit. Everybody knows that. When you go to high school, you fucking know that, bro. Now, we know that shit at Raza. We're like, nah, fucking, esta pinche güera, güey. Like, she has sex with her friend. She has sex with her other friend. But then she ended up marrying one of them. That's what you guys do. Y'all are disgusting. Y'all are nasty. Y'all don't even understand what the fuck it means. And matter of fact, your daughters could be fucking mad hoes, right? Mad fucking hoes. Get a lot of fucking wieners up in their fucking fundillo and shit. And they will still become lawyers. They will still become doctors. They will still become like politicians that you want them to be. Which is why we know that you motherfuckers are empty. Y'all don't even realize that your daughters do this shit. And then you wonder why. Oh, no, hold on a second. I remember a video where this white guy said, you know what, man? I know our women are hoes, but you guys, you might as well just fucking have one of them because our women are hoes. Yeah, white women are hoes. White women are hoes. Y'all didn't know that? Tell me about one white woman or one white little kid, you know what I'm saying, that's going to be a virgin until they turn 18. I never met one. Never met one. I know several kids that are 19, 20, 21, 22 that are still virgins, that are our people. And we don't have to convince them about some bullshit fucking Jesus. No, it's because you guys are disgusting, bro. Sometimes I even wonder if your daddies are actually being pedophiles with your own kids. Because, I mean, remember back in the day, there was this thing called the old Western way. The mom would massage the dad in his back and all that shit. And then the old Western way, it was the what is it called? The way of the West. Like, you know what I mean? Apparently these fucking Cracker Barrels would get their young daughters to like do some shit to their fucking fundillo, bro. These are actual documented stories of you white folks that did that to your daughters. When you were alone in your fucking, you know, houses that you got a place to, you know, build when you stole it from our native brothers and sisters. You know, we have records of you guys saying that, yeah, there was the west of the old, there was the what is it? The way of the West. You would have your daughters do some weird shit to you. Do you want to hide that shit about y'all? I'm going to say this right now, family. I'm looking for those records. Man, I'm looking for that video. I'm going to show it to you guys so you can see it for yourselves. I promise you, I fucking watched this shit myself. They made a movie about it. They made a movie about it. Like, the guy showed up in this, like, random fucking, you know, like, ranch over there. This widow with his wife and his kids and shit. You know, and he gets punked, right? And he gets punked and shit. And he's like, bro, I'm taking over. Like, these guys are just taking over his house. So then, you know, the mom kind of wants to, like, I don't know, make it easy for them. So she tells one of the guys, like, hey, listen, my daughter knows how to massage you. Let her massage you. So then he's like, okay, fine. I'll go in there and I'll get a private massage. And, you know, he's thinking about her rubbing her back and all that shit, right? But then all of a sudden, bro, as soon as she starts rubbing him and kind of gets to his butt cheeks and shit, and he feels a little uncomfortable. This is the movie. All of a sudden, dude, that girl goes in his butt and starts like doing some shit with her face. So he's like, whoa, 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 what the fuck? And she's like, that's what my dad always wanted. I'm gonna find that fucking movie and I'm gonna show you motherfuckers. This is Edom. Nasty, dirty pedophiles.
But I'll tell you, they found that that's a false promise. That's a lie. And they've sought truth. And in seeking truth, they have gone to church. They've found the Holy Gospel. They've prayed, and they have found God in historic numbers. Maybe it's the Holy Spirit at work. I don't know, probably, but it's great.
Is there God, bro? You mean Jesus? Your fake ass thing? Your Mithraic concept? There's no power in that thing. There's no power in Jesus.
And what's fascinating now is that there was a recent poll. Young men, 42% of them say that religion is incredibly important to them in their lives. That's over 20% increase in just over a year. The Wall Street Journal had a recent headline that said young New Yorkers have a new hotspot, Sunday Mass. They're finding love at Mass, which is great.
Yeah, I guess you love. Let me show you some fucking hatred. I'm going to show you some hatred right now, family. Sometimes you need to realize what the fuck these people mean.
And white people are done being bullied.
Discriminating against and denigrating, just denigrating white people. Somalia, places that are a disaster, right? Filthy, dirty, disgusting. Why can't we have some people from Norway, Sweden, just a few? Let us have a few. She's a radical war hawk. Let's put her with a rifle standing there with 9 barrels shooting at her, okay? Let's see how she feels about it. You know, when the guns are trained on her face.
I don't know what you're talking about with two-spirit people. Is this like a Native American tribe, like high smoking? Because when I think of Native American tribes talking about their spirits, I know that they used to smoke a lot, they used to do drugs, they also were cannibals who used to eat people, so I don't know if we should be taking our cues from cannibals.
A vital part of the American story, helping to make this the greatest nation in the history
of the Indians in the history book. All right, racists.
They're warriors. From the very beginning, black Americans have been a vital part of the American story, helping to make this the greatest nation in the history of the world.
Let's continue to correct the propaganda and the attempt at erasing the truth. Black Americans are not the descendants of the Indians in the history books. They are the Indians. The proof has been buried, but it's not gone. When Christopher Columbus washed up on these shores, lost and delirious, who did he write that he found? He called them Indios. He mapped a land he labeled India Superior.
I'm going to show you tomorrow that he did not see negros, nor jotos, nor más putos.
Territory that included Florida. He wasn't hallucinating an empty land. He was documenting people who were already there. These images can be found in Gran Canaria, Spain, at the Columbus Museum, Casa de Colón. And who were those people? They weren't the pale-skinned Siberians who crossed a land bridge, that's for sure.
You are those white Siberians. You are those Siberians. That's what he's saying. That's what this little Jotito is saying to you. Oh, no, they were not Siberians. You're Siberians. You're Siberians. You're Siberians.
Historical records, the artwork from the era, the very descriptions, they detail people with dark skin, with hair textures that Europeans had never seen. Bro. They describe the original people as dark-skinned and woolly hair.
Listen. This is such a fucking lie because I read it, dude. I fucking read it. Oh my God. But you know what? Dumbasses like you that are insecure and or black, but nappy hair, that hate our people. You will actually believe this Jotito that, you know, gets plugged from a negro because that's his boyfriend. In case you didn't know that, his boyfriend is black.
Soil. The people that Columbus met were Black Americans, the West Indians of the Caribbean, the Indians of the North and South American coasts. All of these territories were black civilizations. Native Americans are the erasure. They are the last part of the destiny swap. A foreign invasive group from Siberia, and was grafted onto the identity of the people who were already here. While the
Massive attack about gente. What did I say? What did I say earlier? Well, what the fuck verse was that I fucking tried to show you since the beginning of time? Psalms 83 basically talked about that. It really said, Psalms 83:2, for lo, thine enemy makes a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up their head. What do you think that means? What do you think that means? Okay, let me simplify it. Look, your enemies are in revolt, and those who hate you are rebelling. They are making secret plans against your people. They are plotting against those you protect. Why is this so hard for you to understand, people? Gente, my beloved. Why do you hate yourself so much? Why can't you see what I see? Why is it so hard for you to speak up and just fucking be honest? Why are you so afraid of these fucking cracker barrels or these nasty ass Negroes? Why? Oh, that's right, because you think that I'm just being a racist when I say shit. No, that's not the case. You see, not every black person attacks us, nor does every white person attack us. There's specific people that attack us. And when they play with fire, give them that shit back. You want to know why? Because they don't have the huevos to fucking handle it, bro. They're like riding on somebody else's coattail. Watch this.
original people were systematically reclassified, enslaved, and renamed to sever their claim to the land. The Indian Removal Act was a removal of black indigenous nations. The face on the old nickel, the buffalo nickel, that proud profile was a black indigenous man, an American Indian. Every time someone speaks about Native American history while pointing to a group that arrived later, they are perpetuating the final stage of the conquest, the theft of the victim's identity.
What he says for a group that showed up later. That's what they do. Let's continue.
Replace the people and the story. Black Americans are not a people without a land. They are the land. They are India superior. They're the Indians that Columbus couldn't miss. And that
yeah, okay, sounds good. Yet I'm looking at a book called Black Conquistadors, Maya Conquistadors, Nature Knows No Color Line, The African American, 7 Myths of the Spanish Conquest, Black Society in Spanish Florida, America's Gift to America. And in every single book that I just read, it confirms that Negros owned slaves. Negroes, so-called African Americans, they're not even fucking Americans yet because it's not America. So-called Negroes, I'm gonna call you that, right? They own slaves. But you see, this guy, this little fruity dude, he's gonna help his little boyfriend. Watch.
Every power sense has tried to make you unsee. The map doesn't lie. The history books do.
The history books do. Mas puto, bro.
Canal.
Matter of fact, we're almost done. I'm almost finished. Let's finish it with this.
It reminded the Spanish of an enormous Venice, but it also had remarkable floating gardens that reminded them of nowhere else on Earth.
Miren, bola de cabrones, disculpe que los insulte, güey, pero por favor escúchenme ya. ¿Saben por qué? Porque ya estoy enfadado, güey. Ya estoy enfadado de toda esa estupidez. Yeah. No, I don't want that video. I don't even remember what the fuck I was saying, to be honest with you. It's old and shit. Hold on. Let me show you one more. I'm going to show you a very important video that I think... First of all, I'm going to show you 2 videos And then we're going to finish it with this last one, okay? Maybe 3. No, matter of fact, I'm going to show you 3 videos. You ready? Let's go.
Grew up in this cult ran by Malachi Z. York.
He has all these books about the white devil and just how you should live your life and us being like the superior race as black people. And when I grew up, it was a lot of like, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, you're not going to get on the ship to be taken off the planet when shit hits the fan, you know? That's one of his teachings. Don't ask me where we going, because I couldn't tell you. My stepdad, he was the one that was really big into it. He would always talk about these pyramids in Georgia. He would go out there all the time to the motherland. He would always wear his garbs and walk around with incense.
Yeah.
We couldn't have friends. If I made a friend, they were going to sell our body parts at a black market or to the underground reptilians. And
That's
were
what
gonna
they
eat us.
telling you.
And my mom would spy on me at the schoolhouse and make sure I wasn't talking to nobody. We had to.
Oh my God, underground at reptilians, because, you know, Negroes know the fucking secret. Fuck you, motherfuckers, bro. Y'all are the fakest bitches I ever known. Here we go, right here. That's how much they hate you.
People don't deserve nothing in America. You understand? Nothing. You don't even deserve to sit around me. You understand that shit? You don't deserve nothing out this You dirty, you dirty, uneducated You, you.
Uneducated bitch. This is why I tell you, bro. Don't ever let nobody talk down to you no more. Talk about dumb, uneducated motherfuckers. Who's the one starting businesses? Who's the one fucking working hard? Who's the one actually fucking showing you guys how to close some deals?
You don't deserve to be around me. I'm being respectful. You can get the fuck up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Nah. Now you gotta get up. Get the up. Get up. Get up.
What? You know what's so funny? None of those white people that like, oh, we're gonna expose everybody. Y'all never expose this Negro bitch because she's black. Because your channel won't allow it. Because like eventually these people will come after you. Like, why exposing our people? Bro, Negroes are racist as fuck too. What the fuck is wrong with y'all, bro? They're no different than the white man. Black folks owned slaves since 1492. Black Negro motherfuckers came with the white man and enslaved our people the same fucking way. So this video should not surprise you. It's just the spirit coming back to reality. That's what it is, man. In case you guys didn't know it.
Now you stand up, ho. Yep.
Now you stand up, ho. But this fucking Canaanite called our sister a hoe. I'm sorry, man, but you know what? I think you probably have more different babies from a bunch of different fucking sausages than she does. You dirty fucking nasty ass Canaanite.
Now you stand up, bitch. I don't give a You know where you at in America. We ain't in your country, we in my country, bitch. Yeah, sit over there with those.
Hold on, it's her country. It's her country. You see what I mean? How the fuck are they different than white people? How are these Negros different than white people? They hate you. They call you beaners, spick, white bag, get the fuck off my plane. Don't even sit around me. But if this was a white woman doing this to a negra, do you think they would have fucking said some shit? They would have been on fucking national TV. But see, this is why y'all are fucking disgusting. This is why I know, and this is why I promote all the facts, bro. Y'all brought smallpox to the Americas and decimated our people. We will never forget. You helped the white man. You are his thumbnail. Fuck you. Go to hell.
Yeah, what's your people?
Sorry. We out. We done. Tonight, I hope you appreciate it. Maybe you don't. I don't know, man. Sometimes I get mad at some of this shit, dude. Can't believe you guys let these motherfucking people just do this to y'all. It's like, dude, we know exactly what's going on, bro. We know exactly what's going on. We know that they don't fucking give a fuck about us. But nah, pues, you know, o sea, tenemos que ser buenos amigos. O sea. fuck no. This is what they fucking feel.
Some sectors of Jews or Israelis, I do not use the word Jew because I do not know what it means, because it is juxtaposed with three definitions: religious, ethnic, and civic. So, I am already lost. So, I use the word Israeli. Even when they say anti-Semite, well, okay, for an anti-Semite to exist, a Semite must exist. I am Semite, for example. I am 4 times Semite. 4 times. I am ethnically, linguistically, religiously, and culturally. You are of Lebanese descent. I am of Lebanese origin and I am proud of it, but I also know that it is a minority and how minorities suffer in the Middle East. I have experienced it. So, Netanyahu must be followed, and today more than ever because he is one of the great winners with Trump. Even Sheldon Adelson, who is the head of the casino mafia in the United States, who is a Zionist criminal, I say it openly, supported Trump and is close to Netanyahu. So, when Netanyahu arrived in Dallas, Texas, there was a group of Jews or Israelis, I don't know how to say it anymore, they told him, "Hey, why do you persecute the Palestinians so much?" And he told them, "The Palestinians are to us Israelis, and Mexicans are to you in the United States." There was a group of Jews or Israelis, I don't know how to say it anymore, they told him, "Hey, why do you persecute the Palestinians so much?" And he told them, "The Palestinians are to us Israelis what the Mexicans are to you in the United States." So, I see the Palestinianization of Mexicans in the United States. With all the components. Go ahead. How? With all the components, because first the United States steals territory from Mexico, then it finishes building a wall, then the xenophobic and racist attacks with an ethnic and religious component as well. What's missing? Well, the last chapter is missing. Let's start by looking. We have to have it on the stage, a great discrimination against Mexicans. That's very clear to me. And the United States, because here the white purity of the hasp, of supreme racism, is the same as the invented purity of the new Jews of the 21st century, who are not even Semites. I say this with responsibility. Today, if you arrive in Tel Aviv, 25% speak Russian. They are of Aryan origin. The Hassers, I also say this with specific definitions, are Central Asian Mongols, they are not Semites. The Mizrahim Sephardites are Semites, yes, they are our first cousins, but today the Hassers rule in Israel. That's Lieberman, that's Netanyahu. Well, Netanyahu was his father. That's where Zionism was born with Jabotinsky.
In case you guys don't know that Milei, you know, the fucking president from Argentina, he's related to Netanyahu. Now you wonder why some of the plays were favored to them?
How can this affect current Mexican politics? Well, Mexico is the big loser. It pains me to say it, because Trump is anti-globalization, isolationist, protectionist, and as we saw from his first speech in his victory, he's going after manufacturing.
In this country. I just said it. That's what's going on in this country. And our FBI is corrupt, the Supreme Court is corrupt, the Justice Department is corrupt, the news media is corrupt, the whole country is corrupt. Because we've walked away from Almighty God and we've allowed Kabbalah practicing Jews to defile the nation. Put that video out. Go ahead and clip this video and send it out. I dare you. You won't do it because you're scared that the truth may get out to the American people. I'm had it up to here with the corruption in this country. Little children being raped for the benefit of Israel. That's all it's about, Doc. Little American children being raped for the benefit of Israel. American politicians raping little American girls to be videotaped by Israeli Mossad so that Israel can blackmail American politicians. That's the state of America today. God ought to destroy this country for what we've become.
First of all, let's start with something light. Columbus initiated the transatlantic slave trade in early February 1494, first sending several dozen enslaved Tainos, these are the native people of the island he landed on, to Spain. Columbus described those he enslaved as well-made and of good intelligence. He ordered 1,600 of them rounded up, and had 550 of the best males and females, according to one witness, Michel de Cuneo, chained and sent as slaves to Spain. Of the rest who were left, that person writes, the announcement went around that whoever wanted them could take as many as he pleased, and this was done. And understand that significant numbers of even those early slave deliveries ended up dying en route. Possible. Now, the initial slave that we talked about proved to be unprofitable, but he later wrote, "Let us in the name of the Holy Trinity go on sending all the slaves that can be sold." So there you get both the religious and the commercial considerations in one sentence. When the slavery did not pay off, he turned to a tribute system, forcing every Taino of 14 or older to fill a hawk's bell with gold every 3 months. If successful, they were safe for another 3 months. If not, Columbus ordered that they be punished by having their hands chopped off, or they were chased down by attack dogs.
Hear that? That wasn't a joke.
And we have a right to ask whether or not all cultures are compatible with the culture of Minnesota and their Somali community as ICE is zeroing in on the Twin Cities.
They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country is no good for a reason. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. But when they come from hell and they complain and do nothing but we don't want them in our country. Let them go back to where they came from and fix it.
You know, I'm sure there are very honorable, law-abiding, upstanding citizens and contributors from the Somali community here in the United States. But that doesn't mean we can't use our judgment, our wisdom, in analyzing the various contributions of communities and cultures. We're not going to pretend here that all cultures are of equal value or are the same. No one really believes that. No one makes individual choices on a day-to-day basis that reveals they think all cultures are the same. Where they choose to live, what they choose to eat, who they choose to socialize with. It's mostly a virtue signal, and that's what you get from most politicians when it comes to this very serious conversation that needs to be had about our culture here in America. You normally get from politicians just pandering, just nonsense, just stuff like this from Minnesota's mayor.
That's not American. That's not what we are about. And we're going to do right by every single person in our cities. And so, to our Somali community, Daman Shabka, Somalied Kunul, Minnesota, Garahan, Minneapolis, Waan, Ku Janilahai, Waan, Ku Gereb, Taganahan.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. I would be curious, I don't know Somali, if that's a little bit like Jill Biden saying she likes tacos. I don't know, because it's in Somali. I speak English because I live in America. And that's the point. This is a country with a culture, and we have a right to ask whether or not all cultures are compatible with the culture of America.
Wonder about you fucking dirty ass white, dirty stinking white people and shit. You're saying that supposedly America was based on English. It technically wasn't. The 13 colonies were hanging around for a little bit. You had French people here. You had Spaniards here. You had our people here. There was a lot of languages here in these Americas. Before you dirty ass white people that don't like to wipe your ass showed up to supposedly imagine yourselves to be superior. We actually kind of figured it out before you did. Do you understand exactly why the 13 colonies wrote the Declaration of Independence? It's because you fucking dirty ass cracker barrels wanted to expand beyond your 13 colonies. You did not respect the land that our indigenous brothers and sisters owned, which is why the British colonial, the British, royal, whatever the fuck you call it, they were saying, no, bro, we have an agreement with them. Like, just keep it at 13. Like, no, fuck no. I'm a white guy. I want to get butt plugged. Like, this is what you guys do, bro. You guys don't even fucking respect nothing. No, fuck no. And then when we kick your ass, then you say, oh my God, it's not fair. Fuck you. Joe Rogan, 5'2", fuck you. You Cracker Barrels, all of you stupid asses that believe in some dumb shit. Let me remind you of some, like for example, matter of fact, I'm going to say this to you negras. Like this bitch right here.
I don't know what you're talking about with two-spirit people. Is this like a Native American tribe, like high smoking? Because when I think of Native American tribes talking about their spirits, I know that they used to smoke a lot. They used to do drugs. They also were cannibals who used to eat people. So I don't know if we should be taking our cues from cannibals.
First, he stabbed his victim. You are Muslim, 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 he said. I poured petrol over him. I burned him. I ate his leg, right down to the white bone.
Why the fuck do we listen to Negroes like her? These motherfuckers eat people. You see, with that logic, you would be like, why the fuck should we listen to you? You Negroes fucking eat people. The fuck are you talking about? You're worse than us. You're saying like, oh, back in the day, you guys were doing that. We're looking at you right now like, shit, currently, you motherfuckers eat people. So why should we listen to Negroes like you? Like, remember what she said.
I don't know what you're talking about with two-spirit people. Is this like a Native American tribe, like high smoking? Because when I think of Native American tribes talking about their spirits, I know that they used to smoke a lot. They used to do drugs. They also were cannibals who used to eat people. So I don't know if we should be taking our cues from cannibals.
First, he stabbed his victim. You are Muslim, 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 he said. I poured petrol over him. I burned him. I ate his leg, right down to the white bone.
See inside, come here. So the coffin and everything is there, but they just took the bones. Yeah. Wow. They're taking all the bones. They're taking the bones. Yeah. How many graves destroyed, you said?
It's more than thousands.
More than 1,000 graves.
Yeah, 2,000.
Despite the work of David and his friends, even the dead aren't safe from the Kush crisis. But the question remains, why would anyone try and get high of human bones?
I don't know what you're talking
The best part is why the fuck did we listen to Negros telling us what the fuck we doing when these Negros are doing the same shit? Fuck you, Candace.
Talking about with two-spirit people. Is this like a Native American tribe, like high smoking? Because when I think of Native American tribes talking about their spirits, I know that they used to smoke a lot. They used to do drugs. They also were cannibals.
You mean like we were smoking people's bones like Negros from Africa? We were like cannibals and shit like Negros like you?
Cannibals who used to eat people, so I don't know if we should be taking our cues from cannibals.
So why the fuck do we listen to Negros? Why would we do that? Seriously, based on your consciousness of supposedly understanding, you should not let us do that. This is sad, bro. This is so fucking sad. Now, I'm going to finish it with this racist ass video and then we out.
Controlling women's bodies. I'm going to tell them what they're allowed to do with them. It's my decision. We as males, we as men control their bodies. They have no say in the matter, and that comes to abortion as well as every other issue. Henceforth, men will be controlling what you eat, what you wear, whether you can have an abortion, what your hair looks like, when and whether you can cut your hair. We'll be controlling how much makeup you wear, what you do with your nails. We'll be controlling who you have sex with. We'll be controlling where you live and where you go, what time you go to bed. We're going to be controlling all of that. And this is subject to the law according to Project 2025.
Oh, it's just about making...
We're controlling everything. Man, oh man. Family, I'm telling you right now, please tune in tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow for this class right here. I'm not lying to you, bro. I'm going to run it tomorrow. Christopher Coulon was a Jew. You're going to find out how much documentation I have on this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all going to fucking love it, dude. I hope so. At least, you know, I did a lot of research. Maybe you may not appreciate it. Hold on a second. Let me show you this one, and then I promise you, this is the last one. Because some of these videos, I'm gonna come back tomorrow to like remind myself. This is why your government is dealing with Epstein bullshit. You guys have been pedophiles since you showed up to this continent. That includes white and black motherfuckers. Fuck you both. We ain't not siding with you motherfuckers. I'm telling you right now, man. Since 1492, black and white people have been enslaving our gente from the get-go. Both of them fed our people to dogs. Both of them raped our children. Both of them purchased 8 to 9-year-old daughters. Both of them, white and black people, purchased little kids to marry them, to rape them, to fucking have sex with them. Fuck you motherfuckers, bro. This is the only channel that brings facts. We don't care about your emotions. We know what you fucking did to our kids. We know what you did. You think you think I'm gonna sit back and lie about it? Some of you guys make it so fucking obvious. Show me where I'm wrong. ISUPK, GMS, IUIC. Show me where I'm wrong. Not only did you bring smallpox to our fucking people, but you brought your fucking disgusting, degenerate way of living, man. You just like to rape, slaughter, and then forget about the fact that you have responsibilities. Who shows that more often than ever? Who does it more obviously? Who's a fucking pedophile and acts like they never did that shit? How many times have we found BHIs doing pedophilia ass shit? And how many times have we found Republicans being fucking pedophiles?
All this shit, whatever, that all these cuts and whatever he's doing over there. Now they're telling me I have to go work. Now I have to go do all this. Well, I literally got 5 kids. Okay, I'm trying to sit here and spend time with them. I'm not trying to go work, 50, 60 hours a week.
This was the fucking pedophile motherfucker. Let me give you guys a video, bro. Let me show you what we learned. Oh, that's right, this guy.
Netanyahu. But it's just a stolen name, a Hebrew mask plastered over a European exile's face. His real name was Milikowski, born of Ashkenazi lineage from Poland. Benjamin Netanyahu has neither the blood, nor the land, nor the language of those he claims to represent. His Judaism is not that of the shepherds of Hebron, nor the poets of Jaffa. It is the Judaism of a colonizer from elsewhere who put on the prophet's robe to hide the scent of ashes. Because what he represents today is not a people, it is a machine, a political, military, ideological machine, a machine of steel and contempt. Netanyahu didn't grow up on the banks of the Jordan. He grew up in the salons of New York's conservative elite and the ultra-nationalist sermons of his father, Ben Zion, the hardline Zionist historian. He never spoke Arabic. He never shared bread with a Palestinian. He never had to bury a child beneath the rubble of an Israeli airstrike. He is not from this land. He took it. And yet he decides. He demolishes. He signs the orders. Today, under his rule, Gaza is a graveyard for children. Rafah, a field of ruins. Jenin, a ghost town.
I think that's a joke, man. And it's sad. It's sad, bro.
Yes, in the system was a tragedy for Mexico. The haciendas were large estates. Some originated from Spanish land grants, while others were made up of lands the owners had bought or stolen. They were nearly totally self-sufficient enterprises that up until the revolution functioned in a semi-feudal system. The haciendas generated much of the wealth of the country, but most of it stayed in the hands of a few. The owner, called an hacendado, had nearly total power over the peones, the people who worked the land. The southern state of Morelos was home to some of the richest haciendas in all of Mexico. Many of them were sugar plantations, long known for horrendous conditions. After centuries of abuse, Morelos was ripe for a rebellion.
Un día en Cocoyoc, ahí en esa calle donde vivo, pues empujando a un español, indio, ¿qué haces? Así con esa palabra orgullosa, ¿qué haces, indio? El indio se agacha y usted lo ve, señor, porque ya sabía que la opresión era grande. Por eso, los que nos lanzamos a la revolución en defensa de la patria, no fue una valentía, un orgullo, una necesidad. Que querían que trabajáramos a punta de ciudadanos por 25 centavos, del amaneciendo hasta metesol.
Has to pay attention to the fact that he was buried in the dirt. They never talked about our people being buried in the dirt. They never talk about our people being taken on slave ships. They never talk about people being enslaved. They only say negros were doing that. And I always wonder, like, if they were really working the farms, why the fuck do we not know of them or their knowledge of working the fucking farms? And then they go say, oh, well, we're not going to go back to the farms because we're not slaves. I mean, you still need a farm. You see, what I believe is negros were never enslaved like this. Negros own slaves, just like the white man. Y'all motherfuckers have been hiding from this fucking history. And you're running from my channel because you know damn well that I got too much facts for you to say, no, you're a liar. No, fuck no. You Negroes own slaves. You Negroes never fucking suffered like we did. You Negroes never fucking worked the farms like we did. This happened to us. It never happened to you. Matter of fact, Willie Lynch's letter, I debunked it. It's a fake ass story. Yet you made a fucking movie. You even involved Harvard, to make it seem like you guys actually did that fucking shit, debated on that fucking topic. Nah, fuck no, bro. Bring me on that fucking bullshit story. I will debate any Negro regarding the fucking Willie Lynch letter, and I will debunk any Negro regarding the Willie Lynch letter. You motherfuckers lied. You are liars like the white man. As long as I'm alive, I'm going to debunk you motherfucking dirty bastards. Fuck you and fuck them too.
Andaban los alcapaces en las calles. Que no.
I think this bothers me. Do you understand what the fuck our people went through? You fuck-face motherfucking dirty bastards. You lying sack of shits. You guys are part of the government already, bro. When our people were going through this shit, you guys were part of the government, bro. You guys were already passing laws. You motherfucking negros, just like you white people, never liked our people. You passed laws to make sure that they fumigated us in 1917. What, do you think we don't know this shit? Right. But see, this is the only channel that brings facts like that. A lot of you motherfuckers hate the fact. You know why? Because you had kids with them, bro. That's the nasty part. You know, this is so disgusting with you. Just because you had kids with them, all of a sudden you want everybody to accept them. Fuck you. Your horny ass does not confirm the fact that they're fucking demons.
El indio se agacha. Usted lo ve, señor. Porque ya sabía que la opresión era grande. Por eso, los que nos lanzamos a la revolución en defensa de la patria, no fue una valentía, un orgullo, una necesidad. Que querían que trabajáramos a punta de ciudadanos por 25 centavos, del amaneciendo hasta metesol. Andaban los alcapaces en las calles, que no hubiera ninguno en su casa.
Movies at, bro? Where the fucking movies at? Where the fuck are the movies at regarding our people? Oh, that's right, because they don't have a woolly fucking nappy hair and shit. Because they don't look black, or fat lip and flat noses. That's why. I hate the fucking fact that I have to say it like that, but you have no respect for our people. Because guess what? That shit happened to us too. And it happened from you, black fools. You're no different than the white man. How come you are hiding this shit? And why is it that white people are like, I don't want to admit it. I don't want to admit it. I don't want to admit it that black folks helped us. Yeah. Why the fuck not? You're like a Coke bottle that's about to be opened, bro. My job was to fucking make sure that I would expose you, motherfucking dirty bastards. Y'all brought smallpox to the Americas. That's a fact, Negroes. White man brought syphilis to the Americas. That's a fact, Cracker Barrels. Accept it, deal with it. And now we're gonna fucking deal with you too. These are gente who the fuck you are. My job is to teach our people how deceptive and how fucking animalistic you guys are. You don't care about our gente. You care about you. You care about your fucking emotions. You care about your fucking people. Look, listen, I heard it today, bro. I was in a room, and this morena went in there, and she was like around the other morenos, and she's like, yeah, man, I got a job at this building. And I'm so glad that, there's a lot of people like us, because like that gives us security, like they're going to hire more people like us. And they're like, oh, can we apply? Yeah, go apply and make sure they let them know that you're like us. These are Negroes. What the fuck is going on, man? Why are we sitting here embracing the fact that fucking llantas act any better than fucking gringos? Fuck them, bro. I'm sick of their shit. You want to know why? Because this could have been you, bro. This could have been your grandpa. This could have been your fucking brother or sister.
Costado menos y lo veían, vamos para afuera. Ni permiso pedían los alcapaces. A punta de chicotazo, vamos a cargarse la calle, a cortar calle. Por 25 centavitos. Centavitos, no pesos, como ahora.
But Negroes are like, oh, white people are not going to bring us back to fucking go feel like. It's just so silly to me. Negros say, like, you're not going to go back to the farm. Negros, you never were in the farm. Yeah, I don't even know how to work that shit. You don't know how to work it. Those are facts. You bring up a bunch of bullshit like, oh, shit. No, you don't know. You don't know how to work these lands. You don't know how to do it.
¿Y quién iba a aguantar eso? Dígame, ¿quién va a aguantar eso? Luego resultó esa.
Cannot work this land, brothers. I'm sorry, man, just to tell you, bro, y'all don't even understand farming, bro. You don't even understand. Maybe a few of you, what is it, 10%, 5% out of your whole fucking denomination? Get the fuck out of here.
La revolución.
All right, man. Y'all have a good night. I wish I could, man. It bothers me, to be honest with you, man, that that we have people that just don't want to step up. They don't want to study. They don't want to even learn about our own gente. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do, bro. I'm going to play some music for y'all. I'm going to go from down, up, and then let's see what plays. Because the most of the songs that I've been saving lately, they sound really good. I appreciate y'all being here, man. I really do. Please keep supporting this channel. Share it. I mean, I don't even know what the fuck it means to get to 1,000 and shit, but let's get to 1,000, bro. Let's get to 1,000 and see what happens and shit. You know what I mean? Because, like, we don't have haters in here. We just bring facts, and then these motherfuckers get scared. Well, it's not our fault. It's theirs.
El caudillo del sur, Emiliano Zapata. El caudillo del sur, Emiliano Zapata. Año de 1910, la tempestad se avecina. Morelos arde en coraje, la injusticia predomina. Los ricos de las haciendas se adueñaron del terreno, dejando el pueblo hambriado, tragándose su veneno. Pero en Anenecuic un gallo ya se plantaba. Emiliano Zapata, el hombre que no temblaba. Tenía 30 años apenas, la mirada bien clavada, viendo cómo a sus hermanos la tierra le fue robada. No pidió permiso al gobierno ni anduvo con papeleos. Junto a los hombres del pueblo se acabaron los rodeos. Fueron directo al lindero con los rifles en la mano. Derribaron las bardas que puso el terrateniente tirano. Aquí se siembra, cabrones, gritó con voz de trueno, devolviendo las parcelas a los dueños de este suelo. Fue el primer acto de furia, el despertar del gigante. Un campesino de charro que camino hacia adelante. Llegó la batalla de Cuautla, sitiada la ciudad entera. 6 días de fuego cruzado bajo la misma bandera. El 5º regimiento de oro, el ejército profesional, cayó ante las guerrillas del ejército comunal. Tierra y libertad, la tierra es de quien la trabaja. Aquí no se dobla nadie, aquí nadie se nos raja. Con el fusil en la mano y el sombrero bien plantado, Zapata vive en el cerro, el caudillo respetado. Tierra y libertad, el grito del pueblo ruge contra el gobierno corrupto que al descalzo lo estruja. Puro fuego en el sur. Ya la revolución cabalga, el gobierno manda su armada. Federales con cañones buscan dejar la zona arrasada. En Cuautla lo acorralaron, el cerco estaba cerrado. Miles de guachos armados, el caudillo interceptado. Cualquiera se hubiera rendido, cualquiera pide clemencia, pero Zapata en su sangre lleva pura resistencia. Estudió la sombra, la noche midió el peligro de frente. Le dijo a su caballería: morimos como gente. Montó su cuaco con rabia, sacó el machete y el fierro y lideró una carga suicida. Bajando directo del cerrabalazo limpio, rompieron las líneas del enemigo. Las balas le rozaban la ropa, el destino era su testigo. 1914 la capital fue testigo. Junto con Pancho Villa entraron como un castigo. Llegaron a Palacio Nacional los campesinos triunfantes, la gente de los guaraches, los de las manos curtidas y andantes. Le dijeron: Emiliano, siéntate en la silla presidencial. Él la miró con desprecio, con un instinto real. Esa madre está maldita, vuelve loco al hombre bueno. Yo no busco el poder, yo solo vengo por lo nuestro. 1919, abril en el calendario. Chinameca se viste con el traje del calvario. Guajardo prometió unión pero esconde la traición. 100 fusiles apuntan al centro del corazón. Entró cabalgando al patio, la trampa estaba lista. Balas a quemarropa terminaron con la vista. Cayó el hombre al suelo, el suelo que tanto amó. Pero el fuego de su alma nunca nadie lo apagó. Creyeron que matándolo la idea moriría, que el campesino ciego al latifundio volvería. Pero el cuerpo expuesto no apagó la rebelión. El mito de la huelga se volvió una religión. Dicen en los pueblos que el caudillo no cayó, que el compadre en su puesto la descarga recibió, que cabalga en las cumbres en su gran caballo blanco, vigilando los ejidos desde el cerro más barranco.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre.